Chapter 1167. Girls' Literature. After withstanding 10 powerful thunderbolts, Oriol's huge body was seriously injured. Many parts of his huge body were burnt, and the power of the thunderbolts made him unable to move. Su Yan pointed his finger, and the endless thunderbolts rolled and gathered around Oriol's body. At this time, Oriol's injury miraculously began to recover. After doing all this, Su Yan raised his head again. Then, he rushed directly into the clouds. His aura burst out at this time, and then he began to operate his power. It's better to end this farce as soon as possible. Su Yan's power spread out. Ling Laikong, Zhang Daqian, and the others could no longer see Su Yan at this time. They only saw Su Yan rushing directly into the endless thunderbolts, but they didn't know what he was going to do. What kind of terrifying heavenly might was that? It was almost as if it possessed unfathomable power. Was he trying to commit suicide by doing this? But the next moment, they were stunned. The heavenly thunder, which had been brewing an incomparably terrifying power, began to dissipate at this time. There was no sound, and the wind was light. So everything seemed to have never happened. Thunderbolts. Su Yan dispelled the thunderbolts. At this moment, Su Yan lowered his head and happened to look into Yun Wanqing's eyes. Without saying anything, Su Yan directly pointed a little divine light into Yun Wanqing's body. At this time, Yun Wanqing's whole body had undergone a great transformation. At this moment, her aura began to undergo an earth-shattering change. She had become a Tao Master. Originally, becoming a Tao Master was already a shocking thing. But at this time, becoming a Tao Master didn't seem so important, because at this time, all eyes were focused on Su Yan. That man, with a raise of his hand, directly dissipated the terrifying Thunder Dragon. That man, directly dispelled the heavenly tribulation. It was also him who directly injected the divine light into Yun Wanqing's body, and then Yun Wanqing became a Tao Master. Ling Laikong felt like he was about to go crazy. Previously, he still felt that he could compete with Su Yan, but now, he felt that it was too ridiculous. How was he still human? This was not something a Tao Master could do. Perhaps even an Emperor Master could do this. Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a level. Ling Laikong was a proud and arrogant person, but at this moment, he didn't even have the slightest bit of thought. Because the strength of the other party was enough to make him despair. I've become a Tao sovereign. At this time, Yun Wanqing was very happy. She arrived in front of Su Yan and rushed into his arms as if there was no one else present. Su Yan said, "Yes, I saw it. He's stronger than me." Yun Wanqing raised her head. She did not understand the meaning of this sentence. Su Yan said, "No need to ask. All you need to know is that you are very powerful." Yun Wanqing was like a little girl. Then, she said with a smile, "Of course, I'm very powerful." Only she knew that her happiness was not because she had become a Tao Master, but because she could see him again. 10 years had passed in an instant. This heartless guy forgot about everything when he was in closed-door cultivation. But for Yun Wanqing, 10 years was a very long time. That was why Yun Wanqing had worked so hard in her cultivation during the past 10 years. Only when she was cultivating would time pass particularly quickly. When the thunder had just descended, she was really scared. She was afraid that she would never see Su Yan again. However, such a thing did not happen in the end. She succeeded. She succeeded in becoming a Tao Master. Maybe in the future, she would be able to help him do more things and not let him feel that she was a burden. The dignified sect master of the 6th largest sect had become a completely submissive woman at this time. "My closed-door cultivation is not over yet," Su Yan said at this time. At this time, Yun Wanqing also found that the person she was hugging was beginning to become thin. "Are you going to leave me?" This was the sentence she was most unwilling to say. Leaving was such a heavy word. If possible, she hoped that she would never say it. "Don't worry. I will be able to come out soon. At that time, I will definitely be able to spend more time with you. At this time, Su Yan had actually entered a very important juncture. His power was undergoing a metamorphosis, but at this time, he was unable to break away from his true body. He felt that Yun Wanqing was in danger, so he used his own power to condense a doppelganger. Now, the doppelganger was naturally going to dissipate. Don't worry, I will wait for you forever. Of course, she hoped that Su Yan could come out as soon as possible. She hoped that he could be with her forever. But when she said it, she still said, "Don't worry." Su Yan nodded, and then his figure completely disappeared. Another day passed. In the main hall, Yun Wanqing looked at Ling Laikong. She finally opened her mouth and said, "In that case, Tao Master Ling, I will go with you." When Ling Laikong heard this answer, even he felt an indescribable joy. He originally thought that this was already impossible. After all, his request was actually very excessive. At this time, even if he wanted to use his own power to coerce her, it was simply impossible. Yun Wanqing had become a Tao master, and her realm was the same as his. And there was also the existence of the powerful Huang Pan in the Heaven and Earth organization. Putting these two aside, Su Yan's strength was simply enough to make his scalp tingle. Therefore, he knew that it was impossible to force her no matter what. Therefore, he could only make a request. What made him pleasantly surprised was that Yun Wanqing actually agreed. "Sect Master Yun, you can't do this." Zhang Daqian still had a grudge. He didn't want Yun Wanqing to take risks. In the Heaven and Earth organization, with Su Yan's existence, Yun Wanqing would be very safe. But if she left, in case she really encountered danger, even the powerful Su Yan would be unable to help. But in the end, he didn't say anything more. Because this was Yun Wanqing's own decision. He did care about Yun Wanqing, but he couldn't help Yun Wanqing make a decision. Ling Laikong was really grateful. Yun Wanqing said, "It's just that I have just become a Tao master, and I need 3 days to adjust. So, Tao Master Ling, you need to wait for me for 3 days." At this time, what else could he say? Ling Laikong nodded directly. At this moment, he was really surprised. In the distant 9 provinces, on the Heartless Island, Chu Linger was floating in the sky at this time. Her eyes were as calm as water, without the slightest emotion. At this time, her strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. The emerging strength showed that she had become a Tao master. It was extremely rare to see such a young Tao master in the entire 9 provinces. At this time, an indifferent woman appeared. This woman was very ordinary, but she had a kind of indescribable noble aura. She was none other than the Heartless Fairy. "Linger, you have finally become a Tao master." She walked to Linger's side. Chu Linger immediately bowed. "Greetings, Master." Linger is able to achieve what she has today because of Master. This sentence was true. She had never thought that one day she would be able to reach this level. However, to become a Tao master, she had to pay the greatest price. The biggest point was probably that she had forgotten that person. "Linger, you must remember that you cultivate the heartless Tao. So you should let go of the thoughts in your heart as soon as possible." The Heartless Fairy was really cold, even to her favorite disciple. Chu Linger naturally knew what her master was talking about. She had already told herself to forget him. In fact, she had already done very well. However, inadvertently, that person's shadow would still appear. Lovesickness was the most bitter of all. These few short words were enough to express the bitterness of his heart. "Master, I know." The Heartless Fairy knew that she could not forget. However, she did not force her. Everyone's Tao was different. All she could do was guide her, but she could not force her to forget. The Heartless Fairy said, "Fairy, your cultivation is considered outstanding on the Heartless Island. I will go to the extraterritorial void. Take good care of them." Recently, she had received an invitation from the Lord of Divine Devil Island to go to the extraterritorial void. She clearly knew that the Lord of Divine Devil Island would not summon her unless something big happened. In fact, she did not want to care about these things. However, the Lord of Divine Devil Island had done her a favor many years ago. She had no choice but to go. The extraterritorial void was always so silent. Even if meteorites collided with each other, even if the sun and moon were destroyed, there would not be any sound. In that mysterious void, there was a lone island that was quietly circling. That was the Divine Devil Island. The Divine Devil Island was an extremely unique existence. On this island, there was an eternal and quiet aura. One of the girls was at the edge of the Divine Devil Island. Chapter 1168. Female literature. She was extremely beautiful, and her long white dress gave her a holy aura. Meteors flashed under her feet one after another. She was a true fairy. Xiao Qian, what's wrong? Are you thinking about your lover? At this time, another woman walked over. She was also as beautiful and holy. Yeah, I'm thinking about it. I wonder how he is now. I heard from the island master that he is the child of destiny. It's really worrying. Xiao Qian was the woman who spoke to Su Yan on the God Devil Island back then. You really don't know shame. Humph, he became your lover in an instant. The woman said directly. Xiao Qian nodded and said, that's true. What's there to deny? Child of destiny, I say, little girl, is it really okay for you to daydream here? She asked directly. Since it's boring, I might as well think more. The two of them spoke like children playing around. At this time, in a dark place, Rosen was struggling bitterly. Back then, he had directly attacked the master of the ghost-killing hall. At that time, he had the powerful strength of a shadow creature, so he had no scruples and directly attacked his enemy. Unfortunately, his enemy was much more powerful than he had imagined. Now, he had fallen into a passive state. The power of the shadow creature was being worn down bit by bit. Rosen, I really didn't expect you to be able to hold on until now. The master of the ghost-killing hall appeared. His entire body was shrouded in a mysterious light. He looked at Rosen, his eyes filled with an indescribable feeling. Old man, where is this place? Rosen stood up again. It had to be said that his willpower was strong enough. At this time, he was still struggling. You don't even know where this is and you directly charged in with me. How do you want me to praise you? His voice was still extremely calm, but his words were filled with a sense of ridicule. To be honest, at that time, when Rosen suddenly burst out with such terrifying strength, even he was extremely surprised. The power of that shadow creature was extremely terrifying, so even he had to flee. However, he didn't expect that Rosen would actually dare to chase after him. If that was the case, it was exactly what he wanted. This is the true foundation of the ghost-killing palace. This is the land of the netherworld. His voice was somewhat empty, but this answer surprised Rosen. Netherworld? Could it be that the legend is true? At this time, Rosen suddenly thought of the legend that the ghost-killing palace had spread in the past. The ghost-killing palace was the power of the netherworld in the human world. The great netherworld god wanted to achieve the final redemption and destroy all these people who were living in pain, so that his mother could return to the embrace of the netherworld. That was why he created the ghost-killing hall. It was just that at that time, even the people of the ghost-killing palace did not believe this legend, because it seemed that in the records, the ghost-killing palace was a part of the limitless demon sect, and the limitless demon sect was passed down from the great devil heavenly lord. But hearing what he said now, it was clearly true. Legend? No, that's the doctrine of the ghost-killing palace. Limitless demon sect? In front of the great netherworld god, what is the so-called great devil heavenly lord? The great netherworld god has already begun to awaken, so everything is destined to return to the netherworld. At this time, his image became clear. It was an extremely handsome middle-aged man. His figure was resolute, and his eyes contained an indescribable valiance. "Rosen, welcome to the netherworld. Don't worry, I won't kill you." Rosen looked at the person in front of him, his heart filled with a deep seriousness. He wouldn't kill him. But it was this guy who wanted to devour him back then. "I know what you're thinking. You think that I was about to devour you back then, but now I'm telling you that I won't hurt you? Isn't that ridiculous?" He began to slowly pace around Rosen. "Actually, you're wrong. Think about it, if I really wanted to kill you, why would I wait until you were there? Do you think that you were strong enough to bear my power at that time? No, you're wrong. At that time, I actually wanted to help you. Actually, even now, you still don't know my true identity, right? The first vice sect master of the Limitless Demon Sect? That's just a name. The Ghost Killing Hall and the Limitless Demon Sect's great devil Heavenly Lord reached an agreement, and that's why they became one of his branch halls. But does he really have the qualifications to lead the Ghost Killing Hall? Do you know why the Ghost Killing Hall has been so weak all these years? That was because the Limitless Demon Sect was prepared to no longer keep their promise, so they wanted to suppress the Ghost Killing Hall. At that time, I looked like I wanted to devour you, but in reality, I wanted to save you directly, so that you could escape from the Limitless Demon Sect's line of sight. Only when you were in the outer realm did I have the chance to act, but unfortunately. Rosen was surprised, and then he asked, "Save me? Why did you save me?" The Ghost Killing Hall's Hall Master said, "Because Yu Ruo has already started to suspect your identity. At that time, he did not have any evidence, and he was afraid of me, so he did not dare to make a move. However, once he confirms your identity, he will ignore everything and directly attack you. I know you have a lot of questions, but it doesn't matter. Today, all of your doubts will be answered." Rosen said, "My identity? What exactly is it?" Now that he thought about it, many things were indeed strange. Back then, the Hall Master of the Ghost Killing Hall had taken good care of him. If he had only wanted to raise him and then devour him, there would have been many opportunities. But why did he have to wait until then? "Rosen, you are an incomparably noble child of the Netherworld. You have come to the mortal world with the will of the Netherworld God. Yu Ruo is an extremely ambitious guy. He has already abandoned the teachings of the Limitless Demon Sect. What he wants to achieve is himself, so he no longer thinks of ways to revive the great devil Heaven Lord, but instead carries out the demon plan to make himself stronger. If he knew your identity, then he would definitely devour you at all costs. Yu Ruo, he is a monster, a true monster. He is lawless and has no scruples. He is the most terrifying person in the history of the Limitless Demon Sect." Yu Ruo was the real name of the sect master of the Limitless Demon Sect. In the Limitless Demon Sect, the sect master and the 7 vice sect masters were the only ones who were rivals. They never put the other vice sect masters in their eyes. Whether it was the first vice sect master or the sect master, the two of them were extremely low-key, because they feared each other. I am a child of the Netherworld. Chapter 1169. Female Literature. Rosen was greatly surprised. Originally, he thought that he was going to die. However, he did not expect the Hall Master of the Ghost Killing Palace to say such words to him. He was a child of the Netherworld, while the Hall Master of the Netherworld was from the Netherworld. However, he still could not forget that the Hall Master of the Ghost Killing Palace had tried to devour him. After all, as the saying goes, once bitten, twice shy. Moreover, this was a matter of life and death, so he did not dare to forget. At this moment, the Hall Master of the Ghost Killing Palace sighed and said, "Do you still not understand? If I wanted to kill you, do you think you would still be alive? If I wanted to devour you, how would you compare to back then?" Hearing this, Rosen fell silent again. At this moment, the shadow creature's power had started to dissipate. Even though it would not be easy for the Hall Master of the Netherworld to take his life, it would not be too difficult either. Moreover, he was much more powerful than he was back then. If the Hall Master of the Netherworld wanted to possess him, he would be in a much better state than back then. Moreover, he would not be able to stop it. I'm sure you've thought it through. If I really wanted to kill you, you would not be able to stop me. Why should I waste my time talking to you? Gue Xiaofan's expression remained calm as he continued, Yu Ruo's strength is far beyond what you can imagine. He has kept a low profile for so many years, but you can imagine that everyone is extremely wary of him, even afraid of him. Why do you think that is? At this moment, Rosen could not help but fall silent. He had to admit that the Hall Master of the Netherworld was right. When he was in the Limitless Demon sect, almost no one had seen this mysterious sect master. However, no one dared to challenge his authority. In fact, his divine might had started to threaten the great demon Heaven Master. By now, the Boundless Demon sect had completely focused on him, and they had given up on reviving the great demon Heaven Master. Only the most devout followers of the great demon Heaven Master would want to restore the glory of the great demon Heaven Master at all times. His strength is extremely terrifying. It has long surpassed the level of your imagination. Do you think that if he hadn't suddenly changed his mind during the ritual and remained indifferent to your nonsense, you would still be alive now? The Hall Master of the Netherworld sneered. These people could not comprehend how terrifying Yu Ruo was, but he had experienced it firsthand. I have the support of the Netherworld God, but I am still very afraid of him. I don't dare to cross the Netherworld. If I had forced you back then, the Netherworld Islands Netherworld, Netherworld Islands Netherworld, I'm afraid he would have seen through your identity. At this moment, the Netherworld sect master of the Netherworld was not to the palace to the Netherworld. The reason why I brought you here is to let you know your true identity. At the same time, I will bestow you with even greater power. That is the power that a child of the Netherworld should receive. In other words, that power belongs to you. Rosen's heart suddenly skipped a beat when he heard the Netherworld sect master's words. In fact, he did not know how powerful this so-called power that belonged to him would be. However, since the Netherworld sect master had spoken so confidently, this power must be extraordinary. At this moment, what Rosen yearned for the most was power. His obsession with strength had actually reached the point of insanity, to the point of obsession. In order to pursue power, he could pay any price. Back then, he rose from the ghost-killing hall and became a young powerhouse. At that time, he was still a young genius shrouded in a halo. Later on, he was directly defeated by Su Yan. That battle was like a humiliation to him. However, what he could not accept was that in the following battles, his strength had increased repeatedly, but he was still defeated by Su Yan. Such a blow made him feel that he had lost himself. In front of the Shadow Kingdom's door, Su Yan once again made him taste the bitter fruit of defeat. However, at that time, he met Duanmu Longhu. Cooperating with Duanmu Longhu had directly increased his strength to an unimaginable level. When he burned the Shadow Kingdom's power in his body, he felt as if he could control the heavens and earth. If he really liked it, he would even enjoy such a feeling. Moreover, according to Duanmu Longhu's prediction, Su Yan would definitely come during the battle between the monster race and demon race. He wanted to use this opportunity to completely defeat Su Yan and let him taste the bitter fruit of defeat. However, Su Yan did not appear this time. That damned bastard, it was as if he knew his fate ahead of time, which was why he didn't appear in this place. What was even more unexpected was that the demon ceremony this time was completely different from the previous ones. One by one, they all displayed extremely terrifying power. Even though he had the support of the powerful Shadow Heart, he was unable to gain any advantage over Gue Xiaofan. However, Gue Xiaofan was still powerful. Hence, when he discovered Gue Xiaofan, he immediately chased after Gue Xiaofan to seek revenge. Do you still miss the power of the Shadow's heart? Gue Xiaofan asked again. Rosen did not speak, but that was the answer. That was such a powerful and wondrous power, how could he not miss it? Gui Shasheng laughed coldly and said, "Why do you think I didn't defeat you directly? Instead, I let you continue to attack and release your power? My goal was to release all the power of the Shadow's heart. Do you think the person behind you has good intentions? Don't be so ridiculous. You lost yourself in the pursuit of power. You really disappoint me." At this moment, he suddenly stretched out his hand, and a surge of power entered Rosen's body. At this moment, Rosen's entire body shook. Then, he realized that his Shadow's heart had been separated from him. When the heart left him, he was very reluctant. After all, if he had time, he believed that the Shadow's heart would be able to gather even more power. However, at this moment, he believed in Gui Shasheng. At least, he subconsciously believed in him, so he did not resist. "Look, this is the Shadow's heart that you have placed your hopes on." At this moment, the Shadow's heart began to change under his power. At first, it was just a gray rhombus-shaped shadow. However, at this moment, the rhombus-shaped shadow began to change. In the end, it actually turned into a small but extremely terrifying face. The moment this face appeared, he was completely stunned. Rosen never thought that there would be a living shadow creature in his body. That's the seed of the shadow creature. It has been tampered with. It can provide you with great power, but when you use your power, it will also provide nourishment for it. If this continues, your body will gradually be corroded by it. In the end, I don't think I need to tell you what will happen to you. Gui Shasheng unleashed his power and crushed the shadow creature. Before it was crushed, the creature let out a shrill shriek. However, all of this was in vain. Even though he displayed great power at this moment. In front of Gui Shasheng, all of this was futile. In the end, he still completely disappeared. "Look, this is the source of power that you have placed your hopes on. I'm sure you know that as time passes, your soul will be devoured bit by bit. In the end, you will completely lose yourself." His gaze was filled with mockery, but it pierced straight into Rosen's heart. "Let me ask you again. Do you want to become stronger, or do you want to possess your own power in an instant?" Rosen raised his head and looked at Gui Shasheng. "I want to become stronger." That was his answer. He had already experienced the feeling of possessing great power in an instant. Such a feeling was truly intoxicating. He could feel that his aura had become real. The terror of this power had truly reached the pinnacle. When Gui Shasheng asked him that question, he really wanted to give a different answer. However, he resisted the temptation in the end. This was because he finally understood something. What did not belong to him would eventually become a thing of the past. Perhaps at that moment, he would become very strong. However, that was only then. The world would change. As long as people worked hard enough, they would improve. Was he a genius? Of course he was. Otherwise, how could he have stood out from so many disciples of the ghost-killing hall? However, how could he be the only genius in the world? The other two sons of the devil, Shengguansheng and Murong Wudi, were actually more outstanding than him. There was also Su Yan, who had become his nightmare. It was as if no matter how hard he worked, he could not surpass him. This was a kind of sorrow, and also a kind of extreme helplessness. The root of all of this was that he was not strong enough. Becoming stronger wasn't just an empty promise. Instead, it was a matter of urgency. If he wanted to fight with Su Yan to wash away his humiliation, he would have to do so. If he wanted to become a true powerhouse with an indomitable spirit, then he couldn't continue to be like this. His heart had not died. Therefore, he chose to become stronger. Then, let's go to the Serene Hell Mansion. There, you will experience unprecedented pain, and if you survive, you will become incomparably powerful. Chapter 1170. The Divine Devil Island was silent in the silent void. Latest chapter to read. He was like a proud and aloof emperor. There were countless huge meteorites around him. There were even living creatures in these meteorites. Of course, they were the most primitive of living creatures. Even an ant was much stronger than them. However, this was only the origin of life. With the passage of time, they would definitely become even stronger. Perhaps one of these weak living creatures would be born to be as strong as the island master of Divine Devil Island, or even stronger than him. On this day, a special guest came to the Divine Devil Island. She was the Heartless Fairy. She was an extremely powerful existence. That was why she could break through the void and come to the Divine Devil Island. The moment she arrived, an extremely huge pressure appeared on the Divine Devil Island. However, a light breeze blew past, and this pressure dissipated into nothingness. At this moment, Xiaofan appeared. "Welcome, Fairy. Master is already waiting for you on the island. Please follow me." There was a hazy radiance on the Heartless Fairy's face. Because she was too powerful, there was a layer of energy that separated the space. If one didn't have the ability to see through the layers of space, they wouldn't be able to see her true appearance. She said coldly, "Lead the way." She was really cold. She was even colder than the ice that had condensed millions of years. However, it wasn't Xiaofan's first time seeing her. Therefore, she was already immune to this. She just walked forward. The Divine Devil Island was a very beautiful place. Of course, this beauty could only be seen by true experts. If one wasn't strong enough, they wouldn't even be able to enter the Divine Devil Island, let alone enjoy the scenery. The Heartless Fairy finally saw the mysterious and powerful island master of Divine Devil Island. At this moment, the island master was dressed in a white robe. He looked exceptionally otherworldly. Even someone like the Heartless Fairy felt a ripple in her heart after seeing him. The island master of Divine Devil Island was lying on the stone bed. He was very quiet. However, if one looked closely, they would see that the island master didn't have any aura on him. It was as if he was already dead. "You still haven't woken up?" the Heartless Fairy asked. Her voice was extremely beautiful and gentle. "Yeah, there's no way to completely revive him yet." That was the voice of the Divine Devil Island's island master. Who would have thought that the Divine Devil Island's island master was a dead man? No, it wasn't appropriate to say that either. He was only a living dead. He hadn't completely died, nor had he completely revived. However, he was able to preside over everything on the Divine Devil Island in such a state. From this, one could see how powerful he was. The Heartless Fairy remained silent for a while before saying, "Speak. What is it? If there wasn't anything important, you wouldn't have asked me to come here." She knew this man well. He would never think of her just because he missed her. In the end, he was cold and heartless. Speaking of heartlessness, who in this world could compare to him? The void has changed. His voice was calm, but Fairy Heartless' heart was unsettled. He was well aware of what void transformation meant. The change in the void meant war. That was not an ordinary war between countries, but a world war. New enemies of the boundless world would arrive. The powerful evil demon clan and the strange shadow creatures. Void beasts. These were all extremely difficult enemies to deal with. They were incomparably cruel, and their strength was unimaginable. When all the changes in the world came, it was almost as if the end of the world had arrived. In the last great war, the gods and demons rose together in the boundless world. The powerful saints worked together to expel the enemies. But what about this time? Although Fairy Heartless didn't care about worldly matters, she definitely wouldn't pay attention to them. However, even a powerful figure like her knew that many things were beyond her control. When the terrifying war arrived, she couldn't stay out of it. Those terrifying great demon gods wouldn't let her live peacefully. Thus, the terrifying shadow creatures wouldn't do that. They were the enemy of humanity, and the enemy of the boundless world. Not to mention the other worlds, such as the Shura and the Netherworld. When all of this swept over, the world would be on the brink of its end. Everything was so terrifying. I hope you can go to the void wormhole and kill the great demon god that just invaded this place. The island master's voice was still calm. It was as if he didn't know how terrifying the great demon god was, and how powerful he was. The great demon god was an existence that could contend against sacred venerables. Aren't you afraid that I'll die there? Fairy Heartless' voice was calm, but her heart wasn't like that at this moment. The island master said, I know you won't die. Cold and calm. Fairy Heartless chuckled. Suddenly, she struck out a palm strike towards the island master of Divine Devil Island. Such power was already extremely terrifying. The power rolled like a tide. This was clearly just a small handprint, but the moment the power was released, it seemed to envelop the entire world. It was as if the power of this palm print alone was enough to destroy everything. How terrifying and powerful was this attack? Endless aura was released at this moment. It was like a storm and lightning flashed. This kind of aura was simply terrifying to an unimaginable extent. If she hadn't made a move, who would have thought that such a frail-looking girl would actually possess such a terrifying power that could destroy the heavens and earth? Right at this moment, a black and white light suddenly appeared outside the Divine Devil Island's island master's body. This light had a divine power, but it also seemed to come from a demon from the abyss. When this light appeared, Fairy Heartless' palm immediately dissipated into nothingness. It was as if his power had never appeared before. Fairy Heartless wasn't surprised at all. It was as if she already knew this would happen. Humph, she snorted coldly, then turned around and left. However, that yin and yang light didn't disappear. Instead, it became denser and denser, then continued to disperse. The light condensed and finally turned into a black and white yin and yang diagram. If Su Yen was here, he would probably be shocked. This diagram was the Taiji diagram. Although it wasn't completely similar to the Taiji diagram that Su Yen knew, it still had an extremely divine aura. After this diagram appeared, it suddenly flew into the distance. The void was so vast that there was no end to it. In a place extremely far away from Divine Demon Island, in the depths of the mysterious void, a mysterious ripple appeared. The void was silent, but this place wasn't. The ripple trembled as if a new unimaginably huge door was being opened. It was the void door. It was a door that could traverse the void. Only the truly great experts could tear the void apart. The so-called tearing of space by Tao's sovereigns was impossible in the void. The void was an extremely mysterious and terrifying place. Here, not to mention Tao's sovereigns, even sovereigns would die. The void door was gradually becoming complete. When the void door was formed, a wormhole would appear. When the wormhole formed, disaster would descend. The two worlds would be connected. At that time, what would usher in would be war. It wasn't an ordinary war. It was a war that wouldn't stop. There would only be existence and destruction. Moreover, it would affect the entire world. At this moment, Fairy Heartless appeared. In front of this huge void door, Fairy Heartless was terrifyingly small. If one had to describe it, she was like a speck of dust. However, when she appeared in this place, the terrifying turbulence of the void couldn't affect her at all. The moment she appeared, the turbulence of the void began to tremble. Unknowingly, it had formed a turbulence. Then, it began to fiercely collide with the radiance of the void. In the blink of an eye, her aura became stronger and stronger. It was almost to the point where no one could stop her. Moreover, her powerful strength continued to increase. Ice Seal. She shouted softly, but her voice turned into ice. That terrifying ice storm didn't seem to be able to stop it in the slightest. At this moment, the terrifying radiance continued to move. The thick aura of the storm had strengthened to an unimaginable level. The two auras clashed continuously, and the huge cold current circulated wildly. When the powerful and terrifying cold current appeared, it immediately rushed towards the void door. In the beginning, the cold current didn't have much of an effect on the void door. But in the end, the void gate became more and more powerful. Its terrifying aura had almost reached the point of lawlessness. Even the gigantic void gate was gradually being sealed by ice at this moment. If such power had to be described with words, it could only be described as terrifying. Right at this moment, an extremely terrifying power suddenly burst out from the gate of the void. That terrifying power continued to circulate. In the end, it formed a terrifying palm. The size of that palm was simply indescribable. With just a sweep, the endless ice-sealing power was swept away by it. Heartless sword! Fairy Heartless shouted again. At this moment, sword lights began to scatter. Rays of light shone to the extreme. Immediately, a terrifying sword radiance appeared in the void. It was colder than ice. The sword radiance fell and directly attacked the huge palm. "Get out of my way." These 3 short words were Fairy Heartless' reply. Chapter 1171. The power of the Heartless sword was displayed at this moment. No pop-up window. If one had to describe it with one word, it would be domineering. That was a domineering power that surpassed everything. Because of the Heartless sword, it did not care about anything. That was why it was so domineering. This was the power of the Heartless Fairy. Compared to that terrifying palm, her body was too weak. However, there was no need for words to describe how terrifying her power was. Her realm was also extremely powerful. In the current 5 counties continent, her power was already one of the top 5 terrifying existences. Unless those ancient giants woke up one by one, they would not be able to compete with her. Otherwise, they would not be able to compete with her. At this moment, his power was continuously increasing. In the blink of an eye, it had reached an immeasurable level. Naturally, his Heartless sword was the same. The Heartless sword changed. The world became dark. Many stars in the void dimmed at this moment. It was as if they could not release their light in front of him. The power of this was simply unimaginable. In this world, this was the only thing that was eternal. The terrifying demonic claw and the Heartless sword met so quickly. In an instant, the power had already begun to clash. Cracks began to appear in the layers of the void. Small rays of light began to appear. Although the rays of light were small, they were extremely terrifying. That was because they were void lightning. In the tranquil void, nothing existed. But if that terrifying lightning appeared, then everything would be annihilated. The moment this power appeared, that kind of valiant pressure was already unimaginable. At this moment, the mysterious and terrifying roar of a demon came from the other side of the void door. Then, an extremely terrifying creature appeared. This creature looked extremely strange. It wasn't exactly a dragon, but it wasn't exactly a terrifying demon bug either. The powerful creature transformed into a pitch-black shadow. There were 12 wings on its back. It seemed to hide everything in the silent darkness. The great demon god of dark judgment among the demons. The Heartless Fairy was shocked. She did not expect such a terrifying existence to appear in front of her at this moment. One had to know that such a terrifying existence was simply lawless. Their power was simply boundless. She had already reached the level of Saint Venerable, and was considered a top-notch existence in the current limitless world. However, she knew clearly that she was still lacking compared to those powerful existences in ancient times. Regardless of whether it was the Great Devil Dragon or the Great Devil Heavenly Lord, all of them had to go through him. Only such an existence would have great confidence in killing the great demon god of dark judgment. At this moment, his chances of winning against the terrifying creature in front of him were not high. However, since she was already here, she wouldn't retreat anymore. "Humph, you brat. After this, you and I don't owe each other anything." Anger appeared on her beautiful yet ice-cold face. Even her anger was beautiful, like a snow lotus blooming from the deepest part of Bingshan, giving people an indescribable feeling. Of course, in the eyes of the Dark Judgment Great Demon God, that was nothing. The most terrifying thing about the Dark Judgment Great Demon God was his terror. When he released all of his power, the boundless darkness was immediately devoured by him. The darkness had already turned into the sword in his hand. His will seemed to be the will of this boundless darkness, wanting to devour everything. At this moment, the heartless fairy was still a heartless sword. The colder her heart was, the more powerful her power was. Her power did not come from the various elemental laws, but from her heart to control the world. She was an invincible existence. As long as her will did not die, as long as her heart did not melt, her power would not dry up. Such power was unique even among the legends of ancient times. The battle between the two began. The darkness was cold, and so was the heartless fairy's heart. It was a battle between the coldest things in the world. With their battlefield as the core, everything began to sink into this coldness. It was as if everything had been completely shattered, and all power had begun to be annihilated and withered. It was such a terrifying and powerful power. In front of this power, no other existence could survive. But gradually, the void gate changed again. In the boundless darkness, a terrifying light shadow suddenly appeared, heading straight for the heartless fairy. The heartless fairy's heart shook, because at this moment, she actually felt the aura of death. At this point, her perception of life and death had reached an unimaginable level. But at this moment, she still felt such a feeling. She immediately understood that it was an unimaginable terror. The moment this power appeared, she immediately pulled away from the Dark Judgment Great Demon God. Unfortunately, the Dark Judgment Great Demon God did not allow her to pull away. Whoa whoa whoa. A terrifying sound rang out. The darkness instantly expanded, and a boundless power of fear immediately tried to devour her. What is that? At this moment, the heartless fairy immediately discovered that behind that terrifying power was an unimaginably terrifying karst cave. And there seemed to be something wriggling in the cave. The heartless fairy naturally would not be intimidated by its appearance, but she was shocked by the nature of this thing. This was because she discovered that this mysterious and terrifying thing was connected to the Dark Judgment Great Demon God. This Dark Judgment Great Demon God is actually being controlled by that thing. When she realized this, her entire body trembled. What kind of existence was the Dark Judgment Great Demon God? He was like her, a terrifying almighty who was almost on the verge of breaking free. If heavenly monarchs did not appear, heavenly sovereigns were already extremely peak existences. It should be known that even the so-called gods were actually only the peak of heavenly sovereigns. But now, such a terrifying existence was actually being controlled by some mysterious and unfathomable thing. It was like a marionette. Cultivators bitterly cultivated, bitterly struggled, all for the sake of breaking free from the shackles of fate, to reach the legendary freedom. Although the great demonic god of dark judgment couldn't be said to have completely broken free, he should have the ability to control his own power. Unfortunately, at this time, he had actually become a marionette. No wonder she found that when she fought with him, although his strength was extremely terrifying, there was a lack of variation in his strength. The dark space swallowed her. Her expression turned solemn, then she struck out with a wave of power. That terrifying power turned into endless heavenly might. The heartless sword first disappeared, then condensed again in the next moment. This was equivalent to a process of destruction and rebirth. It could also be called nirvana. After this process, his power became even stronger. At this moment, the extremely terrifying power had exploded to the extreme. Between heaven and earth, everything was directly separated at this moment, and the darkness was also minced into pieces. At your level, you're still being controlled like a marionette. It's really sad. Today, I'll help you break free. For some reason, the heartless fairy was angered at this moment, and directly exploded with her most powerful and terrifying power. Perhaps it was because of the feeling of a fox mourning the death of a rabbit. Moreover, at this moment, she felt that the mysterious and terrifying existence seemed to have its gaze on her. Of course, she understood what that thing meant. It wanted to devour her as well. Therefore, at this moment, she did not show any mercy. Great sorrow of heaven and earth, extermination. When this move appeared, the aura of heaven and earth began to change, and her power also began to circulate. That violent power continued to surge at this moment, becoming a truly terrifying power and berserk moon. Such a change in aura immediately began to cause the world to wither. The great demon god of dark judgment was also directly bound by this power, and a kind of sorrow seemed to appear in the depths of his heart. The circulation of his power had also somewhat stopped. What an inconceivable and terrifying power! The opponent was the great demon god of dark judgment, yet he was still so weak. If it were someone slightly weaker, they would have already committed suicide. The heartless sword's blade appeared again. The moment her power reached the extreme, it would be the moment of dark judgment's death. But at this moment, another unforeseen event occurred. The great demon god of dark judgment's body suddenly began to split open. Then, a terrifying tentacle directly shot towards the heartless fairy. This change was clearly beyond the heartless fairy's expectations. How is this possible? At this moment, she immediately realized that the great demon god of dark judgment's body was actually nurturing that terrifying monster's tentacle. Such power was almost terrifying to the extreme. It was also incomparably strange. Her heartless sword had just been fully condensed, and the tentacle's speed was also incomparably fast. At this moment, the entire space seemed to have been frozen. She could not escape. Damn it! She knew that the tentacle was definitely extremely terrifying. Once it touched her, she would be completely dragged into the abyss of darkness, and there would be no chance of revival. But the most despicable thing was that she still had no way of changing all of this. But at this moment, a huge yin-yang symbol appeared. Freeze. With a single word, it had already enveloped the great demon god of dark judgment, and then forcibly severed it. Chapter 1172. You've finally made your move? Fairy Heartless immediately understood that the island master of Divine Devil Island had made his move. Latest chapter to read. If the island master hadn't made his move, he would have been dead for sure. That was because that power was truly terrifying. It was so powerful and terrifying that it was truly unimaginable. It was the strongest power in the world. What scared her even more was that the powerful dark judgment great demonic god had become nourishment for it. She understood that it wasn't just a marionette. It had become a placenta to be raised. To an absolute powerhouse, this was something they could not accept. That was why he was so agitated earlier. You still want to struggle? You won't be able to return now. The island master of Divine Devil Island's voice sounded again. Then, the power became even stronger. That terrifying radiance had reached an endlessly terrifying stage. The dark tentacles struggled with terrifying strength. However, at this point in time, it had already been banned. It was a stillness that came from the depths of his body. It was as if all of his cells had withered. Only then did the Divine Devil diagram stop moving. Then, it swept it away and took it away. So, I'm just your bait? I cultivate the heartless Tao, but I can't compare to your heartless Tao, she muttered in her heart. Even at her current realm and state of mind, she couldn't accept that at all. But the island master of Divine Devil Island didn't care. The Divine Devil diagram disappeared. That huge void gate was still there, but it was no longer expanding. The void turbulence had also stabilized. Fairy Heartless stared at the void gate and left as well. Since the void gate had already appeared, it would not be an easy task to completely destroy it. The attack this time had already caused that terrifying existence to be somewhat wary. It should be able to stop for a while. She understood the island master of Divine Devil Island very well. She knew that no matter what he did, he was extremely calculative. Since he had noticed this place, there was no reason for him to lose control of it. But, it didn't feel good to be used as bait. It made him very irritated. Of course, it was only for a moment. She had already suppressed the restlessness. Since they were already experts at this level, they naturally understood many things. But just as she turned to leave, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The moment the beam of light appeared, her body was directly imprisoned. "What are you? Get out of my way." Her powerful strength exploded out, and a powerful ruthless aura surged out. The terrifying power continued to attack, as if it wanted to devour and destroy everything. However, the power that suddenly appeared was simply too powerful. Furthermore, the moment the power appeared, an invisible barrier appeared. The moment this barrier appeared, he immediately felt a sense of crisis. The invisible force directly attacked at this time, directly isolating him from the outside world. That power had come too suddenly, so much so that he was not prepared at all. When he came to his senses, he found himself in an extremely dangerous situation. This was the worst thing that could happen. He deeply understood that if he could not struggle out of this predicament at this time, it was very likely that he would be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, a strange thing appeared in front of her. Her heart skipped a beat because it was none other than the strange touch of darkness that she had encountered before. It was the true deepest darkness, and it had unimaginable power. She was shocked. How could she not recognize the thing that appeared in front of her? It was the touch of darkness from before. However, the Divine Demon Island's island master had clearly arrived, suppressed his thing, and taken it away with the Divine Demon diagram. But now, it had appeared again. This meant that this thing was just a disguise. He knew that he was no match for the Divine Demon diagram, so he directly sacrificed a part of himself. At this moment, after the Divine Demon Island's island master left, he directly revealed himself. His target was the Heartless Fairy, a holy venerate. Previously, the Heartless Fairy had a feeling that she was being treated as prey. And now, it had become a reality. When that power appeared in front of her, her expression became extremely unsightly. How could she accept the feeling of being treated as a prey? At this moment, her aura skyrocketed, and her strength reached its strongest level. He actually wants to treat me as a prey and then hunt me down. What a dream! The Heartless Sword exploded once again, and the powerful Holy Venerate power rose. The boundless space around her began to fluctuate. There was no need to imagine how terrifying this power was. However, after this power appeared, it did not achieve the desired effect. The terrifying aura was not directly suppressed. The darkness was still spreading. At this moment, a life form suddenly appeared in the darkness. Then, a great demon god of black case adjudication appeared. A holy venerate great demon god of black case adjudication had appeared from nothing. This was an unimaginable process. There was no need to say more about the changes that had occurred. The change at this moment was so great that it was truly shocking. How is this possible? At this time, Heartless Fairy was also shocked. Although he already knew that the change in front of him was no small matter, only now did he realize that his mind was in chaos when faced with such a situation. A holy venerate of the peerless world. Ha ha ha, this is truly exciting. After I capture you, you will become a fruit in my body and gradually grow. His voice was so unpleasant and ear-piercing. That rough voice caused goosebumps to rise on everyone's skin. At this moment, the Heartless Fairy directly attacked with her sword. The cold Heartless Sword intent appeared. If you want to capture me, you need to have the ability to do so. At this moment, she knew that she was in an extremely dangerous situation. However, at her level, she naturally would not panic because of danger. Heartless world, heaven and earth grieve. Her power immediately manifested. Then, it wrapped around her body layer by layer. After doing all this, Yi Zichen looked at her. After everything was done, her heartless sword floated in front of her. At this moment, her attitude was very clear. She knew that no matter what, she could not break free from this power. Therefore, she chose to defend herself. That dark space seemed to have become another world. If she had not been schemed against and landed in this place, she would still have a chance to resist. However, at this moment, she had no chance to resist at all. Therefore, she could only use her own power to block this terrifying guy outside. She could not break out of this place, but she could create a small world that belonged to her. Only then would she have a chance to defend herself and prevent herself from being devoured. Fool, you've trapped yourself in a cocoon of your own making. The great demon god of judgment transmitted his thoughts directly. Then, he began to attack the heartless world. However, the heartless fairy was a wholly venerate expert after all. The power she gathered was a real world. When this power was directly condensed, everything was blocked outside. If one had to describe it, it would be absolute defense. The dark power could not directly break through this place. The only thing it could do was to slowly invade this place with the dark power. Only then could it resist the pressure. In fact, the heartless fairy had placed herself in this place and put herself in an extremely passive position. Just as that guy had said, this was foolish. Because if the heartless fairy had unleashed her power in an instant and used a fatal attack, she might have been able to escape from this world. Although the chances were slim, it was still a life and death struggle. Moreover, if she could leak out a trace of her aura, the God Devil Island Master might be able to sense it. At that time, she would be saved. However, she did not do that. Instead, she chose a slow death. The choice between a slow death and a life and death struggle for a chance of survival was actually not difficult. Those who were able to walk all the way and become experts in the end would almost always choose to fight for their own strength to fight for a chance of survival. However, at this moment, she chose to do the opposite. However, no matter what the other party said, the heartless fairy only sealed her heartless world and began to gather her power with all her might. At this moment, there was no need for her to say anything more. She naturally had her own plans. Therefore, the two of them wasted their time here. In the eastern land of the 5 counties continent. The news that Yun Wanqing had already transcended her tribulation and become a supremacy was spread out. This was also a big matter. The strength of the Heavenly Cloud sect wasn't weak. Although it didn't have the heritage of those sects that had just returned from the secret world, it still couldn't be underestimated. After all, it used to be the #1 sect in the 5 countries. And now, another expert had appeared. A supremacy was extremely important to a sect. With a supremacy, the sect would have its own pillar of support. At this moment, Yun Wanqing had already followed Ling Laikong to the Heavenly Saint sect. Originally, this should have been delayed for another 2 days. However, the Heavenly Saint sect sent news that Hanhua Daozuan's condition had begun to worsen. It was much more serious than expected. Therefore, Holy Flame Ling Laikong had no choice but to shamelessly ask for help. Chapter 1173. In fact, Ling Laikong also felt that it was a little unreasonable. After all, Yun Wanqing had just become a Dao master. She needed too much time to consolidate her cultivation. Read the full text. However, he forced her to interrupt this process. For a Dao master, this period of time was actually the most important time. However, Hanhua Daozuan's matter made him unable to wait with a clear conscience, so he asked again. Because of this matter, Zhang Daiqian almost fought with him again. However, what he did not expect was that Yun Wanqing had already agreed. With Yun Wanqing's promise, it was natural for things to go smoothly. As a group of people set out, Ling Laikong specially got a precious carriage. This carriage was pulled by 8 high-level demonic beasts. Moreover, the carriage itself was engraved with extremely complicated formations. When it moved, not only was it extremely fast, but it was also stable and would never shake. More importantly, this carriage's defensive power was amazing. The existence below the Tao Master level could not shake this carriage at all. Of course, if it was a freak like Zhang Daqian, who was not a Tao Master but could cause harm to a Tao Master, it would be a different story. However, the alliance of the Heaven and Earth organization naturally could not let Yun Wanqing go alone. Although she had already become a Tao Venerate, everyone knew that the cultivation technique of the Celestial Cloud sect that she cultivated was not particularly outstanding when it came to fighting. If she encountered a Tao Master at the same level, she would probably be at a disadvantage. Therefore, Zhang Daqian insisted on going with her. In addition to Zhang Daqian, another person also came, that was Yi Xingxing. In the past few years, Yi Xingxing and Jing Xingming's strength had also improved rapidly. In fact, at this time, Yi Xingxing's realm was still half a level higher than Zhang Daqian's. Zhang Daqian was only one step away from becoming a Tao Master. However, he could become a Tao Master at any time, but for some reason, he did not start. He struggled to suppress his cultivation. This time around, after he heard the news of this place, he took the initiative to volunteer to come and escort Yun Wanqing. In this way, the lineup this time was actually not weak. Yun Wanqing was a Tao Master herself. If Zhang Daqian and Yi Xingxing really went all out, they could at least stall a Tao Master. In this way, he would have the strength of 3 Tao Masters. In fact, what they didn't know was that when Yun Wanqing went this time, there was an extremely cute kitten in her arms. This kitten was extremely cute and small. She nestled in Yun Wanqing's arms and enjoyed it very much. From the outside, he looked like a harmless furball. But if someone really thought so, then they were gravely mistaken. Because he was a 2-winged heavenly tiger. In 10 years, the spirit qi in the 5 counties had changed, and so had the laws. Back then, Hou-Yi had not been able to use the power of a Grand Supreme to send 2 demonic beasts into the 5 counties and continents. But at this time, he could easily do it, so the dual-winged sky tiger naturally came over. Although Yun Wanqing's trip to the Heavenly Sage sect this time did not seem to be much trouble, in fact, it was full of danger. At the very least, according to the current development of the continent, although a Tao Master was already extremely powerful, he could not sit back and relax. After all, what if he had to face 2 or even more Tao Masters? Although Su Yan was in seclusion, he would never let his woman take such a risk. Therefore, at this time, he directly chose the safest way, which was to let the 2-winged heavenly tiger follow. The Oriole was still in the Heaven and Earth organization, his aura appearing and disappearing from time to time. In this way, other people would not have any thoughts. And if those people really wanted to attack Yun Wanqing, they would also skip the Oriole part. At that time, the 2-winged heavenly tiger might give them a big surprise. Of course, such a thing was best not to happen. Even with the demonic beast carriage, the journey this time was extremely long. After all, they could not fly at full speed, and Yun Wanqing still had to cultivate in the carriage. It was another day, and the sun was warm. If it was a few years ago, this would be a quiet afternoon. Perhaps it would be best if they could have a good sleep in their own courtyard. But now, it was definitely not the case. For humans, this was the warmest time, and so was for demonic beasts. This was the best time for those demonic beasts to move. At this moment, all the demonic beasts would appear, and then they would start to attack everywhere. The nature of demonic beasts was survival. And in order to survive, the only thing they knew how to do was to kill and hunt. Therefore, this was the best time for them to hunt and hunt with all their might. Therefore, at this time, the demonic beasts would directly move out. If they only attacked the surrounding demonic beasts, it would be fine. But at this time, the demonic beasts were already used to attacking humans. After all, this was no longer the era of beasts. Powerful demonic beasts often had a certain level of intelligence. Although they would not attack cities on a large scale like 10 years ago, it was common for them to attack villages. After such a long time, the powerful demonic beasts in human territory had either been killed or driven out, but there were always too many beasts, and it was impossible to wipe them all out. Therefore, such battles would always exist. And in fact, this was not a bad thing. After all, in such a world, if one was used to being safe, then the next moment might be death. Along the way, there were already 3 waves of demonic beasts blocking Ling Liakong's path. Of course, the result of these demonic beasts was very simple, and that was death. After walking for a while, suddenly, there was a huge tremor in front of them. At this time, the Heavenly Saint Sect's disciple in charge of opening the path at the front said impatiently, "What, are those damn beasts coming again?" To them, these demonic beasts were not valuable at all. Although killing them was easy, it was always troublesome to kill too many. But suddenly, a disciple said, "No, this time seems to be different, everyone be careful." This was a herd of demonic bulls, and the strength of the demonic bulls was much stronger than the demonic beasts in the past. Among them, the leader had even reached the dragon realm. For demonic beasts, reaching the dragon realm meant that they had already reached the point of transformation, and the increase in strength was extremely terrifying. Such a herd of bulls was definitely extremely terrifying. At this time, Gao Ziyun came to the front. Among the many disciples, his cultivation was already the strongest. At this time, it was naturally up to him to face this terrifying herd. "Ziyun, be careful." Ling Liakong's voice came. This made Gao Ziyun's heart slightly nervous. Although the trauma of being defeated by Chang Wuxin had faded, he was still very afraid of his position in Ling Liakong's heart. So this time, he must perform well. He suddenly gathered his strength, and then a powerful aura appeared. He was also a genius, or else he would not have appeared like this. Heavenly Saint Fist. When the herd of bulls came, he directly punched out, and the powerful and terrifying fist energy immediately rushed forward. The terrifying aura exploded, and it was simply unimaginable. Such power turned into a sandstorm. The power of this punch could already be seen. Moo! At this time, the leader of the demonic bulls suddenly roared. Facing such a punch, it did not retreat, and fiercely collided with the fist. He was simply courting death by behaving like this. However, at this time, the herd of bulls behind him suddenly released countless auras, and then directly poured into his body. In an instant, this demonic bull seemed to have increased by more than 3 times. At this time, his horns were releasing an unimaginably sharp light. Not good. Gao Ziyun was shocked. He did not expect such a change at this time. The powerful and terrifying energy exploded, and the aura directly poured in, almost directly crushing him. This energy was just too terrifying. His fist energy had already been broken. Damn it, how can this demonic bull's strength be so terrifying? He was extremely shocked and angry, but the powerful pressure had already arrived. If he could not break through this terrifying pressure, then when the herd of demonic bulls came to his side, it would be even more difficult for him to deal with. At this time, his fist energy gathered again. Heavenly Saint Body. His body began to release a faint golden light. He can actually use Heavenly Saint Body already? Senior brother is really amazing. At this time, the junior brothers behind him began to exclaim. Heavenly Saint Body was one of the most powerful moves in the Heavenly Saint sect, and it could increase one's strength to the extreme in an instant. When this punch directly exploded, the power was even more indescribable. Of course, it was also extremely difficult to use this move. If one's body was not strong enough, and if one's cultivation was not high enough, then the moment the golden light descended, one might be the first to collapse. Sword! Gao Ziyun shouted again, and then a golden sword light appeared out of nowhere, and then directly slashed at the herd of bulls. The power of this attack was even more terrifying and powerful than before. Such a terrifying power immediately destroyed everything, and the powerful demonic bull's aura was directly broken. Even the dozen or so demonic bulls in front died under this power. However, at this time, an extremely terrifying power suddenly appeared behind the herd of bulls. The power rushed over, and directly shattered everything. At this time, the heavenly saint sword's edge was also directly destroyed. Gao Ziyun's face immediately turned pale. At this time, the power was already in front of him. At this moment, a terrifying aura of death had already surrounded him, and this made his face turn ashen. It was also at this time that a lightning suddenly rushed out. Despicable person. It was Zhang Daqian who attacked. The lightning fist exploded, and the terrifying lightning spread out in all directions. Chapter 1174. A powerful bolt of lightning burst out. Thunder and lightning filled the air. That beam of power directly rushed out. Read the latest chapter. These two powers collided directly, and the powerful auras immediately collided violently. At this time, Ling Likong also directly stretched out his palm, and Gao Ziyun was directly caught. Master, this disciple is useless, I have embarrassed you. Gao Ziyun's face was extremely ugly at this time. On the one hand, after taking this blow, his whole face turned pale. On the other hand, it was also because he once again performed poorly in front of his master. Ling Likong said. It doesn't matter, it's not because you are too weak, but because the opponent is too strong. This is not something you can contend with at all. At this time, his eyes looked directly ahead. If it weren't for Zhang Daqian's sudden action just now, he would have been a bit hasty to save Gao Ziyun. Even if Gao Ziyun survived in the end, he would have been seriously injured. For him, such a thing was simply unforgivable. He almost directly attacked and killed the opponent. But at this time, Zhang Daqian had already made a move, so he stopped. After all, his relationship with Zhang Daqian was really not good now. Since he was already Zhang Daqian's prey, he really couldn't intervene. At this moment, the auras of the two people began to directly collide, and the huge power at this time has reached a terrifying level. Under the power of these two people, the herd of demon cows died one after another. Take a good look. This is a great opportunity for all of you, he said calmly at this moment. Gao Ziyun immediately felt relieved when he heard that his master didn't blame him. At this time, as Ling Likong said, he focused his attention on the battlefield of the two powerhouses. When Yun Wanqing was transcending her tribulation that day, he also saw Su Yan's almost godlike terrifying means, so the little bit of pride in his heart had already disappeared at this time. He clearly knew that in this world, the strong were always respected. If he wasn't strong enough, then no matter what he said, it was useless. So at this time, his mentality has been calmed down a little. At this time, every punch of Zhang Daqian's at this time, there would be an extremely terrifying lightning flash. The power of the lightning was so strong that it was terrifying to the extreme. His heavenly saint fist art from before was also extremely powerful. In terms of subtlety, it was definitely better than Zhang Daqian's lightning fist, but at this time, it could be clearly seen that the gap between the two of them was absolutely huge. That was a fundamental difference. The difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Boundless power moved slowly, and the violent aura was also extremely powerful. Between heaven and earth, all the auras seemed to be revolving around the two of them and changing. Such power was simply shocking. This Zhang Daqian is so powerful. The disciples exclaimed in their hearts. At this time, Ling Likong said, "Humph, I know you are all proud and arrogant. You think that our heavenly saint sect is already the #1 sect in the eastern land of the 5 monarchs continent, so naturally, we are incomparably powerful and no one can compare with us. Let me tell you, that's just a joke. The so-called #1 sect is because we have accumulated a lot of resources and we have the most number of Tao masters. However, this is only temporary. The world is changing, and dragons and snakes are rising. If you don't even know this, then what awaits you next time may be death. Do you understand? He directly questioned in a cold voice. Those disciples dared not answer at this time, because they knew that what their master said was right. Earlier, they had indeed been too arrogant. But in fact, the strength of the sect was not something they could show off, but something they should work hard to protect. Only when their strength became stronger and stronger could they really maintain the glory of the Heavenly Saint sect. Zhang Daqian was already boiling at this time, because this master who suddenly appeared was more powerful than he had imagined. This was an expert at the level of Tao Master. Zhang Daqian's last battle record was to retreat safely in front of a Tao Master. That was why he was famous all over the world. But for Zhang Daqian, this was absolutely not enough. Because he knew clearly that this was definitely not his end, but just a starting point. He had already seen the real mountain and knew how powerful Su Yan was. With such a goal, how could he be complacent? If he narrowed his eyes because of his current achievements, then he would be a failure. The reason why an expert was powerful was not because of his cultivation at this moment, but because he knew how to treat and face himself correctly and make his cultivation more terrifying. If he couldn't recognize this, then it would be a tragedy. Therefore, this time, after meeting a venerable, his fighting spirit was completely raised. A powerful force was directly displayed. It seems that he has a good whetstone this time. At this time, Yi Xingxing spoke. He knew Zhang Daqian best. His strength could be improved so quickly over the years because of Zhang Daqian. Zhang Daqian was too desperate. His strength was constantly improving, and in his opinion, if he didn't work hard enough, he would be surpassed. Therefore, his strength had increased very quickly. Ling Likong said, "Yes, he is indeed a genius, but Brother Yi is even more so." Ling Likong was greatly affirming Yi Xingxing. He was more aware of Yi Xingxing's strength. Yi Xingxing said, "Compared to you, he is too weak." The person in front of him was the existence of the four heavenly kings, on par with his brother. Yi Xingxing was a disciple of the Pagoda sect, so he had a very deep understanding of the Divine Secret Pavilion. He knew that since the Divine Secret Pavilion had such a deduction, it would not be without reason. The Divine Secret Pavilion had been extremely mysterious since ancient times. They controlled the changes of the Divine Secret Pavilion. Although they had always been very low-key, as long as one was a powerful sect, they would not dare to underestimate them. Especially the Divine Secret Elder, who was known as the person closest to the heavenly Tao. His judgment would never be wrong. Although at this time, there was a limit to Ling Liakong's strength, and they might be able to fight with him after they became Tao Masters. But in fact, this was not the case. Neither of them continued to speak, but radiated their divine thoughts around. Their main purpose was to protect Yun Wanqing. At this time, Zhang Daqian had already forced his opponent to come out. His opponent was a strange black-clothed man. He was not tall, almost the size of a child. However, there was an extremely powerful force hidden within his body. Zhang Daqian's fist technique was indeed fierce and terrifying. At this time, he had not become a Tao Master, so naturally, he could not operate the space at will. But he bombarded his thunder fist to every corner of the surrounding. He even vaguely set up a thunder network. This network spread out, leaving this strange little man with nowhere to hide. He could only fight with him head-on. A venerable was naturally powerful, but it was simply crazy for him to fight against a Tao Master. But Zhang Daqian was like this. He needed to achieve and prove himself in this difficult and terrible battle. He exerted all his strength, and the terrifying aura was so overbearing at this time. You're really hiding your head but showing your tail. In that case, let me see your true face. Zhang Daqian snorted coldly, and at the same time, he attacked again with his thunder fist. At this time, the small eye under the black robe suddenly shot out a scarlet brilliance. The brilliance came so suddenly that Zhang Daqian was shocked at first, and then he immediately realized that something was wrong. This power gave him a huge impact. If he did not handle it well, he was afraid that he would die this time. Although he was extremely arrogant, he was extremely vigilant. After judging that the enemy was an extremely dangerous existence, he dared not to relax so easily. Thunder light. The long thunder light came directly in front of him like a water curtain. The terrifying aura directly invaded at this time, and the powerful force flickered at this time. The scarlet brilliance fell directly into the thunder light, and immediately caused a huge explosion. Such a change of aura was simply terrifying to the extreme. Zhang Daqian retreated more than 100 feet before he stopped. But as soon as he stopped, an extremely dangerous feeling rushed towards him. Good. In the battle just now, he was showing his powerful strength. Although it seemed that he had suppressed the opponent, he knew very well that the opponent did not take him seriously at all. The opponent was just trying his best to play with him. It seemed that the suppression was just a facade. The opponent did not make a move, which meant that he was at ease. Although he was very confident in himself, he also knew that it was impossible for a Tao master to be so suppressed by him that he did not even have the strength to resist. So there was only one explanation, that was, the opponent was playing with him. At this moment, the other party had finally made a move. This meant that he could no longer be as relaxed as before and act as if nothing mattered. The opponent had begun to attack, so the pressure on him would definitely increase, and even make him extremely dangerous. But it did not matter, because this was the real battle. Zhang Daqian's brilliance flashed, and then he fled directly into the distance. He could lead the guy to the distance. "You go first, don't wait for me," Zhang Daqian said directly. Ling Likong looked at Zhang Daqian's behavior and felt a little uneasy. In fact, it was reckless of him to act like this. At this time, he came to protect Zhang Daqian, but Zhang Daqian had already left. Chapter 1175. Forget it, let him be. Fengyun Reading Network. At this moment, Yi Xingxing spoke directly. 10 years might not be a long time, but it was not short either. It was enough for the two of them to become good friends. Because they had become good friends, they understood each other better. He clearly knew that with Zhang Daqian's character. At this time, there was no way he would back down. Unless Yun Wanqing spoke up, or Yun Wanqing was in danger, he would never turn back. For Zhang Daqian, it was extremely rare for him to have the opportunity to fight such a strong opponent. After all, although supremacies had begun to appear, it was still too rare. They were still the top combat power. Of course, at this time, he did not dare to relax. Because he could see that this was definitely not a coincidence. Tao masters were not cabbages that could be found easily. At this time, a Tao master appeared here, naturally for Yun Wanqing or their group. However, that group of people was too scary. This time, they were extremely careful in their trip. But unexpectedly, the news was still leaked out. This meant that there was a spy in their group. However, they did not know who this person was. If this person was only a member of the Heaven and Earth Organization or the Sound of Thunder sect, then even if they knew that they were leaving at this time, they would not know their specific route. Thinking about it, this person must be in their group. However, the identity of this person was a problem. This made Ling Liakong's heart tremble. When he thought that there was such a stunning beauty among the people who were acting with him, he felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. Of course, at this time, they still continued to hurry. At this time, the Tao Master level expert had been blocked by Zhang Daqian. However, he could not guarantee that there would not be unforeseen events. For example, more Tao Masters would appear. The demonic beast treasure carriage moved at full speed. However, at this moment, a golden light suddenly appeared in front of them. The golden light changed, and at this moment, it turned into a mountain range. A terrifying power appeared, and that huge shadow stood upright between heaven and earth. Everything had been sealed off. Holy Flame Tao Master, please make a move, Yi Xingxing said directly. When Ling Laikong heard Yi Xingxing's words, a trace of displeasure flashed across his heart. He understood what Yi Xingkong meant. He was afraid of him. The sudden appearance of the golden light was extremely powerful. However, Yi Xingkong was no match for it. However, he didn't ask me to do it as well. Instead, he asked me to do it myself. He was afraid that he would harm Yun Wanqing after he left. Although this was indeed an understandable matter, it still made him feel unhappy in his heart. However, since there was nothing wrong with it, he naturally couldn't say anything. The few of you must protect Venerable Cloud well. If anything happens, you will be held responsible. After Holy Flame Ling Laikong finished speaking, he turned into a stream of light and left. Yi Xingxing's eyes were calm as he said, "Let's keep going." This was the second Dao Master expert to show up. This confirmed that it couldn't be a coincidence. Someone was definitely behind this. Therefore, they could not stay here. They could only advance even faster. However, before they could even move, another dark shadow descended upon them. You want to leave? You'd better come back with us. That shadow was like a huge fishing net, about to envelop all of them. Galaxy Sword, heaven is not lonely. At this moment, Yi Xingkong suddenly condensed his power and directly released an extremely terrifying aura. In an instant, starlight rose in the darkness. The intense radiance was vividly displayed at this moment. The powerful and biting cold aura was particularly dazzling and conspicuous at this time. The two forces collided directly, but it caused a drastic change in the sky. The residual light was endless and the darkness was even thicker. Such power was terrifying. The person who attacked was undoubtedly a Dao Master. Although Yi Xingkong was not a Dao Master, his combat strength had reached this level. Miss Yun, don't worry. As long as I'm here, I will never let you be disturbed. His power was raised to the extreme in an instant. However, the powerful aura had no effect on the people around him. Instead, it directly impacted the world. The starlight was getting stronger and stronger. The powerful aura seemed to have become an unimaginable song at this moment. The two forces directly began to fight at this time. Which scoundrel dares to cause trouble in the eastern land? Yi Xingxing's power was already extremely strong. Such a strike was simply earth-shattering. At this moment, his question had turned into sword chi and rushed into the world. Yi Xingkong's cultivation had reached such a level that he could turn his will and his voice into sword chi and directly attack the heavens. Even if the darkness was endless, with such power, there would be a time when it would be destroyed. Moreover, the world could not be truly endless. The violent sword chi continued to soar. At this time, the dark sky was also constantly changing. Yi Xingkong, Pagoda Sect. You're really powerful. The voice was illusory. However, there was contempt in his words. Presumptuous. Yi Xingkong naturally felt the contempt in his words. He was a disciple of the Pagoda Sect and naturally valued the glory of the Pagoda Sect. Over the years, the Pagoda Sect's strength had been increasing day by day. At this time, their power was even more thoroughly displayed. In the battles with several other places, they had displayed extremely powerful strength. Although they were not ranked first among the sects in the eastern land. However, no one dared to underestimate their strength. Yi Xingkong was already extremely terrifying. His elder brother had already been included as one of the 4 heavenly kings and could stand side by side with Su Yan. The people of the Divine Secret Pavilion's assertion was definitely not based on their current strength, but on their future. They seemed to be able to see everything clearly, so there was no need to doubt their words. At this time, Yi Xingkong's sword chi connected bit by bit. In the darkness, starlight shone brightly. At this time, the starlight was so powerful that it was terrifying. It was as if the starlight was the theme that would never change. Everything else, under such starlight, was nothing more than passing clouds and smoke. It was nothing at all. Such power was simply incomparably shocking. At this moment, there were even cracks appearing on the dark sky canopy. This was an extremely terrifying change. However, at this time, the dark sky began to change dramatically. Suddenly, a pattern appeared in the darkness. It was a head. Of course, it was not a human head, but a cat's. A 9-live civet cat. The moment that terrifying shadow took shape, an extremely terrifying brilliance flashed and a sharp aura directly cut down. Such a change was simply unimaginable. When such a claw fell, everything between heaven and earth was annihilated. Just how frightening and terrifying was this? That was why everything was changing at this moment. An endless aura continued to rise. In the light, there was an indescribable terrifying howl. It was a direct impact on one's spirit and even one's soul. Yi Xingkong was naturally immune to such an impact. However, the few Dragon Realm experts of the Celestial Sage sect could not do so. Not to mention these Dragon Realm experts, even supremacies would find it difficult to resist. Not good. Yi Xingkong's heart trembled. He already knew this guy's plan, which was to use the people behind him to distract him. This was really hateful. Although they were all disciples of the Celestial Sage sect, they were his allies at this time. No matter what, he could not ignore them. However, at this time, a faint cloud suddenly appeared in the demonic beast treasure carriage. The cloud was thin and very hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. But the moment the cloud appeared, all the attacks were unable to do anything to it. Fellow Taoist Yi, just focus on the enemy. A beautiful and elegant voice sounded. It was Yun Wanqing. She made a move at this time. Yi Xingkong nodded, but he was actually extremely angry because he said that he would protect Yun Wanqing from being disturbed. However, Yun Wanqing had no choice but to make a move now. He didn't care about his reputation. What he was mainly worried about was whether Yun Wanqing's actions would affect her own situation. After all, this was an unusual time for her. Of course, there was no point in saying this now. He turned his gaze directly. His gaze seemed to have turned into the starry sky, directly piercing through the darkness. Under his gaze, the darkness gradually retreated and then returned to its original state. A huge cat stood upright in the sky. No, this could no longer be described as a cat. Even a fierce tiger was not worth mentioning in front of him. 9-live civet cat. He was 9-live civet cat, an extremely terrifying genius who had just risen among the demonic beasts of the western wilderness. His bloodline was noble, and he was the descendant of the ancient heaven-devouring cat. His strength was also unparalleled. Over the years, 9-live civet cat had killed many human experts. Whether it was the experts of the eastern land or the people of the demon Dao in the southern region, many experts had died in his hands. However, at this time, he actually appeared here. Yi Xingkong's face became a little serious. He knew that this was definitely an extremely terrifying enemy. Ha ha ha, Yun Wanqing, come with us. Don't worry, we won't treat you badly. 9-live civet cat said, and his huge claws directly clawed downward. At this moment, the shadow appeared again. Get out of my way. At this time, Yi Xingkong's strength was displayed again. His aura increased again. At this time, he had vaguely reached the edge of a Dao master. Chapter 1176. Before this, Yi Xingxing had been suppressing his strength. Latest chapter to read. But now, he knew that he could no longer suppress his strength. If the 9-live civet cat was here, it could only mean one thing. The appearance of those D*MN monsters meant that they were not just putting on a show this time. Instead, they wanted to be serious. In fact, after Yun Wanqing became a Dao master, those powerful Dao masters could sense it. A Dao master was an existence that had condensed a Dao seal. Unknowingly, they had a place in the destiny. Yun Wanqing's combat strength was not strong. This was known to all Dao masters. But there was one thing that could not be denied, and that was her recovery ability. The power of his healing was too terrifying. After she became a Dao master, the fog skill had been pushed to the extreme. Although it could not bring the dead back to life, it was not far from it. At this level, the effect it could produce was much more terrifying. The Tianji elder of the Tianji pavilion was among the humans, and he could know the changes of fate. But there were also such existences among the demonic beasts. Legend had it that the ancestor of the Black Tortoise tribe was born to no destiny. Although he had always been dormant and had never shown his strength. But when he really showed his strength, it was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, his calculation ability was comparable to the old man of heavenly secrets. The demonic beasts in the western wilderness, except for the 4 demon kings. In fact, the ancient demon shrine was behind them. It was an extremely terrifying force, and it was the top existence. After all, it was a powerful force that had produced a demon god. At this moment, between heaven and earth, the wind was blowing and the clouds were surging. All the changes were gathering at this moment. That powerful and terrifying strength had reached an unimaginable level. The 9 live civet cat's claws fell again. It was also somewhat afraid of Yi Xingxing. Yi Xingxing was not like Zhang Daqian, who constantly hunted and challenged in the western wilderness. However, he was slightly stronger than Zhang Daqian. And he was from the Stupa sect. Part of the Stupa sect's inheritance had been lost, and it was not as powerful as it was in the ancient times. But it was still an extremely terrifying sect. Its foundation was deep and indescribable. As one of the outstanding disciples, he definitely wouldn't be bad. Ripping claw. The claw mark continued to split open in the sky. A terrifying power was constantly operating, and an extremely dense aura was constantly spreading out. At this time, Yi Xingxing's sword qi could no longer dominate. As the light flickered, his power began to be suppressed. At this moment, Yi Xingkong was extremely passive because he did not dare to use his full strength. On his side, there were only 3 people who were at the level of Dao Master. They were himself, Holy Flame Ling Laikong, and Zhang Daqian. But now, Zhang Daqian and Ling Laikong were being held back. And the person closest to Yun Wanqing was him. He did not think that they were here for Yun Wanqing. If anything happened to Yun Wanqing at this time, he did not know how to explain it. Therefore, he didn't want to be too far away from Yun Wanqing's battle, nor did he want his attention to leave Yun Wanqing. Ha ha ha, Yi Xingkong, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why have you become a coward now? You don't even dare to use your strength? How ridiculous. The 9 live civet's ripping claw fell one after another. Every scratch was able to cause a little space ripple. Such an aura was simply terrifying to the extreme. However, Yi Xingkong was still suffering and did not know how to deal with it at this time. Yi Xingkong, fight with all your strength. Don't be distracted. At this time, Yun Wanqing's voice sounded again. Yi Xingkong felt ashamed in his heart. Back then, he was shocked when he saw Yun Wanqing. He was so arrogant that he even wanted Yun Wanqing to marry him. Of course, after experiencing changes and growth in the past 10 years, his temperament had already changed. However, because of this, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt towards Yun Wanqing. It was not love, but a kind of affection and protection. At this time, Yun Wanqing's situation was not good, and Su Yan was not here. It was time for him to show his strength and protect Yun Wanqing. However, at this time, he realized that his strength was not enough. This 9 live civet was very strong. It was so strong that he might not be able to defeat it even if he used all his strength. But at this time, he couldn't focus all of his attention on this. At this time, when he heard Yun Wanqing's words, his heart calmed down a little. Because Yun Wanqing said so, it meant that his condition was not bad at this time. Sect Master Yun, are you really alright? He still wanted to confirm this once more. Yun Wanqing said, I'm fine. My condition has stabilized, so don't worry and fight. After getting Yun Wanqing's promise, Yi Xingxing finally put aside all the worries in his heart. Then, let's fight. At this time, 12 cold lights suddenly appeared outside his body. When those few rays of light appeared, his entire aura underwent a huge change. It wasn't that his aura was strong or weak, but that it was a change in his very nature. His entire aura was transforming at this moment. Meow, Yi Xingxing, you want to become a Tao master at this time. You're courting death. The 9 live civet directly shouted at this time. That was the most terrifying sound. The cat's long cry was extremely mournful. Even among ordinary people, there was a saying that cats could understand the 9 underworlds. This was not without reason. Ordinary cats had a kind of invisible perception. And cats with the bloodline of the demon clan were even more so. At this time, the 9 live civet, a terrifying great demon, could directly borrow the power of the 9 underworlds to fight. Of course, borrowing such power to fight was also a burden for him. In fact, his ripping claw was already extremely powerful. Even a venerable would be a little surprised when facing it. However, Yi Xingxing's swordsmanship was extremely magical and even terrifying. His sword qi contained the power of the starry sky. The incomparably vast power of the starry sky was able to completely dissolve everything. In this way, his power could continue to improve and even strengthen. At this moment, his power was rolling. He had started to become a Tao master. At this moment, Yi Xingxing would become extremely powerful. Because at this time, the power of heaven and earth would have a reaction to him. When that feeling directly hit his body, then everything in this world would flow along with it. The Tao seal of a Tao master was not a child's play. Heaven and earth had no thoughts, and all laws followed the heart. The power of Tao would be the greatest sublimation at this time. To put it bluntly, even if he completely became a Tao master, he would not be so powerful at this time. However, the power of heaven and earth would decline at the extreme. The most powerful time was also the weakest time. Because at this time, he would face the heavenly tribulation. The heavenly tribulation, the tribulation of heaven and earth. Forming the Tao seal was to steal the origin of heaven and earth, which was the foundation of heaven. The origin of all laws was heaven and earth. Why did cultivators go against heaven? It was because heaven and earth did not allow it. Therefore, the heavenly tribulation would fall. If one was not strong enough but tried to pry into the foundation of heaven and earth, even if he had just started, he would be destroyed by heaven and earth. If there were enemies at this time, it would be a tribulation of man. The heavenly tribulation of man was extremely terrifying. Yi Xingxing's action could be said to be crazy. Of course, it was also a kind of disregard. He felt that he was fully capable of surviving the heavenly tribulation, so he was so arrogant. He did not take the 9 live civet seriously. He was the 9 live civet cat. He was the most talented demon beast after the demon snake king, the white ant demon king, the golden condor demon king, and the flying locust emperor. Even the black tortoise ancestor praised him. The black tortoise ancestor was an extremely mysterious existence in the ancient demon shrine. To be able to gain his approval, the 9 live civet's current battle strength and future growth were worthy of recognition. Many human experts had died in his hands. There was a very promising expert in the heavenly sage sect who was killed by him. But now, he was ignored by Yi Xingxing. How could he tolerate this? He was a proud and arrogant existence. The demon clan was full of wild nature, and it was even more so at this time. His cry was more majestic than the tiger's roar. The sharp power seemed to pierce directly into the soul. This was the 9 nether roar. A mysterious and unfathomable power was about to suppress the starlight that filled the sky. Buddha's boundless, heaven and earth are boundless. At this time, Yi Xingxing directly used the power of the Buddha's sect. Mystical rays of light began to appear one after another. Vaguely, it formed a terrifying statue. The moment the statue appeared, an incomparably terrifying power descended upon them. At this moment, the terrifying yet extraordinary divine radiance had reached an unimaginable level. Therefore, all the aura began to boil at this time. And also at this moment, the power of thunder began to condense. His heavenly tribulation of Tao's sovereign had finally begun. Humph, 9 lives civet, your claws are stained with human blood. Since you are in front of me today, I can't let you leave peacefully. Yi Xingxing was currently in the process of breaking through to the Tao's sovereign level. At this time, he was full of vigor, and his aura had transformed to the extreme. Powerful forces surged at this time, and the terrifying brilliance reached its peak at this moment. At this time, the intense brilliance between heaven and earth continued to rumble. The powerful forces almost directly enveloped the 9 lives civet. Yi Xingxing, you are too arrogant. You want to involve me in your heavenly tribulation and use the power of the heavenly tribulation to deal with me, but don't you know that doing so will only make the heavenly tribulation more terrifying? You are courting death. The 9 lives civet's hair stood on end at this time. Chapter 1177. Who would not fear the might of the heavenly tribulation? No pop-up window. Even though he had already become a demon venerable, it was still the same. After all, no matter how powerful a cultivator was, he still existed in heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, 9 lives Tanuki, you've already become a demon venerable. How can you be afraid and seek your own death? Humph, what a joke. Take this, Buddha's infinite divine sword. Yi Xingxing suddenly channeled his power, and a terrifying sword aura appeared in the sky. The sword aura soared and whistled in the sky. At this time, the violent power was even more powerful to the extreme, and a huge sword intent appeared. Even in the sky full of thunder and lightning, the power of this sword was violent and terrifying. It was as if even the heavens could not compare to this power. Such a terrifying aura could truly be called legendary. This divine sword was the shadow of the Buddha's sect's supreme divine sword. No one knew where the Buddha's divine sword was at this moment. But at this moment, the unpredictable power was constantly flashing. Rays of light and shadow were constantly changing, and the terrifying power had reached its peak. The Buddha's divine sword was also extremely terrifying. It was even more powerful than the Taixing divine sword. The Taixing divine sword was only a subdivine sword and did not have its own spirit. But the Buddha's divine sword was not. It was a sword with its own spirit, just like the God-slaying sword and the frost jade. If anyone could control this sword, they would be able to display their true power. Even if they could not kill gods and immortals, they would be unstoppable in conquering the world. The Buddha's infinite divine sword of the Buddha's sect was a technique that was directly visualized with this sword as the basis. Legend had it that if someone could cultivate this sword technique to its peak, they would be able to summon this sword from the mysterious void. Although no one had ever been able to prove this point, no one who had rebelled against the Buddha's sect would doubt it. Yi Xingxing's brother, Yi Kongxing, had once summoned a trace of this sword during a battle with the Flying Locust King, one of the 4 demon kings. He then slashed down with all his might, and instantly exterminated the Flying Locust King's countless demonic insects. Not only that, but even the Flying Locust King himself was directly injured. From this, it could be seen how terrifying that sword was. Of course, Yi Xingxing couldn't reach the same level as his older brother. However, he was at the critical juncture of his breakthrough, so the attack he condensed with all his strength was naturally extremely powerful. At this moment, that power was continuously attacking. Sword chi fell, and the void trembled. The 9 lives civet cat screamed again. Ghost of Netherworld, Fire Candle Scripture. Netherworld's aura surged. The thunder heaven was the existence of the purest yang in the world, while the netherworld was the purest yin. At this moment, the two forces immediately clashed. Violent energy surged like a storm, constantly sweeping through the area. The changes in the sky had reached the most terrifying stage. Sword chi, lightning, netherworld. Such a battle could be said to be incomparably thrilling. Evildoer, you shall die here today. His power continued to surge, and his aura became extremely powerful. Now that he had gone all out, he did not pay any attention to Yun Wanqing at all. However, the more this was the case, the more he wanted to kill his opponent with the thunderbolt force. That was why he chose to break through to the Dao Master level at this time. He was still a little worried about Yun Wanqing. Since these evildoers from the western wilderness had already made their move, they would do whatever it took. Ha, Yixingxing, I already understand. You're going all out because you want to defeat me quickly. Are you worried about Yun Wanqing? The 9-live civet cat suddenly screamed, and then he actually exposed Yixingxing's thoughts. At this moment, Yixingxing was silent, and he did not pay attention to this guy's words at all. He clearly knew that he could not be led by this guy's rhythm at this time. Since he had made up his mind to do something, he had to finish it. Only when he finished it would he think about other things. That was the right way to go. If he could not do that, he would be distracted while doing it, and the result would be even worse. At this moment, all the forces between heaven and earth began to emit the most terrifying light. The 9-live civet cat's counterattack began. You still chose to kill me under the heavenly tribulation. Humph, do you really think I'm so easy to bully? Then I'll kill you. At this moment, his body expanded again, and his demonic aura filled the sky. At the same time, he said, Yixingxing, I'm not afraid to tell you that your worries are not bad. This time, it's not just the 3 of us who came. There are also experts coming. That woman will definitely go with the demon race today. The 9-live civet cat obviously saw that Yixingxing cared about Yun Wanqing, so his words were full of provocation. It had to be said that he had achieved his goal. Yixingxing was indeed distracted. At this moment, the earth shook. Then, a huge shadow appeared. The moment the shadow appeared, it was already considered to have covered the sky. Endless black gas filled this part of the world. That black gas was a terrible poison. As soon as they were touched by the black gas, all the plants and trees withered. The Demon Snake King. Yixingxing was shocked. He had already seen that it was the Demon Snake King. The Demon God King and the 9-headed demon snake of the ancient demon god temple were of the same origin, but the direction of evolution was different. It had an extremely terrible poison. In many battles, human cultivators had died in its territory, and they had died on a large scale. This was an extremely terrifying and dreadful existence. And now, this terrible guy had appeared. Ha ha ha, you're facing the heavenly tribulation, and you want to deal with me. At this time, you still dare to be distracted. Yixingxing, you're really powerful. The 9-live civet cat was extremely proud. Regardless of the outcome of the battle between him and Yixingxing, just based on the situation alone, Yixingxing was in an extremely bad situation. At this time, his mind was already in a mess. Under the heavenly tribulation, if one's mind was in a mess, it was a dangerous thing to do. Activate the universe. At this moment, Yun Wanqing's voice sounded again. At this moment, the fog became thicker. The fog directly filled the entire space, as if everything was supposed to be shrouded in fog. And under this fog, the black gas was suppressed little by little. Her aura increased again. At this moment, a ray of light spread out. At this moment, even the plants that had withered were revived at this moment. Hiss, cloudy mist skill. A hoarse and low voice sounded. It was the Demon Snake King. He immediately recognized that this was Yun Wanqing's cloudy mist skill. This cloudy mist skill was indeed worthy of its reputation. At this time, it even had the ability to turn something rotten into something magical. Those who had clearly lost their vitality and died could be revived at this time. This ability was not simple. It should be known that the poisonous gas was not ordinary. It was refined by the Demon Snake King's own poison sac. It was extremely poisonous and terrifying. Even a Tao master would not feel good if he was injured by this poison. However, once the cloudy mist skill was used, the poison was removed, and the creatures were even revived. This showed that Yun Wanqing's cloudy mist skill was powerful. If this woman is allowed to live, she will be a great threat to us demonic beasts. There were many demonic beasts with high bloodline talent, but there were also many heavenly talents of the human clan. Usually, there would be casualties in battles, but at this time, Yun Wanqing appeared. It would be a nightmare if those heavenly talents who were supposed to be dead survived. Since she was a heavenly talent, she was naturally extraordinary. After experiencing a life-and-death disaster, she might not be able to recover, but might even be able to go further. In the long run, the scales of victory would tilt towards the human clan. Therefore, no matter what, Yun Wanqing could not continue to live. This time, the order of the ancient demon shrine was to take Yun Wanqing away, but if they could not capture her alive, they would kill her on the spot. At that time, the demon snake king thought that there was no need to mobilize so many people for a human woman. But from the looks of it, he felt that the number of experts who came this time was not enough. At this moment, he began to transform. His huge body disappeared, and then he became a small snake more than a meter long. At this moment, he rushed towards the demonic beast's treasure carriage at an extremely terrifying speed. Feeling the terrifying majesty of the demon snake king, those demonic beasts were already trembling at this time. How could they drive the carriage again? The demon snake king was extremely fast. That was the method of spatial flickering. Before Yun Wanqing, those in the dragon realm were not in his eyes. In his eyes, these human experts were just food that could be killed at any time. Woman, it's better for you to die. The snake shadow pounced to kill. But at this moment, another light suddenly shot out from the carriage. Scram! As soon as he said those words, a terrifying claw appeared. This claw was very similar to the 9 Lives Civet's ripping claw, but its power was definitely more powerful. Such power surged, and as the claw flashed, it actually directly pressed down on the demon snake king. What the hell? Although the demon snake king had shrunk his body to the same size as an ordinary snake, his power did not change. Instead, his speed was greatly increased. Such an attack was even more powerful than a sword expert's fatal strike. But at this time, he was directly pressed down. He looked with his snake eyes and saw a little yellow cat pressing down on him with a claw. Hiss, you're courting death. Poisonous gas directly whistled, seeping out from every one of his scales. The demon snake king's terrifying part was his terrifying poison. Naturally, it was impossible for an ordinary kitten to be able to press him down. Moreover, at this moment, he actually felt powerless, which showed how powerful the opponent was. Chapter 1178. However, as the king of demon gods, how could he be willing to be saved by a cat that came out of nowhere? Read the full text. Therefore, he immediately released his poison. Humph, can your poison hurt me? But this thing is too dirty. Get out of here. The kitten directly slapped the king of demon snakes, and his body was directly sent flying. On his forehead, there was even a scratch mark. Even a Tao master would find it extremely difficult to break through his scale defense, but in this short moment, it had already been scratched open. The king of demon snakes directly revealed his true body. You're courting death. I'm going to kill all of you. He roared angrily. Ha ha ha, the king of demon snakes actually suffered a loss. Yi Xingxing naturally saw the previous scene. When the devil snake king attacked, he really panicked. He almost lost his mind, and almost fell into a state of devil's cultivation deviation. But he didn't expect that there was such a powerful existence by Yun Wanqing's side. No wonder Yun Wanqing was so indifferent, as if she didn't care about all of this at all. At this time, even if the king of demon snakes showed his true body, he was no longer worried. Instead, he focused on dealing with the existence in front of him. 9 Lives Civet. I don't care about them. Now I just want to kill you to prove my Tao. He once again rushed towards the 9 lives civet. After the king of demon snakes showed his true body, although his aura skyrocketed, looking at the inconspicuous kitten in front of him, he didn't dare to act rashly, as if he had met his natural enemy. You're also a demon beast. Why are you protecting humans? Come back quickly. With your strength, you'll definitely be appreciated by the ancient demon shrine, the king of demon snakes said directly. Are you done with your nonsense? If so, then you can get out of my way. At this time, the double-winged sky tiger began to reveal his true body. Powerful and terrible majesty directly spread out at this time. The double-winged sky tiger had broken through to the holy beast realm a long time ago. Over the years, he had been cultivating by Su Yan's side. However, many people knew that he was the Oriole, but the double-winged sky tiger had never been known. The moment his aura was revealed at this time, it simply shocked the king of demon snakes. To him, the powerful aura was like facing his natural enemy. This was an extremely terrifying feeling. His body trembled incessantly, and even breathing became difficult for his huge body. Damn it! How could this be? How could this be? His body trembled incessantly. Even now, he still could not believe that the double-winged divine tiger could display such terrifying strength. That powerful aura kept pressuring him. They were both demon venerables at the holy beast level, but the winged sky tiger's strength was clearly above his. Tell me, why did you side with the humans? He roared. In his opinion, this was simply a betrayal of his bloodline. Enough nonsense. Don't you know? Your nonsense is very noisy. I know there's another powerful existence here. Stop hiding and come out. The double-winged sky tiger roared again. His aura was so powerful and terrifying that it directly crushed out at this moment. At this moment, an aged voice sounded. I really didn't expect that Su Yan's demon pet would have such terrifying strength. No wonder he's one of the 4 heavenly kings evaluated by the Tianji Pavilion. No wonder he's a human who was praised by the Xuanwu Grand Elder. In an instant, the mountains shook as if everything was about to collapse at this time. Then, a huge ant appeared. It was a pure white ant that looked like it was carved out of white jade. It was just that this ant was really huge, even bigger than the double-winged sky tiger. That was the white ant demon king. At this time, it was a huge golden eagle that was fighting with Holy Flame Ling Laikong. That was the golden eagle demon king. This time, 3 of the 4 demon kings of the demon clan had come. In addition, there was a demon venerable like the 9 lives civet cat. Such a lineup was just for Yun Wanqing. The demon clan would do this because they valued Yun Wanqing. In order to be able to take Yun Wanqing away, this time it could be said that they had put in a lot of effort. That terrifying power was simply unimaginable. The thick aura was so terrifying and violent. At this time, between heaven and earth, the demon chi was constantly rising and entrenched. The white ant demon king said, Double-winged sky tiger, your bloodline is powerful. If you return, your future will be limitless. Even the Xuanwu Grand Elder can personally guide you. Don't be stubborn. They originally thought that such a lineup was enough. But they did not expect that there would be a double-winged sky tiger. This gave them no advantage at this time. While they were talking, Yun Wanqing had already appeared. She lightly floated to the head of the double-winged sky tiger and then looked at the 2 huge demon beasts in front of her. At this time, Yun Wanqing was no longer the same as before. Now, she was also a Dao master expert. Putting aside her battle prowess, her cloud mist technique was already extremely terrifying. When she and the double-winged sky tiger worked together, their combat strength was needless to say, it must be extremely terrifying. In this case, where would they have the slightest advantage? Well, I've already said, cut the crap. Humph, if you want to come, then come. Between the demon clan, there is no need for so much nonsense. Everything is decided by strength. I just happen to be able to devour 2 powerful demon beasts to make my strength stronger. The double-winged sky tiger spoke without any mercy. His power was constantly flashing at this time, and a terrifying aura was displayed at this time. It was full of provocation. He had directly demonstrated his determination with his actions. If that's the case, then you are a traitor of the demon clan. The demon snake king said directly. The double-winged sky tiger roared, "Idiot, that's just your will, it has nothing to do with me. Either get lost or die." A terrifying storm began to blow. That was the most terrifying aura, the wind tiger. And the double-winged sky tiger was the master of the storm. That extremely berserk energy surged out at this moment. The powerful aura was truly terrifying beyond compare. The collision of demon chi unfolded. Such power directly affected the surroundings. The double-winged sky tiger's terrifying strength was directly displayed at this time. 4 great demon kings? With just the 2 of you, you're still far from enough. Since the battle had already begun, the double-winged sky tiger would not be polite. His power directly rose at this time. Violent and terrifying power, at this moment, had reached an extremely powerful realm. Powerful, a power without limit. At this time, Yun Wanqing did not display her power at all. At this time, it was the double-winged sky tiger's power alone. He suppressed everything with his power alone. His demon chi rolled, as if there was no limit to it. Damn, this guy, how can he be so powerful? The demon snake king and the termite demon king had this thought almost at the same time. As the first powerful demon beast to become a demon venerable, they were naturally extremely terrifying. In the past 10 years, their fierce reputation was extremely prominent, and even the Tao masters of the human clan had died at their hands. But at this time, the power of the 2 demon kings was suppressed by the double-winged sky tiger alone. How could they not be shocked by such strength? That's why I said that you're just a group of short-sighted people. You actually want to talk about the fate of the demon clan. You're simply idiots. The double-winged sky tiger suddenly roared, and the storm became more violent, directly turning this place into a world of storms. Vaguely, the storm had even turned into a boundary, enveloping and suppressing everything in the surroundings. Such strength and power were almost incomparably domineering. The battle between the 9-tailed civet cat and Yi Xingxing was extremely fierce. But compared to this, what was that worth? This was a battle between 3 extremely powerful demon kings. The power of the law of wind seemed to dominate everything at this time. The Viper King was the most sullen. His most powerful power was the law of poison, but at this time, what effect could the law of poison have? No matter how hard he tried and struggled, the poison would be directly blown away. The wind seemed to come from ancient times, but it also seemed to have filled the future. Moreover, in this fierce wind, the Tiger King's majesty became even stronger. If there was no demon king termite by his side at this time and let him face it alone, he even felt that he would be directly killed. The double-winged sky tiger's tyranny was obvious. Really powerful, but I won't let you continue like this. At this time, the demon king termite's body suddenly released a bright light, and a terrifying power directly rose. Then, the surrounding earth seemed to be contaminated by this power. An even heavier aura continued to rise. At this time, the light changed, and a terrifying power condensed at this time. In another instant, the earth began to roar. The terrifying power of the earth element directly rose into the sky. At this time, the boundless power was even more surging. This power forcibly pierced into the sky. He forcibly blocked the path of the storm, wanting to stop the storm. Fury of the earth, stop the storm. Powerful demon chi gathered, and the power was even more surging. At this time, the demon king termite wanted to use his own power to forcibly stop the storm. Along with the riot of his power, that terrifying wind did indeed slow down. And at this time, the Viper King suddenly whistled, and directly attacked. The two of them cooperated very well, and there was almost no gap or pause. In just an instant, the Viper King had already rushed up, and attacked the double-winged sky tiger. Such a powerful power was very conspicuous at this time. That berserk aura fiercely pressed down, and directly landed on the double-winged sky tiger. Caught off guard, even the double-winged sky tiger was injured. Roar! A furious roar sounded, and the demon snake king was directly sent flying by the double-winged sky tiger, and heavily crashed into the ground. Chapter 1179. In just a short while, he reappeared. Although the attack just now seemed to be extremely heavy, it really didn't do much damage to him. Instead, he actually had the upper hand in this attack. His poisonous fangs directly pierced into the body of the double-winged tiger. That was one of his most powerful attacks. Even the double-winged tiger couldn't ignore it. "Huh, idiot, do you really think you can fight two people with your strength? Fighting isn't just about cultivation. Since you've chosen the opposite path from us, then you should have the despair of being killed." At this time, he was extremely proud. The attack just now was definitely extremely powerful. The lethality was even more terrifying. He believed that the double-winged tiger definitely wouldn't have it easy. Naturally, he was immensely proud of this attack. So what if the double-winged tiger was powerful? In the face of two powerful demon kings, it still had some shortcomings. Double-winged tiger, don't be stubborn. If you surrender now, then we can let bygones be bygones. You'll still be the backbone of the ancient demon shrine. The demonic snake king's words suddenly stopped. Because at this time, he discovered that the body of the double-winged tiger had been covered by a ray of light in a short instant. The demonic snake king looked at the double-winged tiger. Of course, more accurately, he was looking at the wounds on the double-winged tiger's body. In a short period of time, the double-winged tiger's injuries began to recover. In just an instant, the injuries that he had painstakingly caused were all healed. Not even a scar could be seen. This was really something that made him angry. He had put in so much effort, but in just an instant, all his injuries were healed. This meant that everything he had done before was in vain. And the one who caused all of this was none other than Yun Wanqing. Previously, Yun Wanqing had dispelled his poisonous fog and restored the vitality of his already withered life. And now, she had once again healed all the injuries that he had painstakingly caused. This woman was like his nemesis. This made him feel great hatred in his heart. At this very moment, he really wanted to kill this woman. Unfortunately, she was sitting cross-legged on the forehead of the winged heavenly tiger, her entire body buried in the winged heavenly tiger's fur. If he wanted to kill her, he would have to defeat the two-winged sky tiger. Previously, he had dealt such a heavy blow to the double-winged heavenly tiger with great difficulty, but in an instant, Yun Wanqing had already healed it. If that was the case, it would form an endless cycle. No matter how hard they tried, they could not get a good result. In just an instant, he had completely recovered. The battle has only just begun. After being healed by Yun Wanqing, the double-winged tiger immediately felt that its spirit had reached the pinnacle. The attack just now was actually extremely dangerous. Even the double-winged tiger himself didn't expect that the two of them would be able to display such a huge amount of power. However, the strength of Yun Wanqing's cloud mist technique still exceeded his expectations. With such a powerful healer, he would be able to fully open up his mind and body and immerse himself in the battle. At this moment, his power directly erupted. That terrifying power directly tilted towards the surroundings at this moment, as if an extremely terrifying heavenly thunder had begun to faintly explode. Die. At this moment, a gale rose again, and the terrifying power directly rushed forward. His target was the Devil Snake King. This old snake had an extremely powerful poisonous ability. If it wasn't for Yun Wanqing's cloud mist technique, it would have been a huge problem for him. The double-winged heavenly tiger's strength was already extremely strong, and he would not be afraid of a head-on battle. However, if it was a sneak attack, it would always catch people off guard. The best way for such an enemy to exist was to die. He had already suffered a loss once, and at this time, he had a plan in his heart and directly rushed forward to kill. Old snake, go quickly. The termite demon king had already seen through the double-winged heavenly tiger's thoughts in an instant. At the same time as he roared, earth walls directly rose up one after another. Those huge stone walls appeared one after another, blocking the double-winged heavenly tiger's path. However, at this moment, the double-winged heavenly tiger was unstoppable. His speed increased again, and in front of him, a hurricane had already formed, turning into an indestructible sharp sword. The earth walls in front of him were directly shattered by him. At this time, the Devil Snake King also reacted. He directly spat out a terrifying black gas, which rushed towards the double-winged heavenly tiger. Torment the world. This was already an extremely powerful force of his, and he had almost begun to use his law, because he clearly knew that this was already an extremely dangerous situation for him. If he couldn't block the double-winged heavenly tiger's momentum in an instant, then his previous efforts would be completely in vain. Therefore, his power erupted without any hesitation. Absolute storm. At this time, how could the double-winged heavenly tiger allow this poison to form? A terrifying storm appeared again. That poison was definitely not a simple mist, but a manifestation of the laws. Therefore, no matter how strong the wind was, it was impossible to blow him away. However, what the double-winged heavenly tiger displayed at this time was the law of hurricane. It was also the power of law. The two laws directly came into contact, and at this time, terrifying thunderbolts appeared one after another. Such power surged, and the lightning became more and more concentrated. At this time, the termite demon king intervened again. At this time, his power was directly pushed out, and a powerful aura suppressed the double-winged heavenly tiger. At this time, the double-winged heavenly tiger was caught off guard. Qiankuan Cloud's word. At this time, Yun Wanqing made her move. In between her palms, a pure white mist suddenly appeared, and then the cloud changed. In a short moment, it had already formed an extremely terrifying light, and a dense power blasted out at this time. Termite Demon King, I think it's better for you to rest on the side. Yun Wanqing's words were calm, but her actions were very domineering. At this time, her Qiankuan Cloud's word actually had a kind of domineering dominance. Everyone felt that Yun Wanqing's combat strength would not be too strong. But this time, they finally knew how wrong they were. When this sword was unleashed, the Qiankuan Cloud's word displayed a vast and mighty majesty. That powerful power was telling everyone how strong she was. Such a sword was really unimaginable. The terrifying power surged, like the water of the heavenly river, directly falling from the top of the sky. The power that the termite demon king had just gathered was directly defeated by this attack, and there was not a single bit left. The termite demon king was shocked. Yun Wanqing was so powerful. She had clearly just become a Dao master, but the power that erupted at this time was already so strong. Even the holy flame Dao master, Ling Likong, seemed to be inferior to Yun Wanqing. For so many years, Yun Wanqing had almost never made a move. She was praised for her miraculous healing ability. But this time, as soon as she made a move, she displayed an extremely terrifying power. This was really amazing. The termite demon king's body kept retreating. This was because at this time, he had no other choice. Such power was really too terrifying. At this time, the termite demon king's heart was already a little gloomy. He had mobilized such a lineup today, but he still could not take down Yun Wanqing. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yun Wanqing had finally left the sect. At this time, the termite demon king suddenly took out a piece of scale and threw it directly into the sky. Descend, nine-headed ancestor. The scale appeared, but it did not move in the storm. At the same time, an extremely terrifying aura was reflected from the scale. At this time, all the hair of the double-winged tiger stood up. Without any hesitation, he directly retreated to Yun Wanqing's side. At the same time, he directly burst out with a low howl. "Be careful, a terrifying guy is coming," the double-winged tiger directly said to Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing nodded. She naturally saw all of this clearly. At this time, a vast pressure fell directly at this time. The terrifying shadow was so terrifying that it almost covered the sky. Such power was more terrifying than anyone else present. Roar! A huge snake shadow appeared, but his roar was extremely terrifying. The Qianquan cloud sword from before was directly shattered at this moment. Such power continued to expand, displaying an unimaginably terrifying majesty. Then, his body finally appeared. It was the nine-headed demon snake. "Ha ha ha, Yun Wanqing, you must be Su Yan's woman. Back then, Su Yan directly destroyed one of my clones. Today, I'm going to capture his woman. Humph, come over here." The nine-headed demon snake directly attacked at this time. The power of the nine laws appeared, immediately displaying a terrifying aura that looked down on the world. Even the powerful double-winged heavenly tiger felt a trace of despair under this attack. They were both demon venerables, but in the face of such an attack, he felt that he had no power to resist at all. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the nine-headed demon snake's strength was. Back then, he was schemed against by Su Yan and directly destroyed his clone. After 10 years, the injury had finally recovered. The nine-headed demon snake was different from the demonic snake king and the termite demon king. He was an ancient demon that had existed since ancient times. When his strength recovered and he was no longer restricted by the laws, his power was really unimaginable. The following attack seemed to be able to collapse mountains and sink the earth. After defeating the Qianquan cloud sword, the power went straight to Yun Wanqing to capture her. However, at this moment, another darkness appeared from nowhere. "Big Snake, this woman, I want her too." The power of darkness condensed and finally turned into an extremely terrifying aura, directly dispersing the power of the nine-headed demon snake. Then, a man appeared. Chapter 1180. Who's there? The nine-headed demon snake roared angrily, but he did not act rashly. The wind and cloud reading network had just made a move and was about to take Yun Wanqing down. But at this time, he was interrupted, which made him extremely angry. But at the same time, he also felt that the guy who suddenly appeared was like him, an expert who had survived from ancient times. His strength was not inferior to his own. So after this attack, he did not make another move, but waited quietly. "It's me." The person condensed from darkness finally appeared. He just stood there quietly, but it was as if he was a king in the mortal world. He possessed an unimaginably powerful aura. His strength was extremely strong, which was evident from the aura flowing from his body. Dark Holy Man. He was a terrifying expert of the Dark Demon sect. "Huh, nine-headed old snake, you can still recognize me. You came today for this woman, but so did I. Since we are acquaintances, I hope you can take a step back. I will definitely give you satisfactory compensation in the future. How about it?" His words were extremely arrogant, as if he did not take anyone seriously. The nine-headed demon snake's aura became stronger again, and he said, "Humph, you have such a sinister guy, what credibility do you have? I will say it directly, today I will take Yun Wanqing away, you can't stop me." The auras of the two people immediately clashed. When these two powerful existences appeared, the original people had become bystanders. There was nothing he could do. These two were the most powerful people here. At this time, Zhang Daqian, Ling Likong, and Yi Xingkong each got rid of their opponents and gathered directly. The battle just now was extremely difficult, but their achievements could be said to be brilliant. At this time, Yi Xingxing had successfully passed the heavenly tribulation. The 9-live civet cat had been killed by his heavenly thunder pagoda 3 times in a row. If he hadn't escaped in time, all of his lives would have been lost. On the other hand, Holy Flame Tao Master was much more relaxed. The Golden Condor Demon King had been seriously injured by him, and if it were not for the 9-headed demon snake's aura, the Golden Condor Demon King would have been roasted. Among the 3 people, Zhang Daqian had the most difficult battle. He was a 5 essences doyen, while his opponent was a bizarre Tao sovereign. By now, he had already sustained serious injuries. However, that Tao master was not in a good state either. His lightning power was extremely overbearing. Moreover, every time he attacked, he would exchange injuries for injuries. He was so crazy, but he still won in the end. Yun Wanqing looked at Zhang Daqian and directly used the cloudy mist technique. After a full quarter of an hour, Zhang Daqian finally recovered from his injuries. Damn it, these 2 guys are terrifying. At this point, there were already 5 Tao masters present. It was a terrifying lineup. However, the enemy was even more powerful. The 9-headed demon snake alone was enough to give them a headache. And at this time, a mysterious darkness holy man appeared. Although they were both Tao masters, there was a huge gap between their strength. At the level of Tao master, everything was very different from the past. His terrible and powerful strength had already reached an unimaginable level. At this point, everything had changed completely. This was the law of life and death in the Great Thousand Realms. Tao masters, on the other hand, were existences that were close to the immortal realm in the Grand Thousand Worlds. Only when one became a Tao master would he know that the road of cultivation had just begun. The cultivation here was no longer the cultivation of fighting power in the traditional sense, but the cultivation of the essence of the world. Such a way of cultivation was not something that could be achieved with time, but with the understanding of the Tao. This was the so-called source of the Tao. The source of the Tao was the origin of heaven and earth, the root of the great Tao. If he could master it, he would be able to increase his strength. Not only would it increase his combat strength, but it would also increase his overall strength. Everything would change at lightning speed. Darkness Holy Man had been a Tao master since ancient times before the changes began. After so many years, although his cultivation base had not improved, the boundless darkness had allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the darkness origin source. If he exerted his full strength, not many people would be his opponent. Only the 9-headed demon snake could compete with him. However, the 9-headed demon snake was not on their side, but their enemy. At this time, the 2 of them restrained each other, and neither of them dared to act rashly. However, it was at this moment that another terrifying aura of might appeared. When this majestic aura appeared, even the terrifying demonic aura of the 9-headed demon snake and the seemingly endless darkness were slightly suppressed. That was the dragon's might. A powerful and terrifying majesty fell from the sky. It squeezed out its own domain from the 2 forces. It was so domineering and arrogant. Then, a huge dragon shadow appeared. It was a huge red dragon, and a terrifying blood aura was constantly coiling around its body. It was not flames, but the aura of blood. That kind of oppressive power was simply terrifying, and it made people's hearts feel heavy. The moment he appeared, both the 9-headed demon snake and darkness holy man took a step back unconsciously. It was because they knew that the guy in front of them was a terrifying existence. Even if they were as powerful as they would have to pay a huge price if they fought with him. Yun Wanqing, my dragon island will take her away. His domineering voice sounded directly. At this time, the double-winged sky tiger suddenly let out an extremely terrifying roar. If it were not for Yun Wanqing, he would have flown up directly. Traitor! His aura directly rushed toward the huge dragon. Only then did the terrifying huge dragon turn its gaze over. At the same time, its wings flapped, and directly knocked down the aura. After knocking down the aura, the huge dragon's eyes turned around happily. Then, it fell on the double-winged sky tiger. "Humph, it's you." The double-winged sky tiger also looked at the huge dragon at this time. He would never forget this huge dragon. Because this was not just any other existence, but the blood-winged wyvern. The blood-winged wyvern that betrayed Su Yen. It was just that he did not expect that they would meet again in such a way. Moreover, when they met again, the blood-winged wyvern had become so powerful. It was just a light blow, but it had already crushed his power. Then, if he unleashed his full power, how powerful would his power be? This was already an extremely indescribable thing. "That's right, it's me, you traitor." The conversation between the two was heard by everyone, but they were all baffled. Why would the powerful blood-winged wyvern be called a traitor by the double-winged sky tiger? It was simply unimaginable. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern directly roared, "Ha ha ha, after becoming a lowly servant of a human, you are still so loyal to your duty. What a joke. Since you're here, then I'll kill you. Your origin source is actually very attractive to me." At this time, his power was completely displayed. His strength was actually extremely powerful. When this power was completely unleashed, it had a powerful force that could shock and awe people. At this time, the bloody light filled the sky and directly strangled the double-winged sky tiger and Yun Wanqing. The bloody light was so domineering that it did not put the darkness holy man and the nine-headed demon snake in its eyes. However, at this time, the darkness holy man and the nine-headed demon snake did not act rashly. Instead, they quietly observed the situation. Firstly, they were afraid of the blood-winged wyvern's powerful strength. This dragon clan that suddenly appeared had strength that was not inferior to theirs. Secondly, the two words, dragon clan, were too heavy. Even the powerful ancient demon shrine and the dark demon sect did not dare to provoke them easily. Of course, there was also the last reason. They wanted to be the fishermen. After all, Yun Wanqing's side had 5 powerful venerables, especially Holy Flame Holy Man Ling Laikong. His strength may not be comparable to theirs, but it was not far off. If he and the others worked together, it would definitely be a terrifying force. Although the blood-winged wyvern's strength was incomparably domineering, it was not necessarily able to do anything to them. At this moment, they were directly engaged in a battle, but it was just the right opportunity for them. As long as they could not win, then it was their chance. The blood-red tide directly suppressed them. It was extremely terrifying and had even reached the ultimate level of strength. It was simply endless. The double-winged sky tiger was the first to face it, because the attack was directed at it. Lowly and weak existences. At this moment, you have just become holy beasts and demon venerables, but I have already left you far behind. Where is that weak master of yours? It's a good opportunity for me to tear him apart. I once let him stand on my head. That was my greatest humiliation. His power was constantly roaring, as if he wanted to vent all the terrible emotions that he had suppressed in his heart for many years. At this moment, Ling Laikong said, "You must block his power. That blood-red light has an extremely terrifying burning power." As a cultivator of the law of fire, he had a very deep understanding of this. Almost at the first moment, he discovered the horror of that blood-red light. That was not a dragon's breath, but the most terrifying power that the blood-winged wyvern displayed when it condensed its own law. When this power was unleashed, its true might was absolutely beyond imagination. Heavenly sacred blazing fire, burn. At this moment, his power directly changed, and then the powerful light directly rushed into the sky. At this moment, the double-winged sky tiger also directly erupted. Apocalyptic storm. The power of the law of wind directly rushed up, bringing with it his anger. In addition, Yi Xingxing, Zhang Daiqian, and Yun Wanqing all made their moves. These several powers gathered, forming a terrifying light, and then bombarded the blood-red power of the blood-winged wyvern. Chapter 1181. At that moment, everyone's perception began to become sluggish. The impact of that power was simply too violent. Such power was extremely rare. Even powerful existences like the Darkness Holy Man and the nine-headed demon snake did not dare to get close to such an attack. This was because this power was simply too terrifying. It was enough to cause harm to them. If they did not get away from the center of the impact, even they would not be able to escape unscathed. Now, they only wanted to watch the fire burn across the river. Naturally, they were not willing to let this power hit them. It was also at this moment that the terrifying, surging power continued to transform. Rays of light and shadow were constantly changing. It was as if the world had begun to undergo the most fundamental change. Such a change was truly a bit shocking. I really did not expect these guys to be so powerful. Fortunately, we have this stupid dragon as our vanguard. One could imagine that if it were not for the appearance of the blood-winged dragon, the two of them would have fought to be the first to attack. However, if they did so, they would inevitably receive the fiercest counterattack. Such a counterattack was unbearable even for them. It was violent and terrifying. It's almost time to attack. However, after this attack, it was their chance. After such a confrontation, the power of both sides would inevitably weaken. It was time for them to reap the rewards. At this moment, the two of them were ready to attack. The bloody light dissipated. The blood-winged dragon was still hovering high in the sky. Its huge dragon eyes were staring down. The strength of these people was beyond his imagination. He originally thought that this attack would be able to defeat them. However, the confrontation just now was actually a draw. This made him, a mighty dragon, extremely unhappy. However, it did not matter. These guys were not his match. How many times could they launch such a joint attack? As a great dragon, his power was extremely strong. However, he did not attack again. Instead, his gaze fell on the Darkness Holy Man and the nine-headed demon snake. Although he displayed an extremely berserk aura and a might that was above everything, he was no fool. He deeply knew that these two fellows, who were the greatest threats to him, would absolutely not let go of such an opportunity. All of you, leave this place. If you don't, then you will face the wrath of the Dragon Clan, he said directly. His indifferent voice was filled with unimaginable dominance. If they didn't leave, they would have to bear the wrath of the Dragon Clan. Hee, Dragon Clan? So what? You can only live in a remote corner of the Western Wasteland. If you have the ability, then come to my northern region and fight, the nine-headed demon snake said directly. No one could deny the strength of the Dragon Clan, but the Demon Clan was not afraid. The dragon race thought that they were superior to humans. In their eyes, humans were extremely lowly. But this was only the human race? No, that was definitely not the case. In their eyes, all living beings, with the exception of the Dragon Clan, were the same. Therefore, the demon race and the dragon race were not harmonious. At this time, when the blood-winged dragon spoke like this, it naturally made the nine-headed demon snake extremely angry. It was not like he had not hunted down the Dragon Clan in the past. At this time, Darkness Holy Man also said, "That's right. If you really have the ability, then you should destroy those guys first. You can't even deal with them, but you want us to retreat. Do you not want us to see you lose face?" Darkness Holy Man also directly ridiculed. The fire of the Dragon King. The blood-winged dragon did not say much. Instead, it directly raised its head and spat out a flame. This flame was not the same as before. It was filled with an unimaginably terrifying existence. Its prestige was really strong to the extreme. The moment this flame appeared, both Darkness Holy Man and the nine-headed demon snake's expressions changed. This was a power that was completely above them. It could even pose a huge threat to their lives. Because this was the fire of the Dragon King. This damned guy, was he going to directly attack and kill them now? This was simply a crazy method. Under such a threat, they had already gathered their strength, ready to attack at any time and kill the other party in one fell swoop. They would not give up without putting up a fight. Of course, they were also nervous. If it was not necessary, they did not want to attack. Doing so would only make him seem more passive. Of course, it would be best to hide their trump cards until the very last moment. However, what they were worried about did not happen. The terrifying fire of the Dragon King did not come towards them. Instead, it rushed towards the double-winged tiger and the others. This is the will of the Dragon King. You can't run away. Come with me. The flame fell straight down. This flame was much calmer than the previous terrifying blood-red light. It did not even seem to have much movement. However, the prestige that was released from the depths of it was so terrifying. When this power fell, it was simply terrifying to an unimaginable extent. What was even more terrifying was that the double-winged tiger and the others actually found that their strength was gradually beginning to disappear. In other words, they could not use their strength at this time. Strength was the foundation of their survival. However, at this time, they could not use their strength. This was equivalent to killing them. Under the majesty of the fire of the Dragon King, you still want to struggle? The blood-winged dragon was extremely proud. The dragon tribe was the most powerful existence in this world. No one could go against the will of the dragon tribe. At this time, the dragon's gaze fell on the darkness holy man and the nine-headed demon snake. I know you still have some tricks up your sleeves. However, it doesn't matter. Take them all out. I want to see what kind of ability you repulsive people have to dare to go against the dragon tribe. His aura became stronger and stronger. His aggressive aura was also displayed to the extreme. What a domineering dragon tribe. Is the dragon tribe really invincible? It's just a bunch of people who have been eliminated. However, they still think that they are infallible. How annoying. At this time, an extremely discordant voice sounded. Most importantly, this voice did not come from the darkness holy man or the nine-headed demon snake. It was another voice. This guy appeared. His body seemed to be transparent and did not have a real body. He stood there as if he was a shadow. Around him, there was only coldness and despair. What kind of dog is this? How dare you spout nonsense? The blood-winged dragon immediately shot out a dragon's breath towards the figure. This power was extremely terrifying. It was accompanied by the dragon's breath of his anger. However, although his dragon breath was extremely fast, the mysterious person who had suddenly appeared was even faster. Almost in an instant, his figure flashed and he actually dodged such an attack. The fire of the Dragon King? How interesting. However, in front of my 9 nether sword, it's still not enough. When his figure appeared in the next moment, he was already in front of the Dragon King's fire. Then, a pitch-black greatsword appeared in his hand. The large sword was extremely deep. It seemed to be filled with a power that could silence the entire world. The moment such a large sword appeared, a powerful and frightening radiance immediately blossomed with dazzling radiance. The fire of the Dragon King was directly shaken. Little girl, follow me back to the southern sea. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. This area had clearly been sealed by the powerful fire of the Dragon King. However, at this moment, he was not affected in the slightest and could move freely. How dare you? The blood-winged dragon immediately swooped down. Damn it, even the southern sea bastards are here. However, I can't let you have your way. Yun Wanqing was simply too important a task. If she was alive, who knew how many powerful experts they could save? An existence like her was simply the most precious treasure in this world. If he couldn't control such a person in his own hands, then he couldn't let other forces have her either. Because if they did so, they would lose a huge guarantee in future battles while their enemies would gain her. One could only imagine how disadvantageous it would be for them. Therefore, at this moment, they could no longer care about anything else. They directly exploded with their strongest power. Great Darkness Oblivion. What the Darkness Holy Man displayed was a divine weapon. It was something that was born from the most fundamental place of darkness. It could swallow all light and annihilate all spells. At this moment, the nine-headed demon snake also took out a totem portrait. The portrait contained an unimaginably terrifying power. When this power was condensed to the extreme, it seemed as if a terrifying ancient demon was about to break free from it. When these four powers appeared at the same time, the terrifying power was simply out of control. Yun Wanqing and the others were in the middle of the storm. At this moment, they did not even have the strength to struggle. Damn it, what should we do now? At this moment, Holy Flame Holy Man's face was covered in cold sweat. He never thought that Yun Wanqing would be so important that the other forces had sent out such terrifying forces. Now, they were like fish on the chopping board. When this power came crashing down, Yun Wanqing might be able to survive, but all of them would die. This was something that they could not accept. However, just as the light disappeared and the powerful and terrifying power filled the world, a voice suddenly sounded. Western Wilderness, Northern Region, Southern Sea. Very good, you're all here. This voice sounded. There was no powerful aura, nor was there any anger or deep words. However, this simple sentence shocked everyone. Chapter 1182. The appearance of this voice was like a sudden clap of thunder. Read the latest chapter. However, it was not the same as a clap of thunder because there was no loud sound at all. Instead, it was extremely ordinary. However, it was precisely this indifference that caused everyone to quieten down. The powerful fluctuations of power that they had just released were abruptly stopped at this time. At this time, they even had a strange feeling in their hearts, and that was that they were like children fighting. However, when their battle had reached an extremely intense point, an adult suddenly appeared, and they had no choice but to stop. Of course, this was just an illusion. In fact, they were so powerful, how could they be satisfied with just this? At this moment, their wills were constantly condensing, and their auras were also constantly rising. At this time, they were filled with incomparable anger, but their eyes were filled with disbelief. It was unimaginable that there was such a powerful and terrifying existence in the 5 counties and continents. Among them, the blood-winged dragon was the most irritable. He directly spat out a terrifying aura, then roared, "Who is it? Come out! What kind of trick is this? Come out!" At this time, his aura was constantly rising, and the huge dragon power of his entire body was almost no longer restrained by himself. It directly burst out, appearing incomparably deep. In fact, several others also wanted to know the answer to this. They even wondered if this was a venerable sovereign great ancestor of some family who had come out of seclusion in advance. However, at this time, the rules of the world clearly did not allow this to happen. If it was really a venerable sovereign great ancestor who had come out in advance, the impact on the structure of this world was too great. None of them were a match for a venerable sovereign, so wouldn't this venerable sovereign be able to do whatever he wanted? He could make countless arrangements during this period of time and then change everything. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, a figure appeared. There was no arrogance, nor was there the slightest bit of dominance. His existence was like one of the origins of this world, and his existence was natural. Su Yen. At this time, the 9-headed demon snake directly roared. He recognized this person. It was Su Yen. The blood-winged wyvern was even more so. Its relationship with Su Yen was the deepest. It had once been Su Yan's servant. To him, who possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan, this was a great humiliation. Later on, Su Yen directly attacked Dragon Island. At that time, although it was the power of the God-Slayer sword, the great prestige was still fresh in his memory. The sudden appearance of Su Yan at this time simply brought great pressure to his soul. Previously, he even said that if Su Yan was here, he would kill Su Yan directly. At that time, he felt that he was fully qualified to say so. After all, when he first met Su Yan's strength was nothing in his eyes. If not for that terrifying existence directly imprisoning him, Su Yan would have become its food back then. But this time, after seeing Su Yan, he actually felt a sense of reverence. This kind of fear came from the depths of his heart, firmly suppressing his body, making it almost impossible for him to tremble. This kind of feeling was really too terrible. I actually have a few old friends. This is interesting. Su Yan smiled gently. When he first appeared, his body was illusory. It was like an image that did not exist. However, at this moment, his body had already begun to condense. Countless clouds, spiritual chi, spatial power, and other energy elements directly gathered in his body, forming a brand new individual. His gaze did not look at anyone. He only raised his head and looked at the sky. But whether it was the darkness holy man, the blood-winged wyvern, the nine-headed demon snake, or the mysterious expert from the southern sea, they all felt that they were being watched by Su Yan. No matter what they did, they could not escape this pair of eyes. This kind of suppression was beginning to be unbearable in their hearts. They were all the strongest existences that could appear in this world at this time. But this kind of unfamiliar helplessness really filled their hearts with suppression. Let's join forces and kill him. At this time, the nine-headed demon snake directly suggested. 10 years ago, he had released his doppelganger. Unfortunately, not only did that doppelganger fail to accomplish anything, it was even captured by Su Yan. At the same time, the sea-splitting demonic snake devoured his doppelganger. But when his original body came, he returned in a sorry state. Of course, at that time, his strength was not as strong as it was now. After all, at that time, the restrictions of the rules were much stronger than now. But Su Yan's strength was still not as strong as his at that time. It was just that Su Yan was too cunning. He directly planned a sneak attack and took the initiative. That was why he was injured. This time, although he said that he came out for Yun Wanqing, in reality, he wanted to directly kill Su Yan and let him know how strong and terrifying he was. But at this moment, Su Yan's appearance frightened even his soul. At this time, Su Yan was actually so strong that he could not see through Su Yan's realm at all. He could not see through Su Yan's strength at all. Su Yan stood there, he felt as if he could not breathe. More importantly, Su Yan's aura was becoming stronger and stronger at this time. He knew that he could not let Su Yan continue like this. Otherwise, they would not even have the slightest chance. At this time, his strength exploded. His powerful demonic aura forcibly broke free from Su Yan's invisible pressure. The other existences had also realized this. Naturally, they did not want to be suppressed by Su Yan's aura to the point that they did not even have the chance to resist. So at this time, they directly exploded with their strongest strength and counterattacked Su Yan. 9 Nether Scripture Destruction. The first to attack was the Southern Sea expert. He had never been in such a sorry state before. But today, against such a human, he was in such a state. This caused him to be exceptionally angry. So at this time, he directly exploded with his strength. At this time, a terrifying and powerful aura rolled out. That powerful strength was directly suppressed. 9 Nether. This was the power of another world. The sky, the sun, and the moon there were completely different from the infinite world. Positive and negative, yin and yang. At this time, the moment he attacked, he displayed an extremely domineering and terrifying aura. The aura that shone out at this time could be said to be able to suppress everything. Such power rolled out, it was truly incomparably terrifying. At this time, a dark aura condensed. In almost an instant, it had turned this place into a purgatory. At this time, the blood-winged dragon also attacked. He raised his head and spat out a huge dragon's breath. "Lowly human, die for me." That dragon's breath was the source of his strength. It seemed simple, but in reality, it was the condensation of specific laws. Therefore, it was able to unleash a powerful force to the extreme. At this time, such power rolled out, it was simply terrifying. That was not all. At this time, his strength began to explode. At this time, the dense aura was also at an extremely powerful level. At this moment, it was as if all the radiance had sunk into oblivion. At this time, the darkness holy man also attacked. His attack was even more domineering. That was a darkness holy treasure. How powerful was it? It was a divine weapon. It was an existence comparable to those divine swords. At this time, when this item was released in his hand, its power was unparalleled. As for the nine-headed demon snake, he directly attacked with the power of his 9 principles. The power of the 9 principles did not fight separately. Instead, they were entangled with each other. When the power of the 9 principles merged to the extreme, his aura also underwent the most primitive transformation. Its power was also extremely strong. There was no difference between it and the others. At this time, the power of the 9 principles continued to attack at this time. Moreover, it was different from before. This time, the power was completely condensed. In this way, his killing power was much stronger. When all the powers merged together, the space trembled continuously. It seemed as if it was finally unable to bear it and was about to shatter. The space of the 5 prefectures was not like the space of the outer sea. The pressure here was even greater. An ordinary Tao master could tear the space to fight in the outer sea. However, here, he might not even be able to create space ripples. However, at this time, this power almost directly tore the space apart. It was obvious how powerful it was. However, Su Yan's gaze did not change at all. When the power finally arrived, he finally made a move. Seal. He only said one word, and as soon as the word left his mouth, a mysterious and unimaginable power suddenly appeared outside his body. This power did not seem to be very strong, and was not even worth mentioning when compared to the terrifying joint attack that was suffocating to the point of suffocation. However, it was this power that suddenly stopped the terrifying joint attack. That was not all. The originally small power began to devour in an instant. Such a terrifying power was directly devoured by the small power. Then, it continued to entangle and change. In the end, it had become the most violent and terrifying aura. At this moment, the terrifying power was simply indescribable. In an instant, it turned from a guest to a host and directly enveloped everyone here. The 4 experts in the sky immediately felt as if they had entered a cage. Even their movements slowed down. What? What kind of power is this? This was already beyond their understanding. However, they were all top Tao masters. This power was actually so terrifying. At this time, Su Yan said faintly, "Suppress." Then, the seal expanded and directly suppressed them. Chapter 1183. Be suppressed. Latest chapter to read. These 3 words were more like a sentence. When his sentence was passed down, everything would be settled. Under such power, no one would be able to escape such a judgment, and they were immediately suppressed. The 4 powerhouses still hadn't recovered from their shock and didn't understand what had happened. However, that force still directly pulled them over. It was as if they had suddenly encountered a huge whirlpool in the water. No matter how hard they struggled, they couldn't break free from this power. This was an extremely sad and painful thing. At this moment, the Tao source in their bodies was being suppressed and stripped away. Under such a powerful force, they couldn't resist at all. They couldn't even save themselves. That violent and terrifying aura continued to surge. It was as if the darkness in this world had swallowed everything. Impossible. Why? Why? At this moment, they felt a suffocating pain. The blood-winged dragon, the darkness holy man, the mysterious powerhouse from the southern sea, and the nine-headed demon snake. No, I won't lose. Dragon King's flames, protect me. The blood-winged dragon roared in agony. At the same time, the Dragon King's flames appeared once again. Those were the powerful flames bestowed by the Dragon King. They immediately protected his body. Great darkness oblivion. At this moment, the darkness holy man sank deep into the darkness. To others, this darkness was a boundless terror. But to him, this darkness had become his salvation. At this moment, his power continued to change. His aura also began to rise. Between heaven and earth, all the light began to change. At this moment, all the power was constantly changing. It was an unimaginable feeling. But to him, only the deepest darkness could give him true peace. At this moment, the powerhouse from the southern sea also released an extremely terrifying power of the 9 underworlds. In the end, that power directly manifested into a mysterious black lotus. At this moment, that power was constantly changing. It was simply terrifying. At this moment, that terrifying image of the 9-headed demon snake appeared once again. At this point, they had already felt the threat of death. They also understood that they could no longer continue to hide their strength. It was time to take out their trump cards. Otherwise, they would have died in the next moment. That powerful and terrifying power kept changing at this time, almost to an unimaginable extent. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth fell. At this moment, the light continued to condense and sink. At this time, all the power had manifested to the most terrifying extent. The 4 of them were the top existences among the Tao Masters. At this time, they had all displayed their most powerful strength, which immediately gave him a huge guarantee. Previously, they did not have the slightest bit of confidence in their hearts. They felt that they would be directly sealed and suppressed by Su Yan's mysterious and unfathomable strength. However, at this moment, when they displayed their trump cards, they immediately felt confident. Of course, at this moment, they were also constantly shocked in their hearts. Su Yan's strength had actually reached such a level. Such an increase in strength could already be described as shocking. They were also extremely outstanding geniuses, but the change in their strength had never been so terrifying. Such a degree of change was already extremely terrifying. It was really terrifying. Damn it, it seems that today's finally going to be a failure. This Su Yan is simply a freak. If his strength could be improved so much in just 10 years, what was he if not a freak? It should be known that 10 years ago, Su Yan was no match for the 9-headed demon snake. But now? In just 10 years, it was completely the opposite. And such a change was not a small 1 or 2, but a complete change. The terror of his strength was simply unimaginable. Between heaven and earth, all the changes were terrifying. That kind of power was really powerful to an unimaginable extent. In front of Su Yan, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Compared to him, he was simply like an idiot. Of course, at this moment, the blood-winged flying dragon actually felt it the most. Back then, the reason why he was unwilling to accept such a fate, other than the pride of the dragon clan, there was also an extremely important point, and that was Su Yan's strength. In his opinion, even if he really became someone else's demon pet, the strength of his master was so weak that it really made him feel insecure. That was why he thought of ways to enter the Dragon Island and ask for help. And now, his former master's strength had actually reached such a level. At this moment, he even suspected that Su Yan was already comparable to the Dragon King. If not, how could he defeat all 4 of them so easily? This matter must be told to the Dragon Island. After all, back then, Su Yan and that mysterious existence suffered a great loss on the Dragon Island and swore that one day, they would definitely flatten the Dragon Island. Back then, when he heard this sentence, he still felt that Su Yan was ridiculous. The powerful Dragon Island, how could it be possible for an existence like him to set foot on it? If there wasn't that mysterious existence backing him up, what was Su Yan? But now, he didn't see the shadow of that mysterious existence, and Su Yan had already reached such a level. Then, what about another 10 years? 10 years was actually a too short period of time. In the eyes of those powerful dragon clan, perhaps it was merely the time of a nap. But this was terrifying. You merely took an afternoon nap, but the enemy whose strength was originally much lower than yours had already grown to an extent that you couldn't understand, and could easily defeat you. Such a change was really too much of a blow. His heart was filled with unwillingness, that was a kind of pain that was completely incomprehensible. These 4 existences, one after another, used their strength to leave this place. But at this time, an unexpected thing happened again. They shockingly discovered that they were actually unable to escape. Although the methods they used had offset Su Yan's power, making them feel no pressure, at this time, they were still unable to escape. I said before, all of you have to stay today, so you can't leave. At this time, they raised their heads, and shockingly discovered that Su Yan had actually appeared in front of them. In front of every existence, there was a Su Yan. That was not an illusion, nor was it a void, but a real existence. Every Su Yan was so real. This made them incomparably astonished. No matter what, they didn't expect Su Yan to be so remarkable. Impossible, why is every one of you a real body? They were simply overwhelmed with shock. However, at this time, Su Yan said, a real body? Maybe, but this doesn't matter. What's important is that all of you will be suppressed today. Maybe it's because I'm too low-key, so all of you do things without any scruples. Su Yan's tone was already extremely calm, but in this calmness, there was an unconcealable anger. Yun Wanqing was his woman, the person he wanted to protect with all his strength. Su Yan had experienced a lot, and among them, the most painful was loss. In the past, he wasn't strong enough, so he couldn't protect the woman he loved. Lu Lan, Chu Linger, which one of them wasn't like that? Now, he didn't want to endure such pain anymore. For so many years, he had cultivated hard, almost like a pervert, constantly forcing himself to work hard. What was the point of all this? It was all for the sake of making himself stronger. To be able to protect the woman he loved. But now, these damned guys were still constantly violating his bottom line. If he didn't let them know how powerful he was, wouldn't there be no end to it? Therefore, this time, he wouldn't let these guys leave so easily. At this time, this world had been directly sealed by him. Even if they had their own trump cards as guarantees, it could only prevent them from being eroded by his own power. However, it wouldn't be that easy for them to leave. At this time, Su Yan's body was directly divided into 4. In the eyes of these powerful existences, each of these 4 bodies was real, and each body contained the existence of the source of the Tao. The body itself could be transformed, and it could even be condensed by other means. However, the source of the Tao couldn't, as it was the most fundamental existence. However, the truth was that all 4 of those bodies were fake. In fact, Su Yan's original body hadn't come out of seclusion at this time. However, he had separated his source of the Tao from his body and used it as the foundation to condense his own body. These 10 years were really too important for Su Yan. This was no longer a simple kind of cultivation, but a kind of comprehension of power. 10 years ago, the battle between the dragon god and the great demonic dragon had opened the door to a whole new world for Hou-Yi. Originally, he couldn't remember the confrontation between the 2 powerful existences. However, his regal sword soul had directly imprinted the scene of the battle. For 10 years, Su Yan had been witnessing such a terrifying scene at every moment. He was comprehending at every moment, and he was doing his best to analyze everything with his own power. His understanding of the source of the Tao was very different. Now, he still couldn't compare to the battle between the 2 great gods, but compared to an ordinary Tao master, he was much stronger. Are you ready? The four Hois spoke almost at the same time, and then they attacked at the same time. The blood-winged dragon's face was solemn. At that moment, he immediately felt a terrifying flame power that he couldn't face directly rushing toward him. This feeling made him feel like he was facing the Fire Dragon King. Chapter 1184. This made him extremely angry. Originally, he was supposed to be the high and mighty existence, but now, his role had become the weak one. At this moment, the billowing flames formed a realm of their own and directly surrounded him. Such a powerful force displayed a terrifying brilliance at this moment. That power refracted the most terrifying brilliance at this moment. That was the power of the Shura fire. Of course, at this moment, Su Yan's continuous cultivation had begun to change the essence of the flames. In the past 10 years, Su Yan had been controlling the essence of the power. In fact, no matter what kind of flame it was, whether it was the Shura fire or other flames, their characteristics were different, but their essence was the same, and that was fire. They were all flames. As long as one understood their essence and used it correctly and reasonably, then their power could be maximized. When this power was exerted to the extreme, it would become a law. At this moment, the power of his flames erupted, and it was not much different from the terrifying flames of the Fire Dragon King back then. It was almost unimaginable for such a powerful force to be surging. That terrifying aura changed directly at this moment, and at this moment, it had reached an endless level. All the power between heaven and earth began to condense continuously. Of course, these condensed powers all turned into the purest flames at this moment. At this moment, the blood-winged dragon only felt that he was extremely passive and did not even know how to deal with it. His power of the law of blood light was also extremely powerful and terrifying. However, at this moment, facing the flames that were everywhere, he did not know how to deal with them. At this moment, the power of the radiance had reached a terrifying level. His aura was surging, and his power was also constantly fusing. He tried to break through, but there was no way. Everything about him was directly suppressed. This made him feel extremely aggrieved. In fact, he was definitely not the only one who felt aggrieved at this moment. The Darkness Holy Man felt the same. He had the Great Darkness Descent, which was a divine weapon, and should have been in an invincible position. No matter what kind of power it was, he felt that he could break through and then find relief. However, at this moment, the power that Su Yan was using was the power of darkness. They were both bottomless darkness, but they should have been of the same origin. Powers of the same origin should have been countered by the Great Darkness Oblivion. But at this time, he felt that his every move was under the control of the other party. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. That powerful and terrifying power had reached an unimaginable level. Between heaven and earth, all the power had completely disappeared. At this time, the only thing left was darkness. The purest and most fundamental darkness had become the absolute theme at this time. This caused him to be unable to speak of his suffering. He only felt that at this moment, he was extremely uncomfortable. At this time, the most powerful and terrifying power in the world was no longer under his control. It was under the control of Su Yan. This guy, what kind of existence is he? My Dark Devil sect has been studying the power of darkness for a very long time. Our control over darkness should be second to none. But this guy, why is his control over darkness so strong? Such a feeling was simply making him suffer. He only felt that no matter what he did, it was wrong. In the darkness, there was no sun, moon, or stars. The most fundamental darkness should only be despair. The power of despair was also the power that he was good at. However, at this time, he didn't feel that at all. Instead, he felt that his every move was being countered. Even the darkness was filled with many things that he wasn't familiar with. If this continued, his power would be completely suppressed. He wanted to struggle, but he couldn't find the direction at all. At this moment, all the power between heaven and earth seemed to gradually be separated from him. If it weren't for the existence of the great darkness oblivion in his hand, his power would have been taken away by now. Such a mysterious aura was simply unimaginable at this time. At this time, Su Yan's power began to condense. Then, a long sword appeared. The long sword was no different from the Taiji divine sword. Of course, that was only the appearance. The essence of the sword was darkness. It was the power of the origin of darkness. Last time, when he fought with Duanmu Longhu, he had already begun to analyze the power of darkness. With the help of the supreme power, although he hadn't condensed the darkness Tao source, he was no longer unfamiliar with the power of darkness. He even vaguely began to grasp this mysterious and powerful power. In the past 10 years, he had been constantly analyzing the essence, and his understanding of the Tao source had also improved. At this point in time, his strength had already reached an inexhaustible level. Even if he hadn't condensed the Tao source, he wasn't far from it. During this battle, he could directly suppress Tao Lord Darkness, which showed how terrifying his power was. To put it bluntly, Su Yan had completely grasped the initiative in this battle. His power surged at this time, as if the whole world had begun to change dramatically. That terrifying and violent power had become an extremely frightening existence at that moment. The moment the Taiji Dark Sword condensed, the divine weapon in Tao Lord Darkness's hand, the great darkness oblivion, trembled violently. It had sensed the threat. Su Yan's power seemed to be even more domineering at this time. He directly moved forward, and then the most powerful power went forward at this time. At this time, the power between heaven and earth had become extremely dense. His power was like a gigantic heavenly pillar, directly suppressing down. At this time, Su Yan's opponent was no longer Tao Lord Darkness, but the great darkness oblivion. There was an extremely terrifying will in this divine weapon. That will had almost exceeded the limit of a Tao Lord. It was because of its existence that the great darkness oblivion was so terrifying. On the other side, the Hydra's body was in the decaying nomological law. This auxiliary nomological law was the nomological power that Su Lai had given to Su Yan. It was deeply integrated with Su Yan. However, Su Yan had directly scattered this nomological law in the past 10 years, and then immediately integrated with this power. When this power and the decaying nomological law were completely integrated, the aura was even more powerful and terrifying. At this time, the mysterious power was constantly changing at this time, and had reached an unimaginable level. The 9-headed demon snake's 9 nomological powers were extremely terrifying and also extremely shocking. To some extent, he and Su Yan were the most similar. They were proficient in many nomological laws. When this nomological power condensed and then erupted at the same time, the power was naturally terrifying and unparalleled. However, compared to Su Yan, he was congenitally deficient. The nomological power was innate with his head for half of his life. It was because it came easily that he could easily use this power. However, it was also because of this that it was difficult for him to completely integrate this nomological law. This was because the nomological law had been bound to his head. If he had to do this, it would be equivalent to completely shattering his nomological power and then integrating it again. At this time, the decaying nomological power had completely emptied everything. The 9-headed demon snake's nomological power could not exert a strong power in this place. Unless his power at this time surpassed Su Yan's by a lot. Otherwise, he could not possibly be a threat to the decaying nomological law. This was the reason why he was in pain. He clearly had great power, but he could not do anything to Su Yan at all. He was even suppressed by Su Yan, causing his heart to become incomparably heavy. At this time, his power was constantly changing. He wanted to break free, but he was powerless. Great demon ancestor, tear this damned human apart. At this time, he could only place his hopes on the mysterious portrait. Su Yan's decaying avatar had naturally focused its attention on the portrait of the demon ancestor from the very beginning. Such great power made him extremely afraid of it. The Southern Sea expert was in the most difficult situation at this time. He still held the dark netherworld greatsword in his hand, but his entire body was trembling. Behind the Southern Sea, there was most likely the shadow of the Nine Hells. That was why the creatures of the Southern Sea were extremely strange and incomparably cold existences. However, at this time, his entire body was trembling. This was because the surrounding ice and snow was too cold. At this time, everything had been completely frozen. Whether it was his great power or everything else, it had been completely sealed in ice. Even the power circulating in his body was the same. It was not that he had not fought with Tao sovereigns who cultivated the laws of ice, but he could not compare to Su Yan. He was the most unfamiliar with Su Yan, and this was also the first time he had fought with Su Yan. At this time, he was already suppressed by Su Yan to the point where he could not breathe. Su Yan, my master, the divine king of the netherworld, has begun to awaken. The power of the netherworld is bound to engulf everything. However, I will let it go today. If you let me leave, it will be good karma when we meet again in the future. I can even recommend you to become a general under my master. He already had the intention to retreat, so he spoke directly. However, at this time, Su Yan said, "Don't you think that you speak too much nonsense?" The power of ice instantly transformed into thousands of ice arrows, which then bombarded the other party's body. Just like what he had said, there was really too much nonsense to say. At this time, he had completely unleashed his power. He really did not care about his opponent at all. As for the so-called divine king of the netherworld, he did the same. After all, he had already witnessed a battle between divine-level experts. Chapter 1185. At this time, facing such a mysterious opponent, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, the wind and cloud reading network directly raised his strength to the extreme. His battle intent also rose to the highest level. At this time, Su Yan's opponents had completely changed. The will of the Dragon King, the aura of the Netherworld King, the mysterious portrait of the Demon Clan, and the extremely strange and mysterious will of the Great Darkness Descent. These four were their most fundamental trump cards. The few of them were already extremely powerful. In the 5 counties, they could be considered to be the top of the line. But their last trump card was a power that was beyond their own. The reason why trump cards were called trump cards was that they were extremely powerful. They had the most terrifying power and could directly save themselves at the most critical moment. They could even kill their opponents in one fell swoop. Su Yan, I don't know what's going on with you right now, but since you've split into 4, perhaps this is the stupidest decision you've ever made. In this world, it's impossible for more powers to appear out of nowhere. Since your body was split into 4 parts, then your power should naturally be split into 4 parts as well. I have to admit that your strength is indeed terrifying. But I don't believe that after your power has been divided into 4 parts, you still have such incredible power and can defeat us. At this time, the 9-headed demon snake said directly. He was right, and this was the reason. Since ancient times, whether it was the so-called doppelganger technique or outer body incarnation, it was impossible to appear out of thin air. Its establishment must be based on the foundation of energy. Just like the 9-headed demon snake, his doppelganger was actually a part of his own power. When his doppelganger was destroyed, his power immediately suffered a loss, which made him feel great pain. In these years, if his doppelganger had not been destroyed, he would have reached an extremely terrifying level at this time. He would be even more powerful than he was now. There was no doubt that a complete Su Yan was very powerful. Su Yan's unfathomable method from before had already explained everything. When he directly displayed his strength, the 4 top Tao masters were no match for him. Such power was almost beyond common sense. Even in the legends of history, it seemed that no one could reach Su Yan's level. To put it bluntly, at this time, Su Yan had created a new history. However, at this time, Su Yan actually separated his body into 4 Su Yans. They naturally knew what Su Yan was thinking. He wanted to show off his strength and keep all four of them here, or even directly suppress them. However, in doing so, it would also weaken his own strength. It would be very difficult for them to defeat a complete Su Yan. But now, it was different. A quarter of Su Yan, and they still had their own trump cards. That's right, you're too arrogant. Human, I'll use my dragon breath to burn everything you have and let you understand what true fear and pain are. The blood-winged dragon said directly. At this time, he had already dispelled the thought of escaping. At this time, his strength directly rose and his fighting spirit soared. Darkness Tao Master and the mysterious expert from the southern sea also did the same. Their eyes were so cold that it was like ice from hell. The strangeness of this aura was simply unimaginable. I'll kill you. Darkness Tao Master's eyes reflected the light of excitement at this time. Su Yan looked at these existences and suddenly smiled. Then he said, "Good, this is good. If you don't even have a little fighting spirit, then I'll be disappointed." Su Yan seemed to have not heard their words at all and only began to condense his strength. His powerful aura at this time continued to rise, and his whole person's aura was raised to the extreme. All four of his bodies were the same. Facing the blood-winged dragon, the powerful blood-red aura seemed to have become eternal at this time. A terrifying and powerful force came crashing down, and the boundless light and fire circled around him. At this time, the fire seemed to have turned into a fire dragon, and then fell below Su Yan. More importantly, the appearance of this fire dragon was almost exactly the same as the fire dragon king that was directly killed by the God-Slayer sword. At this time, the blood-winged dragon's eyes revealed a look of anger. How dare you blaspheme the Dragon King? His killing intent had swelled to the extreme. Su Yan, who was condensed from the law of fire, did not say anything, and only looked at the blood-winged dragon in front of him. Blaspheme? No, not at all. He did not deliberately condense the fire into such a form to achieve the goal of angering the blood-winged dragon. Su Yan did not need to use such a method to win. The reason for this was because within the range of Su Yan's contact, the Fire Dragon King was indeed the most perfect form of the law of fire. The law of fire was not unique. If Su Yan could grasp the law of fire, others could naturally do so as well. However, the strength of one's battle strength depended on one's comprehension and understanding of the law of fire. It had to be said that the Dragon Clan was indeed the favored child of creation. Their form was almost perfect. That Fire Dragon King was killed by the God-Slayer sword. If it was still alive, who knew how much trouble it could cause? Its strength was truly terrifying, and its aura was even more unimaginable. When Su Yan was comprehending the law of fire, he discovered that its form was perfect. Of course, there must be a form stronger than this. It was just a pity that Su Yan could not discover it yet. Since he could not surpass it, he could only imitate it. Therefore, Su Yan condensed the law of fire into the appearance of the Fire Dragon King. As for the blood-winged dragon's anger, Su Yan did not care. To be able to make this guy so angry was a pleasant surprise. After all, an angry enemy was not scary at all. Anger would not make him stronger. Instead, it would make his flaws more obvious. Therefore, this was a pleasant surprise. In front of the darkness holy man, Su Yan's body gradually disappeared. He seemed to have directly merged into the darkness and completely disappeared. He was shocked by Su Yan's methods. He never thought that Su Yan would have such ability. At this time, his power was constantly changing. The power of the great darkness oblivion had begun to combine with his body, and then turned into an armor. This was the mysterious and powerful part of the great darkness oblivion. He could change as he wished and finally completely merge with himself. Su Yan, back then, you had already offended my lord and even blasphemed against the god of darkness. Since you are seeking death today, I will let you completely return to the darkness and disappear from this world forever. If he was facing Su Yan at his full strength, the darkness holy man might not have the courage to fight with Su Yan. However, at this time, he had no scruples. At this time, Su Yan was not undefeatable to him. The change at this time was one of the powerful changes of the great darkness oblivion. This armor was very similar to the demon god armament. Not only could it increase his defensive power, but it could also increase his strength. At the same time, it could also strengthen his use of the law of darkness. When the great darkness oblivion merged with him, he was almost confident that he could face any Dao sovereign expert. In fact, he felt that he could even dodge an attack from an emperor expert. With such a powerful trump card, he did not think that a quarter of Su Yan would be a match for him. Moreover, at this time, Su Yan was using the power of darkness. It seemed that he wanted to compete with him in terms of mastery of the law of darkness. This made him even angrier, and he felt that Su Yan was looking down on him. One must know that the Dark Demon sect had returned and they were very powerful in the Southern Sea. Many powerful existences would have to call a person like him ancestral master. However, at this time, he was being looked down on like this. How could he, who had always been proud and arrogant, tolerate this? Therefore, at this time, he did not hesitate to attack. Feeling the power of the great darkness oblivion, he directly attacked. Then, he let his body directly charge into Su Yan's darkness. Su Yan, since you are using the power of darkness to fight me, I will not let you down. I will let you sink into the darkness forever and then completely disappear. At this moment, his aura was so powerful and terrifying. The aura that was rolling around was even more powerful and terrifying. At this time, the power of the great darkness oblivion rose to its peak. In the eyes of outsiders, this place had completely become a place of darkness. Besides darkness, there was nothing else. Only those who knew and mastered the law of darkness would know that there was a terrifying battle going on in this place. At this time, the nine-headed demon snake was in the most pain. The mysterious portrait he had summoned was indeed very terrifying. It directly restrained Su Yan's power. However, the aura of the law of decay was too terrifying. It was a power that could wither all existence. How violent was that? This powerful power was rolling at this time, like the tide of a great river. Now, the nine-headed demon snake seemed to be on a rock. Although there was no danger for a short time, the tide of the great river was constantly rising. Moreover, it was the kind that was extremely violent. It was only a matter of time before he was affected by this power. The demon snake king's most powerful skill was his poison. However, in front of the law of decay, what was it? Even with the nine-headed demon snake's strength, he could only barely hold on. Chapter 1186. In the last area, the mysterious expert from the Southern Sea God realm was currently eating a large black sword as he stared at an ice sculpture in front of him. Wind and Cloud Reading Network. His large sword was extremely mystical as it had already connected with his body. What was even stranger was that there seemed to be a soul on the sword. At this moment, it was no longer a human controlling the sword but a human controlling the sword. Such a scene was truly bizarre to the extreme. He stared straight at Ho-E, who had turned into an ice sculpture and then revealed a cold smile. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to trap me so that you can give me a fatal blow at the last moment? His power was already beginning to stir. In fact, his current thoughts were almost the same as the other three. That was to kill Su Yan directly. Su Yan's existence was ultimately a problem. He was too powerful and more importantly, he was still very young. Youth meant unlimited hope. Perhaps one day, he would become the most powerful expert. When that time came, they would have one more terrifying enemy. Of course, it was best to get rid of such an enemy as soon as possible. Originally, Su Yan's strength had made him lose all hope. But now, Su Yan was seeking his own death by dividing his power into 4. This gave them an opportunity to take advantage of him. This was no longer a problem of dividing his power into four. At this moment, he had to face four enemies at the same time. Moreover, none of them were weak. They had just exchanged blows, so they were well aware of each other's strength. These few powerful existences were actually not much different from each other's strength. If they really wanted to determine a victor, it would probably be a battle of life and death. Su Yan was simply too domineering. If he had chosen to leave only one or two people behind, he would not be in such a dangerous situation. Because the four of them were not on the same side and would not risk their lives for each other. The remaining people would definitely withdraw and leave or watch from the sidelines. But he wanted to leave everyone behind. Since that was the case, he would have to pay the price for his choice. At this moment, his power began to circulate and the power of the netherworld began to counterattack. This place had really become a land of death. Ice was originally cold, and when the 9 underworlds chi appeared, this place immediately turned into an icy hell. I want to see just how you're going to stop me. His sword turned at this moment and actually spoke at the same time as he did. At this moment, his power began to circulate. Great Netherworld. The Great Netherworld curtain appeared. At this moment, he actually wanted to open the passage between this place and the netherworld and allow the powerful force to descend directly. Such an aura, at this moment, surged forth like an icy tide. The appearance of this power directly filled this entire space. Then, it wrapped around the statue that Su Yan had turned into. Su Yan, you actually condensed a layer of tortoise shell outside your body. How laughable. What a joke. Under the Great Netherworld, you can only be completely annihilated. The opening of the Great Netherworld curtain was equivalent to opening the door between this world and the netherworld. To be honest, even he himself did not expect to be able to do this so easily. Of course, this was not a bad thing. The opening of the door to the netherworld meant one thing: he was already in an invincible position. At this moment, his aura directly increased, and a powerful and terrifying power directly suppressed at this moment. At this moment, he smiled happily. To him, this was definitely the best outcome. He moved with power and was accompanied by the netherworld. This was the land of ice condensed by Su Yan, but at this moment, he had already become the master of this place. At this moment, Su Yan no longer had any chance. In the power of the netherworld, soul shadows appeared one after another. They were extremely terrifying creatures that came from the netherworld. They could devour the souls of humans and fuse their powers into their own bodies. When this power merged with one's body, one's strength would directly break through. Although the Su Yan in front of him was only a quarter and not a complete individual, it was enough. When this power completely merged with him, he would be able to understand the other party's power, and then he would be able to reach new heights. At this moment, a new ambition was born in his heart. Devouring one's opponent and absorbing their power for one's own use was not something that anyone could do. Although the other 3 guys were strong, even if they could defeat Su Yan, they would not be able to do what he did. Moreover, after a bitter battle, even if they won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. As for himself, after obtaining a quarter of Su Yan's power, his strength would greatly increase. By doing this, he would be able to gain an overall advantage. At that time, his strength would reach its peak. At that time, it would be his chance. He might be able to devour all of them. Although this was crazy, it was definitely not impossible. As long as he grasped the opportunity well enough, it was very possible for it to happen. At this moment, his power continued to condense, and a powerful and terrifying power directly converged on his body at this moment. The soul shadow had already begun to entangle Su Yan's ice sculpture. What's going on? At this moment, he frowned because he realized that such an invasion seemed to be too simple and easy. The power directly rushed into the ice sculpture, and it did not encounter any resistance at all. He had already seen how strong Su Yan was. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, it should not be like this. However, just as he was feeling suspicious, a cold wind suddenly appeared in Su Yan's body. This wind was extremely strange. When it appeared, the soul shadow that had just invaded was directly crushed. So that's how it is. This is a trap. You want to let me enter your body and then kill me directly. That's quite impressive. At this moment, Su Yan directly launched a counterattack. However, this made him feel relieved. If Su Yan did not do anything, it would make him feel uneasy. After all, if things were abnormal, there must be something wrong. However, now that Su Yan directly launched a counterattack, he was relieved. Next, he only needed to suppress Su Yan's counterattack directly. Su Yan, I have already said that it's useless. The netherworld gate had already been opened, and his power was almost endless. He definitely would not have any fear or dread. His power was rolling, and a terrifying power descended from the sky. At this moment, all of his power was displayed to the extreme. The power of the netherworld became denser and denser, and at this moment, Su Yan's will seemed to be unable to keep up. The soul shadow that was formed by the power of the netherworld began to solidify. Su Yan's ice storm wanted to destroy this power directly, but it was unable to do so at this moment. Even the power of his ice storm had been suppressed. Such power was extremely terrifying. The valiant and strange aura had become extremely dense at this moment. 9 Nether Great Demon Sword. At this moment, a huge longsword suddenly appeared in the soul shadow's hand. The appearance of the longsword was like a change in heaven and earth. Endless power was continuously condensing at this moment. At this moment, cracks seemed to have appeared outside the ice statue. As expected, you can't hold on anymore? I have already said that the so-called absolute defense is **T. Under my power, it is not even worth mentioning. His power was becoming more and more urgent. Since he already saw the hope of victory, the next step was to defeat Su Yan in a spurt of energy. Only then would the dust settle, and he would know what was going on. At this moment, he was extremely excited. He was also an expert who had just woken up. After sleeping for such a long time, his power had finally recovered. However, for an expert like him, it was extremely difficult for him to make a new breakthrough. The most difficult part of the path of cultivation was not when one started, but when one reached a certain level of enlightenment. Now, he finally found a way to improve himself. Moreover, this was very likely just the beginning. If his plan went smoothly, he would be able to directly devour a quarter of Su Yan's power. How wonderful would that be? He had already seen that Su Yan's body was condensed from the ice law. After devouring him, he might be able to directly master the ice law and turn it into the source of Tao to supplement his body. His own power of law was the 9 Nether. That was also an extremely powerful law. However, if he could combine it with the ice law, then his combat strength would increase exponentially, regardless of his realm. By then, he would be able to make a move on the other guys. His target was the Darkness Holy Man. The power of the Darkness Law was also of the same origin as his. As long as he could devour the power of darkness as well, the 3 great darkness laws would be able to attack at the same time. In this way, he would be able to create a snowball effect. He would be able to increase his strength in the shortest time possible, and then increase his accumulation. When all of this was done, he might be able to break through to the Sovereign Realm. Sovereign Realm. Just thinking about it made him feel wonderful. Shatter and devour. At this moment, the 9 Nether Law had reached its peak, and the soul shadow had completely materialized. Under such a powerful force, Su Yan's ice statue began to collapse. That was because his voice was so beautiful. Kacha, Kacha, after a few breaths, Su Yan's statue had completely shattered. I won. Next, it's time to devour your power. The reason you lost was because you were too arrogant. At this moment, his power surged wildly, and he wanted to directly devour Su Yan's ice law. Chapter 1187. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. However, he was stunned all of a sudden. At that moment, he actually did not sense the existence of the power of laws. The power he had devoured was completely empty. There were no fluctuations at all. Latest chapter to read. How is this possible? Why? He simply could not believe it. He had clearly taken the absolute initiative and beaten Su Yan to the point where he could not fight back. However, at that moment, Su Yan had actually disappeared. The ice sculpture that Su Yan had turned into was clearly enveloped by his power. However, it was as if he had completely disappeared. His spirit was no longer present. His power was also no longer present. Everything related to him had completely disappeared. This was simply a joke. It was as if he was dreaming. Is this the power of the underworld? Yin and Yang are separated. There is only extreme Yin, but no Yang. Using the terror in one's heart as cold, it devours and annihilates everything. I understand now. Just as he was panicking, Su Yan's voice suddenly rang out. The appearance of this voice gave him a fright. Clearly, nothing existed. Su Yan's power, aura, and even his soul had all disappeared. However, at that moment, Su Yan had actually suddenly appeared. It was as if he was simply playing a joke on him. How is this possible? You clearly disappeared. Why did you appear here? Impossible. He roared furiously. It was as if he had gone mad. At that moment, Su Yan suddenly appeared beside him again. Impossible? How laughable. As the user of the underworld's power, you still can't tell the difference? Su Yan's voice rang out again. There was actually a trace of disappointment in his tone. Such words made him the most furious. Impossible. My power clearly engulfed you just now. You clearly couldn't escape. He still did not dare to believe that his power had completely suppressed Su Yan. The ice sculpture that he had turned into had already shattered. Ha, are you still obsessed with your dream? Su Yan's voice sounded again. Everyone lives in the world they know. However, have you never thought that your understanding might be wrong? As Su Yan's words fell, the mysterious expert from the southern sea god realm froze. What? Dreamland? Dreamland? When Su Yan said these two words, his entire body was filled with shock and anger. How could it be a dream? How could it be a dream? Everything was so real, so clear. Icy dream emptiness flower, all of this is but an icy dream, an illusion. Even at this point, you still haven't woken up. You truly disappoint me. Su Yan's voice rang out once again. After that, his figure also began to appear. What appeared in front of this expert was no longer an ice sculpture, but a real existence. His gaze was as cold as ice as he said, "You don't want to wake up? That's fine too, I can die in my dreams." Su Yan directly pointed out with a finger. A stream of power headed straight for his mind. The mysterious light continued to transform, and in the end, it turned into an ultimate power. No! At this moment, the southern sea god realm expert immediately let out a howl of despair as his entire body began to crumble. This was because he had never imagined that Su Yan's power would be able to destroy everything in a single strike. The feeling of being in control of everything instantly disappeared. On the contrary, it was the feeling of having nothing, of being toyed with by fate. Even the netherworld gate had not opened. This is the 5 counties and continents, how could the netherworld gate be opened so easily? Su Yan's voice rang out once again. He stared straight at this person in front of him, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. At this moment, the 5 counties and continents were naturally much better than before. However, it was still impossible to reach the ideal state. In fact, Su Yan had already tested it a long time ago. Even if he used all of his strength, it would still be impossible for him to open the netherworld gate. Only if an Emperor-level expert acted would it be possible to open the Netherworld Gate. However, every action of an Emperor-level expert would be watched by the heavens and earth. Not to mention opening the Netherworld Gate, even walking out of the Netherworld Gate was extremely difficult for them. This southern sea creature was indeed very powerful. Furthermore, that black greatsword seemed to have the special ability to communicate with the Netherworld and the Infinity World. However, it was extremely difficult to truly achieve this step. In fact, it could even be said that it was impossible. Everything that had happened before was actually just a dream. From the moment you were sealed in this icy space by me, the battle had already begun. No, you can't say that. Instead, you have already lost. Su Yan's words were simply a humiliation to this southern sea creature. Previously, he had already thought that victory was already in his grasp and that he had everything under control. However, at this moment, his power had been directly defeated. Furthermore, it had been an instant defeat. There was not a single bit of luck involved. How could he accept such a huge disparity? At this moment, his aura began to surge. His strength had already reached its peak at this moment. At this moment, he had already made up his mind to stake everything on this one throw and fight with his life on the line. Su Yan, although I don't know what method you used to cause all of my previous attacks to fail, it is also impossible for you to trap me. Great Netherworld Sword. At this moment, all of his strength had been concentrated into this black longsword. This sword was extremely mysterious. It was not made of any material, but was completely made of Netherworld demonic chi. This was something that was directly connected to the Netherworld. Therefore, when he completely released this power, his strength had actually broken through his own limits. Shatter for me. He was also considered a person. Although he still did not understand what Su Yan's dream was, he already knew that at this moment, he was already in an extremely passive position. If he did not immediately leave at this moment, there was a real possibility that he would be trapped in this place. Therefore, he immediately used his last resort and wanted to leave. However, at this moment, he realized that Su Yan did not move at all. His gaze was extremely calm, as if he was just watching a joke. Damn it, what do you mean by this? He was extremely furious. He did not understand what Su Yan meant at this moment. At this moment, Su Yan said, "Dream. This is only a dream. Everything you do is an empty dream. You think that you are staking everything on this one throw, you think that I can't trap you. Unfortunately, all of this is wrong." At this moment, Su Yan pointed with his finger. A dark shadow was cast. That dark shadow was actually an extremely terrifying soul shadow. Furthermore, what made him even more surprised was that this soul shadow was actually even stronger than the one he had just summoned. What's going on? How can you use such power? He was completely shocked. He completely did not understand how Su Yan could actually use such a method. However, his shock did not stop there. At this moment, Su Yan pointed lightly again. Then, another wave of power appeared. It was a huge door, the gate of the Netherworld. How is this possible? At this moment, all of his power was concentrated in his great Netherworld sword. However, at this moment, he actually did not know how to use it anymore. His power was rolling at this moment. All of his power had been condensed to an endless extent. The powerful and terrifying aura was constantly changing. Heaven and earth had already formed a strange vortex at this moment. Indeed, how is this possible? If it was in reality, I naturally wouldn't be able to do it. However, it's not like that here. Empty dream, this is only a dream. You thought that your dream has been shattered and you have already woken up. However, is this really the case? Su Yan asked again with a smile. Such a laughter made him feel afraid. This was a situation where he had lost control of his own fate. He completely could not imagine that things would actually reach such a stage at this moment. Damn it, shatter. His great netherworld sword suddenly slashed out. Originally, if he saw the gate of the netherworld, his heart would only be filled with joy because this meant that he could obtain even more power. However, at this moment, this was not the case. Because at this moment, this was no longer the gate of the netherworld that he was familiar with. No, it could even be said that he did not know what this thing was. The unknown was the most terrifying. Therefore, he wanted to use his great netherworld sword to shatter this thing. No matter what it was, he wanted to shatter it first. However, just as he finished gathering his power and was about to attack with all his might, this power suddenly stopped. His power had actually disappeared as well. Since this is a dream, then everything that you know is actually wrong. Do you think that this great netherworld sword is your power? Actually, it isn't. As Su Yen finished speaking, a wave of power appeared in front of the southern sea creature. This power was actually exactly the same as the great netherworld sword that he had just used. I'm very grateful to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to control so much of the netherworld's power. After Su Yen finished speaking, the entire space had become even colder. Even someone as powerful as him could not withstand this coldness. It's time for your dream to end. Therefore, you should completely die in this dream. Su Yen raised his hand. In an instant, faint snowflakes appeared in the darkness. When these snowflakes fell on his body, a bone-piercing cold appeared. His entire body trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, he felt as if the entire world had completely died. Then, beautiful flowers of ice and dust appeared one after another on his body. Chapter 1188. The ice flowers began to shatter, and in the end, death descended. Just like that, he died. In reality, the southern sea creature was still standing, as if he had never attacked at all. Even his vital signs hadn't disappeared. But in reality, his soul had already begun to feel lonely. The soul was the foundation of everything. If the soul died, then everything was over. And the soul of the southern sea creature was withering bit by bit under this ice flower. Su Yen watched quietly. The frozen dream void flower was a method he had comprehended while in seclusion. If he hadn't witnessed the great battle between the two of them, he probably wouldn't have been able to comprehend it to such an extent. At this time, it displayed an extremely powerful strength. Such a terrifying existence had actually been killed in such a silent manner. Of course, it wasn't easy to execute it. If it hadn't been for the right time, place, and people that allowed Su Yen to set up his trap first, it wouldn't have been so simple. Su Yan's power began to move bit by bit at this time. The power of the Zenith Supreme flowed like a stream and began to analyze. The stronger Su Yen became, the more he felt a thirst for power in this world. And the power of the Zenith Supreme was the best method he could use to understand this power. The power of the Zenith Supreme was incomparably mystical. If it hadn't been for its help, Su Yen definitely wouldn't have been able to reach such a level in such a short time. The Zenith Supreme Sword Soul in Su Yan's Sea of Consciousness had also grown to an unimaginable level. Su Yan's heart and soul grew calmer and calmer. His power and aura continued to change at this time. His entire being had undergone the most thorough sublimation. But it was at this time that Su Yan's gaze suddenly froze. Then, a serious expression appeared on his face. As expected, this kind of existence isn't so easy to kill. Even if my frozen dream void flower destroyed it and its soul is beginning to wither, it still has some tricks up its sleeve. Su Yen looked ahead. When the layers of souls began to disappear, a new soul appeared directly at this time. If that's the case, then that fellow I saw earlier was just a front? Is he just a breeding tool? Su Yen was surprised. It wouldn't be strange if someone's body was used as a parasitic tool. Although it was difficult to do so, it wasn't impossible. But at this moment, his soul had become someone else's outer garment. At the very least, it was impossible for the current Su Yan to achieve such a feat. It was even impossible for him to come into contact with this field. At this moment, the new soul seemed to have sensed something and opened its eyes. Eye of the Underworld King. That eye appeared, and immediately, a vast and mighty pressure bore down on Su Yan. Not good, that's a power that surpasses the limit. At that moment, Su Yan was shocked. This power was much stronger than the previous creature. At this moment, he made a prompt decision. Cut it off. In an instant, the countless ice flowers were completely shattered, turning into the purest fragments. Then, all the power was cut off at this moment. The space he had constructed was also directly shattered at this moment. Heavenly thunder. He knew how terrifying this existence was. If he was in his complete state, he could still fight it. But now, with only a quarter of his origin power, he was no match for it. So, he directly used the heavenly thunder. The reason why he did this was not because he hoped to defeat the other party with the power of the heavenly thunder, but because he wanted to trigger changes in heaven and earth, causing the thunder tribulation to descend. He clearly knew that this existence must be a heaven-defying existence. If he didn't have his domain to block it, the aura of heaven and earth would definitely sense it. What Su Yan did was only to intensify this feeling. When the heavenly thunder fell, that mysterious thing seemed to know how powerful it was. At this moment, the light of the eye of the Underworld King dimmed. The thunder of heaven was the most domineering. In a battle between ordinary cultivators, the thunder technique was already extremely fierce. Just like Zhang Daqian, he used the thunder technique to show his divine power in the western wilderness and the northern region. If the heavenly thunder was released by the heavens, its power would be even more terrifying, and the extremely powerful force would directly erupt. The terrifying divine power was immeasurable. Even if it was a sovereign or a saint venerable, if they were watched by the heavens, they would feel uncomfortable. If the heavenly tribulation was strong enough, their lives would be in danger. At this moment, the aura of the eye of the Underworld King was indeed terrifying. However, once it was watched by the heavens, it was already uneasy and did not even know what to do. At this moment, it originally wanted to erupt with an extremely powerful attack and directly kill Su Yan. However, Su Yan made a prompt decision and triggered the heavenly thunder. It immediately chose to retreat, not daring to fight with the heavenly thunder. The eye of the Underworld King cut through a space barrier, and in an instant, a crack appeared. That was the Real Netherworld Gate. Of course, it was only a crack, but it was already terrifying enough. This was not a dream, but reality. To be able to directly open a space in the 5 counties at this time, this power was already extremely powerful. Want to leave? At this moment, Su Yan suddenly shouted coldly. His power suddenly burst out, and a powerful aura directly grabbed towards it. At this point, Su Yan naturally would not let it leave. Su Yan's ice transmogrification actually created a crack in the Netherworld's gate. The appearance of such a crack was simply terrifying. At this moment, Su Yan's aura was changing bit by bit, and his condition had already been raised to the extreme. At this moment, another battle was already in full swing. Su Yan's Fire Dragon King, which was transformed from flames, directly started to fight with the blood-winged flying dragon. The blood-winged flying dragon could be said to be incomparably furious. Su Yan's blasphemy against the Dragon King made it have an extremely strong killing intent in its heart. Moreover, it was once Su Yan's mount, which was also a great humiliation to it. Therefore, at this moment, it would definitely not give up and wanted to completely kill Su Yan. At this moment, its power was still increasing because it had already directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. The Dragon King's fire was the most powerful power bestowed to it by the Dragon King. Its power was almost comparable to that of an ordinary subdivine tool. At this moment, it directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. It could feel the Dragon King's fire burning continuously in its body. In this way, its battle strength was getting stronger and stronger. Even its own realm was beginning to increase. If it were any other time, it would not dare to do this because its body might not be able to withstand it. However, at this moment, it could no longer care so much because it wanted to kill Su Yan. Su Yan's strength was already different from before. The current him was really terrifying to it. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, it was still impossible for it to defeat it. Therefore, at this moment, it was so angry that it directly swallowed the Dragon King's fire. At this moment, it only felt that it was an unimaginable power. If it did not release this power, its body would explode. But now, it was just the right time for it to release all of its power. The extremely powerful power was constantly rioting at this moment, and the powerful aura was like a storm sweeping through. Waves of dragons might cover the sky and the earth, and even force the flames to retreat. However, even though his attacks were ferocious, he discovered one thing at this time. That was, he seemed to have no way of dealing with Su Yan. Su Yan had been standing on top of the Dragon King that he had conjured with the power of flames, and then dodged his attacks. No matter how fierce its power was, it could not defeat this power at the beginning. It seemed that every time, he was just a little bit away from being able to kill Su Yan. However, it was because of this little bit of difference that allowed Su Yan to escape the calamity. Damn it, didn't you want to kill me? Do you only know how to dodge like this? The blood-winged dragon roared angrily. At this moment, Su Yan dodged another dragon breath and said, "You actually want to provoke me? Hee, your current power is not all of your own. The power of the Dragon King's fire is still beyond your imagination, so you can't wait to fight with me and use my power to refine the Dragon King's fire, right?" Su Yan directly saw through its purpose and pointed it out. Hearing Su Yan's words, the blood-winged dragon was extremely angry. Since Su Yan had seen through its situation and its purpose, then it was estimated that he would not fight with it at this time. But at this moment, Su Yan changed the topic and said, "But it doesn't matter. You think that you have reached the true peak and exceeded your expectations, then I will directly defeat you and let you see how powerful I am." Su Yan's body suddenly came to a halt. Then, he suddenly blasted out a punch. Such a punch directly rushed into the sky. It was actually aimed at the dragon's breath that was shooting towards him. You actually chose to fight head-on. The blood-winged dragon was shocked, but then it was pleasantly surprised. What it was most afraid of was that Su Yan would not fight with it, but instead constantly contend with it, wasting its power. But at this time, since Su Yan had already released all of his power, it was the best thing for it. Its aura directly swelled at this time, and its whole body's power surged, directly pushing its power to the peak. At this time, Su Yan spoke again. "From the moment you chose to betray me, there was karma between you and me. In fact, I didn't have much resentment towards you. After all, I understand that you had no choice but to submit under the pressure of the Godslayer sword. It's just that you used Dragon Island to almost kill me. Although your original intention was not to target me, it has already involved my life and death, so I naturally have to take revenge." At this time, Su Yan's whole body immediately began to surge. The endless flames were completely released, and the endless sparks were like a volcano. Chapter 1189. The terrifying power of the flames continued to converge, forming one flaming dragon after another. Although these flaming dragons did not have the appearance of the Fire Dragon King, they were still extremely ferocious, as if they were real dragons. Full text read. The blood-winged wyvern's pressure suddenly increased when such power appeared. His entire body was enduring an extremely terrifying power. At this moment, everything that Su Yan had displayed made him feel a sense of dread. He had never thought that Su Yan's strength would be so powerful. However, the more this was so, the more challenging it was for him. Every powerhouse had the heart to become even stronger. He was naturally the same. At this moment, he clearly knew that he was not without conditions. The fire of the Dragon King was his best condition, and also his most reliable method. As long as he could defeat Su Yan, his strength would naturally increase rapidly. In the end, he would be able to break through his current self. His goal was to become the new Dragon King. Therefore, when Su Yan displayed such great power, not only did he not feel any fear, but he also roared excitedly. At this moment, a cold light flashed in Su Yan's eyes, and then he said, "Not bad. It seems that you have finally begun to face yourself and understand that you want to become even stronger. That's good." That was what the blood-winged wyvern thought, but was Su Yan not the same? The reason why he had split himself into 4 and used different origin energies to create new clones was to use these powerful fellows to continuously train himself and allow his strength to break through. Thinking hard had allowed him to improve a lot. However, he was very clear that he had to do this. If he wanted to truly master what he had comprehended, then the best method was to fight. That was why he made such a choice. At this moment, hundreds of flaming dragons charged towards the blood-winged wyvern. At this moment, the blood-winged wyvern was indeed incomparably ferocious, as if he was a god of war. When the power came rushing at him, he immediately used his own power and sent the fire dragon flying. Roar, the wrath of the Dragon King. The Dragon King's wrath was completely unleashed. The terrifying aura was like a whirlwind. At this moment, blood-red flames appeared directly outside his body. He completely combined his own power with the Dragon King's fire and condensed it into a brand new power. And this power belonged to him alone. This guy was indeed an extraordinary existence. If not for this, the Fire Dragon King and the others would not have helped him back then. After all, one would have to pay a huge price to break the blood essence contract. Not to mention, this blood-winged wyvern wasn't a pure-blooded dragon. Blood and fire engulfed the world. His power was filled with true wildness. When this power was directly activated, it immediately began to engulf everything. Under this power, everything began to be annihilated. That terrifying aura had reached an unimaginable level. At this time, his wings flapped continuously, and gusts of wind appeared one after another. Blazing sky. This was the powerful power he had just comprehended. He used the dragon wings to condense a powerful whirlwind, and then used it to ignite a terrifying flame. When the power of the flame directly rushed out, it immediately displayed the most terrifying aura. Such power constantly collided between heaven and earth. It was simply unimaginable. At this moment, the entire sky seemed to be sinking down. Everything was immediately engulfed and condensed. Under the impact of this power, the Fire Dragon King condensed by Su Yan began to dim. "You lowly human, how dare you blaspheme the power of the Dragon King, and vainly attempt to condense the Fire Dragon King with your own power? You're simply courting death. I'll let you understand what true fear is." His power increased once again. One had to admit that the Dragon King's fire was really powerful. It actually allowed the blood-winged wyvern to continuously break through. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern's body had already changed. His dragon scales began to become finer and denser. To a large extent, the bloodline of the dragon clan could be seen from the dragon scales. At this time, his dragon scales began to transform, which also meant that his dragon blood was beginning to erupt and transform into a purer bloodline. He was already extremely talented. If his bloodline was upgraded at this time, then his strength would increase again, and his strength would reach a whole new level. At this time, his aura began to rise continuously. "Su Yan, this time, I'll kill you, devour your laws, and then break through to the Dragon King." At this time, he was completely confident and had his own goal. Moreover, he felt that it would not take too long to achieve this goal. Su Yan was still expressionless as he dissolved the power that had yet to arrive. Su Yan's Fire Shura's aura also became more stable at this time. "Actually, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have come to Dragon Island and be valued by the Dragon King." At this time, he became more and more proud. Now, he had firmly suppressed Su Yan. Su Yan said, "Hee, as expected. What nonsense is this about offending the Dragon King's anger? The glory of the Dragon Clan is actually fake. You're not a true dragon, so where did the glory of the Dragon Clan come from? You're just putting on an act to deceive the Dragon King and even yourself," Gu Shenwei said. As Su Yan's words fell, the blood-winged wyvern immediately became furious. Because Su Yan had hit the nail on the head. Whether it was a human or a dragon, as long as it was an intelligent creature, it would have its own weakness. When its inner thoughts were directly spoken out, it would naturally become angry. It was the kind of anger that came from the things it had been hiding being directly exposed. "You damned fool, doing this will only speed up your death." He decided to tear Su Yan apart bit by bit and let him know how powerful he was. Su Yan said mockingly, "What, I hit the nail on the head, so you're incomparably irritable?" Unknowingly, Su Yan had actually begun to turn the situation around. However, the blood-winged wyvern had yet to realize this. In a fight between true experts, if one couldn't even control one's own mind and was seen through by others as a weakness, then it was actually very dangerous. Shura split, burn. Su Yan suddenly used a move. His power immediately appeared. That terrifying aura constantly flickered at this time, and his powerful strength had already reached an unparalleled level. At this time, his power was rolling, and all the aura between heaven and earth changed. This was the world condensed by Su Yan, so all the flames were under his control. At this time, even the blood-red flames were affected by his power. My flames, how is this possible? The blood-winged wyvern was shocked. It had clearly suppressed Su Yan just now, so why was Su Yan showing signs of turning the situation around in the blink of an eye? Nothing is impossible. Your Dragon King's fire is indeed powerful, but you're not enough. Not only is your strength, but your temperament is also the same. You don't have the courage to go in. Everything is just a lie to yourself. Su Yan reached out and grabbed, and immediately, a huge handprint appeared. Dragon capture. When that power appeared, it directly turned into the most terrifying aura, as if it wanted to grab the blood-winged wyvern in its hand. How inconceivable was that? The blood-winged wyvern only felt its whole body trembling. Of course, it couldn't let Su Yan have his way. If that was the case, it wouldn't even have a chance to live. At this time, Su Yan's power changed again. His aura was rolling at this moment, and the light between heaven and earth sank at this time. Such a change was unimaginable. At this time, all of his power had reached the most terrifying level. The flames were like huge waves, suppressing one after another. It had already wrapped the blood-winged wyvern in it. Blood-winged wyvern, I've already said that we have to settle the grudges between us. In fact, this is your only chance. This is already the greatest power I've gathered. If you can break through the suppression of my power, then you can escape with your life. But if you can't, then stay here forever. Su Yan suddenly shouted. In the world of flames, he seemed to have turned into a god. Although the means he displayed couldn't be compared to when the two deity-like existences had fought back then, his use of laws was exquisite to the extreme. Every power could be used perfectly by him. Everything changed. Everything was under his control. Su Yan, you can't trap me, and you can't win against me. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern was constantly roaring. At the same time, the terrifying Dragon King's fire began to merge with its body. With the help of the power of the Dragon King's fire, its transformation became faster and faster. Its strength also increased at an even more terrifying level. At this time, it was moving forward step by step, its entire person exuding the most terrifying aura. The dragon's aura began to transform. In today's battle, I'll defy the heavens and become a Dragon King. And you, Su Yan, will definitely become my stepping stone. At this time, it knew that it had reached an extremely important juncture. If it could withstand it and directly defeat Su Yan, then it would be able to completely transform, break through the current barrier, and even become a Dragon King. If it failed, then everything would be over. But it believed that there were no ifs. The final winner would be him. At this time, in the distant Dragon Island, a Dragon King opened its eyes. He's actually going to use the Dragon King's fire to break through to the Dragon King realm? I wonder if this guy can succeed. If he can, my Dragon Island will welcome a new Fire Dragon King. Chapter 1190. That flame of the Dragon King was the flame left behind after the death of the Fire Dragon King. Read the full text. Back then, the Fire Dragon King was killed by the God-Slayer sword. However, thanks to the protection of the Dragon God, he was able to leave behind the last flame as an inheritance. At this moment, the blood-winged wyvern seemed to be digesting his power before undergoing the final transformation. The blood-winged wyvern's bloodline was impure. On Dragon Island, even the average giant dragons would not pay much attention to him. However, if he truly became the Fire Dragon King, then everything would change. He could become an existence on par with him and get along with him as an equal. Of course, the prerequisite was that he could become the Dragon King. However, no matter what, this could not be taken lightly. After all, it was significant for Dragon Island to have another Dragon King. Therefore, this powerful Dragon King decided to protect him personally and ensure that the blood-winged wyvern could become the Dragon King. Is he trying to become the Dragon King? Su Yan continued to suppress his power. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless. Trying to become the Dragon King was an extremely terrifying matter. If he could not suppress it, then he might have to face a Dragon King. Although it was only a difference of one step, the gap between them was too big. The difference of one step was the difference between heaven and earth. This was definitely not an exaggeration. Even if he was in his strongest state, facing a Dragon King, his chances of victory were not high. Sword of Blazing Fire, Will of Shura, Extermination. The Fire Dragon King under Su Yan's body changed again. It turned into an extremely terrifying divine sword of blazing fire. Not only did this divine sword of blazing fire contain the most terrifying Will of Shura. That was the combination of blazing fire and Shura. The explosive power contained unimaginable destructive power. The moment this power was unleashed, the flame barrier began to tremble. It was as if all the power was swept away by this terrifying aura. This was the most powerful sword that Su Yan could release at the moment. With such power surging, all the power between heaven and earth had reached an extremely terrifying level. This violent and terrifying power continued to accumulate at this moment. Unknowingly, it had already caused the weather to change, directly affecting the sky in the outside world. At this moment, the sky of this battlefield gradually began to change. Strands of power seemed to directly split the sky. The power of ice and lightning intertwined, the burning power of the raging flames, the decaying laws of the sky, and finally the space swallowed and annihilated by the darkness. Such a battlefield was simply incomparably frightening. The people below simply didn't dare to imagine the scene at this moment. Such a scene was like the end of the world for them. Is this Su Yan's strength? Holy Flame Ling Likong was extremely solemn. Originally, although he didn't doubt the Tianji elder's calculation, he always felt unconvinced. After all, Su Yan had no achievements in the past 10 years. Even his figure had never appeared. However, not long ago, when Yun Wanqing was going through the tribulation, Su Yan directly appeared. He already understood that he was definitely no match for Su Yan. The gap between the two was even very large. At that time, he even felt that he was not qualified to be a heavenly king on par with Su Yan. And this time, when Su Yan appeared, his strength was even more terrifying. He was directly fighting against 4 people. It should be known that the person he was facing was not an ordinary expert, but a peak Dao master who truly possessed extremely terrifying and powerful strength. Even if there was only one of them, he would not be a match for them. However, Su Yan had directly challenged 4 of them by himself. He was so strong and so overbearing. Just what level has he reached? He muttered to himself. At this moment, a terrifying radiance suddenly appeared in the sky. The radiance penetrated through the 4 battlefields and suppressed everything. Okay, it's almost over. Today, all of you will stay here. Su Yan's voice directly sounded at this time. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Originally, Su Yan was already strong enough when he divided into 4 and suppressed the 4 sides. However, at this time, he actually burst out with such power. At this time, all the power directly swept out, and the power of the 4 rules began to gather at the same time. What is this? Why is that power so amazing? They simply couldn't believe what they saw. This level of power was already beyond their imagination. At this time, the power gathered at this time, and actually wanted to kill all 4 experts. Not to mention whether it could be achieved, just this mentality alone was already extremely terrifying, and it made everyone tremble a little. Su Yan, to think that he has already become so powerful. The current Yi Shinkong didn't know how much stronger he was in the past. He knew that he had worked so hard mainly because he wanted to catch up to Su Yan's footsteps. At the very least, he couldn't let Su Yan fall too far behind him. But at this time, it seemed that many things were fate. No matter how hard he worked, the gap between them was still too far. Not only did the gap not shrink, it grew bigger and bigger. He couldn't help but feel a bitter feeling in his heart. Of course, he quickly threw away this thought in his heart. As the saying goes, do what you can and leave it to fate. There were many things that the supervisor couldn't decide. He had worked hard enough, and this was already very good. Under Su Yan's power, the first thing to be destroyed was the strange spirit that appeared in the southern sea creature. He was bombarded by the power of heavenly lightning and trapped by Su Yan's power of ice and snow. Although his essence was strong, Su Yan could already see that this was only a small part of his body. This existence must have also suffered an unimaginable tribulation. Even though he had used extremely terrifying means to survive, it was extremely difficult for him to recover his former strength. Especially at this time, he was targeted by the power of the heavenly tribulation, and his own power was once again bombarded. He was directly destroyed. The moment he died, Su Yan opened his hand and gathered his powerful power. This power of the underworld was almost like a poison to the people of the Wuxia realm, but it was not so to Su Yan. What Su Yan needed to do next was to directly destroy the other 3 existences. But at this time, another unforeseen event occurred. The area where the blood-winged dragon was directly broken through, and then an extremely terrifying majestic aura rushed into the sky. Dragon's Majesty. And this was not an ordinary majesty, but a majesty that belonged to the Dragon King. The majesty of the Dragon King appeared at this time. The blood-winged dragon was about to break through. Under the pressure of Su Yan's powerful strength, he finally broke through the shackles, broke through all restraints, and was about to break through the realm of the Dragon King. Lowly and shameless human, you are no match for a great Dragon King, so are you ready to die? His body broke through all obstacles, and then flew into the sky. But at this time, Su Yan's body suddenly changed. The 4 figures disappeared at the same time. As expected, it's still too difficult to kill all of you at the same time? Su Yan muttered to himself. The current situation was indeed beyond his expectations, and it was not that he was not strong enough. It was that those guys had too many tricks up their sleeves, one after another, endless. Such means were simply unimaginable. Especially the blood-winged dragon. At this time, he actually directly broke through, and then his strength completely rose to the peak. The majesty of the Dragon King had become extremely terrifying at this time. If he completely became the Dragon King, then this majesty would become even more terrifying. Su Yan, I want to defy the heavens and become the Dragon King. You are no match for me. The blood-winged dragon could be said to be extremely proud at this time. At that moment, he really felt that he was about to die. Such a terrifying and violent pressure was simply unimaginable. Shura's flaming sword was almost a death sentence to him. But at that time, the Dragon King's flame was actually completely activated. He was about to die, but at that moment, he was saved from death's door, and received the recognition of the Dragon King's flame. The Dragon King's flame was left behind by the Fire Dragon King before he died. His soul was cut by the God-Slayer sword. Even if the God-Slayer sword was weak, it was not something that a Dragon King like him could resist. His soul could not be reincarnated and restored. Therefore, at the last moment, he chose to leave his inheritance behind. He hoped to make his final contribution to Dragon Island. Although the Dragon clan was arrogant and conceited, they had always valued their own clan. Originally, although the blood-winged dragon's strength was strong, it was impossible for it to be recognized by the powerful Fire Dragon King. But when Su Yan's Shura's sword fell, the unwillingness to die awakened the last of his will. Therefore, the Dragon King's flame and the blood-winged dragon merged perfectly. Become the Dragon King? I've been waiting for this moment. At this time, Su Yan also directly went against the heavens. His power was gathered again, and a monstrous majesty immediately appeared. His majesty was already extremely terrifying, but at this time, it was even stronger than before. The nine-headed demon snake and darkness holy man finally broke free from Su Yan's power, but at this time, they were already afraid. Damn it, that guy is so strong. If not for the protection of the mysterious portrait, the nine-headed demon snake would have been swallowed by the decaying law. And darkness holy man was even worse. His great darkness descent was seriously damaged, and even his origin was in danger. If not for the sudden explosion of the blood-winged dragon, which forced Su Yan to merge his body and suppress the blood-winged dragon that was about to become the Dragon King, he would have been swallowed by Su Yan at this time. Chapter 1191. However, he still managed to survive. No matter what the reason was, it was good that he was still alive. Latest chapter to read. To him, this was a great blessing. Even though this opportunity seemed to be much better, at this moment, he was already scared. After witnessing Su Yan's strength and terror, he no longer dared to stay here any longer. He already knew that Su Yan now possessed the qualifications to fight against a venerable emperor. And the blood-winged dragon was about to break through to the Dragon King's realm. That was also extremely terrifying. If the strength of the two was only average, and not much stronger than him, he might have chosen to watch from the sidelines. Then, at the last moment, he would directly strike and deal a fatal blow. But now, he no longer dared to do so. He no longer had the qualifications to watch. Whether it was Su Yan or the blood-winged dragon, their methods were too powerful. In the end, unless they perished together, as long as they were still alive, he would not be able to deal with them. Damn it, these two are simply freaks. He was extremely angry. At this moment, he did not even see how strong Su Yan was. This was also what made him extremely afraid. At this moment, he saw the nine-headed demon snake. This nine-headed demon snake seemed to be on par with him, and had suffered a great loss just now. At this moment, the two of them actually had a feeling of appreciation for each other. But in the end, they still chose to leave. Su Yan did not care about their departure at all, because at this moment, he did not seem to have the energy to care about their lives. His strength was tumbling, and that violent and terrifying aura was constantly rising at this moment. Because the Dragon King's prestige was extremely terrifying, he had to increase his strength at this moment. Only then could he deal with the opponent's terrifying strength. Su Yan had already begun to activate the Taiji sword. In the past 10 years, the Taiji sword had been nourishing his body. Back then, he was the scabbard of the God-Slayer sword. However, the God-Slayer sword did not choose to take his life in the end. Instead, it gave him a lot of pointers. During that period of time, Su Yan's understanding increased day by day. It was at this time that he comprehended the way of nurturing the divine sword. However, he now put it into practice. Su Yan's power surged. At this moment, his power had reached the pinnacle. That terrifying aura had already reached the point of lawlessness at this time. His power continued to run at this time, and then began to communicate with the power of heaven and earth. This was also one of Su Yan's realizations. It was important for one's own strength to be strong. However, if one was able to form a connection with the power of heaven and earth during battle, one would be able to increase one's aura to the extreme. The boundless power of heaven and earth was being used by him. How powerful would the power he unleashed be? Even Su Yan himself couldn't imagine it. At this moment, his aura started to become heavy. The blood-winged flying dragon's aura was still rising. Finally, a ray of brilliance shot out from Su Yan's eyes. I can't wait any longer. Supreme extermination. His sword move directly exploded. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword chi vortex appeared. The sword chi vortex seemed to be the most fundamental origin of heaven and earth. Such power surged and moved. It was simply unimaginable. Among the terrifying aura, there was the domineering power of lightning, the ferocity of hurricanes, the heat of raging flames, and the coldness of ice. This was simply a terrifying thing. A single sword intent was actually able to strike together so much power. If it was someone else, perhaps they would have already suffered a backlash before they could even use this sword intent. However, Su Yan did not care at all. Instead, he did it directly. His power continued to run. That terrifying aura was extremely ferocious. Such power was not inferior to the heavenly tribulation in terms of power. It was even more powerful. At this moment, the blood-winged flying dragon suddenly raised its head. Its head faced the sky. At this moment, there was a change on its head. The most obvious change was the dragon horn. A dragon horn actually grew out of its head. This dragon horn was not an ordinary object. It was a symbol and also the condensation of laws. When this dragon horn appeared, it meant that it had transformed into a dragon king. When this dragon horn was completely formed, it would become a true dragon king. Su Yan was not surprised by this change. At this moment, he directly went towards the dragon horn. Su Yan was waiting for the blood-winged flying dragon's transformation not only to accumulate his own power, but also to directly seize the dragon horn. The dragon horn hid the soul. Now that his square small world had just formed, it needed a strong soul to suppress it. The square seal originally used the 4 symbols to suppress. Now, his square small world already had the soul of the black tortoise. Although it was an incomplete black tortoise, it still had the origin of the black tortoise. As long as Su Yan's square small world could finally form, the soul of the black tortoise would also be upgraded. At this moment, Su Yan's goal was to obtain the dragon soul and add another object to his square small world. His power continued to surge. That aura was simply incomparably terrifying at this moment. Such power, the changes between heaven and earth, everything had already become a song and an eternal song. At this moment, Su Yan's power had reached an unimaginable level. Damn it, I am the Dragon King. My dignity is not to be violated. The blood-winged flying dragon roared. At this point, how could it be willing to be stripped of its power like this? Therefore, it let out a furious roar in an attempt to make Su Yan retreat. However, Su Yan would not. At this moment, Su Yan had already raised all his power to such a level. How could he let it break free and transform into a Dragon King? The exalted annihilation had already slashed down. However, at this moment, a flame suddenly appeared outside the body of the blood-winged flying dragon. The flame appeared and blocked Su Yan's sword. A remnant soul? At this point, you still want to cause trouble. You are simply courting death. Su Yan snorted coldly. He could already tell that the remnant soul was the last remnant consciousness of the Fire Dragon King. Obviously, it knew that its successor was in danger at this moment and wanted to use its last bit of power to protect him. Su Yan's exalted annihilation was directly neutralized by it. However, that was merely a single strike. Su Yan snorted again. I want to see how many attacks you can block for him. Exalted Thunderbolt Slash. He gathered his power again. This time, it was even more domineering. He directly used the exalted power to control the lightning of heaven and earth to attack, wanting to destroy the Fire Dragon King directly. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded. I am the new Dragon King of the Dragon Clan. How can I allow you to offend me? The voice sounded as if it was going to tear heaven and earth apart. This kind of power had actually forcefully severed the connection between Su Yan and the world. Su Yan was extremely shocked. The Emperor-level Dragon King. A powerful Dragon King appeared at this time. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Previously, he dared to let the blood-winged flying dragon accumulate power because he was sure that the real Dragon King would not be able to come. Once he made a move, he would definitely be targeted by the powerful laws of heaven and earth. However, at this time, the powerful Dragon King still came. When the Dragon King arrived, the laws of heaven and earth also appeared at the same time. The majesty of the laws of heaven and earth was undoubtedly displayed at this time. In an instant, thousands of lightning bolts surged. The terrifying lightning bolts were many times stronger than before. At this time, the extremely strong power turned into countless terrifying oppressive forces that ruthlessly pressed down. This kind of power was truly frightening. Even an Emperor-level Dragon King should have fallen in front of it. However, right at that moment, the Dragon King that had appeared suddenly let out a loud roar. Great Dragon God, please send down your power and protect your descendants so that they can become the Dragon King. The Dragon God's prayer technique. How could Su Yan not be familiar with this move? Back then, the divine dragon used the Dragon God's prayer technique before he died. As a result, the Dragon God was directly summoned. That was an extremely terrifying method. At this time, a real Dragon King directly used the Dragon God's prayer technique. How powerful would that be? It was at this moment that the earth-shattering pressure appeared again. Endless power directly pressed down. That kind of power was too terrifying. It seemed that there was no power in this world that could compare to it. The majesty of the Dragon God. For some unknown reason, the Dragon God could no longer appear in this world. However, the Dragon God's prayer technique could summon him. When the terrifying dragon power appeared, everything sank down in an instant. Even the endless lightning bolts between heaven and earth had a chance to fall down. What kind of terrifying power was this? Human, you deserve to die. The Dragon King's gaze appeared in this world. When he saw Su Yan, the scenes of the past appeared. At the same time, he felt the resentment of the divine dragon on Su Yan's body. Moreover, Su Yan was about to kill an existence that was about to become a Dragon King. No matter what the reason was, he should be completely and utterly killed. Humph, cut the crap. If you want to fight, then come. Why would I, Su Yan, be afraid of you? At this time, facing a real Dragon King, Su Yan did not cower in the slightest. Instead, he focused his mind to the extreme. Come, let me see just how terrifying the Dragon King's realm is. I think that as long as I can defeat you while the blood-winged wyvern is undergoing its metamorphosis, the blood-winged wyvern will still die. Chapter 1192. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. In the face of a powerful Dragon King, Su Yan's aura did not falter. No pop-up window. His entire body was like a giant, and his aura was like a mountain. It was unimaginable. At this moment, his aura continued to rise. The violent and terrifying power reached its peak. His body was surrounded by dense sword chi. Such a cold and powerful sword chi gave him a boundless sense of majesty. At this moment, he was fearless. Foolish human. The Dragon King raised its head and spat out a mouthful of dragon's breath. The appearance of this dragon's breath actually drew a clear boundary between heaven and earth. The dragon's breath was the only light. This power was extremely terrifying. If it was not for the suppression of the dragon god's majesty, this blow would have immediately triggered a crazy backlash from heaven and earth. Grand Supreme, Nirvana / Su Yan shouted coldly. His power swept up at this moment. The intense power was like a storm at this moment, pressing forward violently. This power was more terrifying than the thunder of heaven and earth. The sword chi and dragon's breath met in an instant. In an instant, an extremely terrifying storm appeared. The violent wind seemed to have blown for thousands of years without stopping. The terror of this power was unimaginable. Su Yan took another step forward. In the face of the powerful dragon's breath, not only did he not retreat, but he also pressed forward. Dragon King, what's so great about that? At this moment, the precepts manifested. Even the Dragon King Brigadier was shocked after seeing this scene. So many precepts. He saw many precepts revolving around Su Yan's body. The quiet and deep darkness, the constant ice, the raging fire, the thunder, the storm, and so on. How can a mere human have so many precepts? He was shocked. Even the powerful Dragon King could not master so many precepts. In the history of the Dragon Clan, the most outstanding genius might have so many precepts. However, Su Yan was just a mere human. This won't do. If the dragon race wants to revive, we can't let this guy live. At this time, it directly let out a roar. Its killing intent towards Su Yan became even more intense. Such a terrifying power at this time was as deep as the sea. Su Yan felt the Dragon King's murderous intent, but he turned a blind eye to it. His aura was still changing at this moment. Actually, I have to thank you. In an instant, Su Yan had arrived in front of the Dragon King. Compared to the huge Dragon King, Su Yan's body was too small. The Dragon King was an emperor-level existence. Humph, nonsense. The Dragon King cast a spell. In an instant, the dragon's breath appeared again and fell on Yifutian's head. The boundless might of the dragon's breath directly enveloped Su Yan within. Such a long power was terrifying to the extreme. No matter how powerful a Tao master was, he would probably be exhausted to deal with it. I have to admit that you are the most powerful Tao master I have ever seen. So, even if other conditions are ignored, I, the great Dragon King Brigadier, must kill you. Such a powerful Su Yan was a huge threat to the Dragon Clan. In fact, even if Su Yan had no enmity with the Dragon Clan and even had a good relationship with them, this Dragon King Brigadier would probably be determined to kill him. This was the overbearing nature of the Dragon Clan. Although the Dragon Clan lived on Dragon Island and almost never cared about the affairs of the world. However, they were not without any thoughts. They were the greatest race in the world, the king of all races. When they were running amok, humans were no different from other beasts and monsters. They were just food for them. They were the true overlords of the world. How could they be willing to let an overlord of the world live in a corner? What's more, the Dragon Clan would even become the prey of other races. This angered them even more. Of course, the most important point was their ambition. Intelligent creatures had their own pursuits, and sometimes another term for pursuit was ambition. For this ambition, anyone who stood in their way would have to die. Now, the Dragon Clan was just waiting for the return of the three powerful dragon gods. Of course, before the dragon gods returned, if other threats appeared, they would kill them as long as they could achieve it. The Dragon Clan could not really stand aloof from the world. Otherwise, they would not have directly occupied the western wilderness. This showed how terrifying the dragon clan was. The western wilderness was such a huge land, but the dragon clan could intimidate everything with their powerful dragon aura. In the past 10 years, the dragon clan had even begun to establish the dragon kingdom. In the country of dragons, humans and demonic beasts were equal. As long as they had intelligence, it was the same. Of course, this was not to say that the dragon clan was noble. This was the equality of inferiority. Those who had the bloodline of the dragon clan were superior. This was to let the humans and beasts there get used to it, and even establish faith. This was a kind of spiritual slavery. Su Yan looked at the Dragon King Bugadier and the impact of the terrifying dragon breath. Not only did his aura not weaken, but it became stronger and stronger. Actually, you're wrong about one thing. Su Yan took another step forward, and the dragon breath was forced back by him. What do you mean? At this time, the Dragon King Bugadier suddenly felt a trace of unease. The last time he saw Su Yan, it had only been a few years, but at this time, Su Yan's strength had reached such a level. Now, when Su Yan said this, he immediately felt horrified. This kind of strength was really terrifying to the extreme. Such power rolled in, and the majesty between heaven and earth was constantly changing at this time. Vaguely, he felt the change of the rules. At this time, I'm still not a Tao Lord. Su Yan seemed to be talking to himself. However, when this sentence fell into the ears of the Dragon King Bugadier, it was extremely shocking. What, you're not a Tao Lord? The fact that a peak Tao master could reach such a level of strength had already shocked him. He found it inconceivable. However, at this time, Su Yan told him that he was not a Tao Lord at this time. How could this be? How is this possible? How is this possible? Dragon King Heaven's wrath. He roared again and again, and a sense of horror suddenly appeared in his heart. At the same time, an extremely terrifying energy wave entrenched in his body. That giant energy ball had flashes of lightning constantly roaring. Such power was simply overbearing to the extreme. At this time, all the power between heaven and earth had become extremely exaggerated. Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Come on, I'll borrow your power to help me break through. In fact, I still have to thank you. If you hadn't performed the dragon god wishing technique to block the power of heaven and earth, I wouldn't have dared to break through to Tao Lord at this time. Su Yan said directly. At the same time, his aura changed again. Behind his body, a huge demonic shadow appeared directly. The true demonic shadow. When that terrifying and imposing figure appeared, the boundless heaven and earth changed again. It seemed that the most terrifying majesty was about to suppress directly. However, the majesty of the dragon god was still there, and the power of heaven and earth could not sink down. Immeasurable demon, the true demon of demons. Bugadier was shocked. When the holy dragon saw the shadow of the true demon, he was already shocked to the extreme. He even did not hesitate to sacrifice his life and soul to cast the dragon god's wish to kill Su Yan directly. As the more powerful Dragon King Bugadier, he obviously knew more about the true demonic shadow. Kill, kill, kill. At this time, his Dragon King Heaven's wrath directly rushed out. When that huge destructive energy ball flew, it had an earth-shattering majesty. That powerful space was directly torn apart at this time, and there was no room for it to stay at all. This power was too terrifying and too powerful. However, Su Yan did not care about this destructive power at all. At this time, you still want to kill me? Ridiculous. Regal Sword Codex, Sky Baneful Sword Shield. Su Yan suddenly condensed a sword finger, and then seemed to casually stroke it. In an instant, heaven and earth collapsed. That terrifying and violent power directly appeared at this time. Endless sword chi was like a sea. In this sea was not seawater, but boundless sky baneful sword chi. When this sword chi appeared, it immediately blocked the Dragon King Heaven's wrath. At the same time, Su Yan's body suddenly rose into the sky. At this time, his power was really violent to the extreme. Such power was directly manifested. All the power between heaven and earth began to change. In fact, he was right. If not for the dragon god wishing technique blocking the majesty of heaven and earth, Su Yan would not have dared to easily break through to the Tao Lord realm. That was because his power was too strong, and the laws of heaven and earth could not tolerate him at this time. Therefore, according to Su Yan's original plan, he planned to go to the Endless Sea or the Nine States continent to break through to the next realm. Of course, the most ideal place was the Nine States continent, because he would invite Xue Xingchuan and the Taihang sword faction leader Zhang Zhe to help protect him. However, times had changed, and many things could not wait until he was ready to do so. The Dragon King Bugadier's direct appearance already put a lot of pressure on him. However, the Dragon God wishing technique was extremely powerful, and it could allow Bugadier to use his powerful power without restraint. At the same time, it also helped Su Yan block the majesty of heaven and earth. The Dragon King Bugadier's power was extremely terrifying. Su Yan knew in his heart that it would be difficult for him to fight against him at this time. However, if he threw away all his concerns and then burst out with all his power, it would be enough to make his strength extremely strong. At that moment, Su Yan could use the power of the breakthrough to fight against Bugadier. At this time, the aura of the laws appeared one after another, and each aura of the laws was a terrifying storm and terrifying thunder. These powers directly drowned Su Yan. I'm going to break through to the Tao Lord realm. If you have the ability, come and stop me. At this time, Su Yan's body began to be faintly discernible. How is it possible? He's just breaking through to the Tao Lord realm, but his body has already reached the boundary between nothingness and reality. How powerful is this guy? He really could not imagine how a Tao Lord could reach such a level. When he was breaking through to the Dragon King realm, the change was probably just like this, and it was even slightly weaker. No, this kid already has such terrifying strength when he's not even a Tao Lord. If he becomes a Tao Lord, I'm afraid I won't be his opponent. This is a huge threat, and I must kill him. He was even more determined. The great eternal dragon, the Dragon King Bugadier hereby offers the blood of the Dragon King as a sacrifice, and asks for your power to descend. At this time, a drop of blood suddenly gushed out from his forehead. When the blood appeared, he seemed to be in extreme pain because it was not ordinary dragon blood, but his natal true dragon blood, which was located under his reverse scale. At this time, he began to worship the second dragon god of the dragon clan. The dragon clan had 3 dragon gods, which were the dragon of destruction, the dragon of eternity, and the dragon of time. Among the 3 dragon gods, the power of the dragon of destruction was the easiest to communicate with, and the dragon of eternity was second. At this moment, the power of the dragon god of destruction had already descended and blocked the majesty of heaven. He could invite the dragon gods, but he could not control them. However, the power that Su Yan displayed at this time was too strong. The boundary between nothingness and reality was almost a whole new realm. He was no longer confident that he could stop Su Yan with his own strength. Chapter 1193. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Therefore, he immediately made a second sacrifice to summon the eternal dragon. Each of the 3 dragon gods of the dragon clan was extremely powerful. No pop-up window. However, the eternal dragon's existence seemed to be even more intangible. In order to communicate with him, a Dragon King level expert had to sacrifice his true dragon blood essence. As for the time dragon, it was even more intangible, as if it no longer existed in the Changhe River. As soon as the true dragon blood appeared, an extremely terrifying power began to soar, and a humming sound reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Ling Likong and the others were all Tao masters. However, no matter how powerful they were, after hearing this sound, they still felt a headache. It was extremely uncomfortable. As for the disciples of lower realms, they fainted right away. Fortunately, Yun Wanqing immediately used the fog skill to shroud them in layers of fog. If not for that, they would have been dead by now. Monstrous experts treated human lives as child's play because their powers were too powerful and domineering. When they used their powers, ordinary people would not be able to survive at all. They would be destroyed in an instant. To those experts, the lives of ordinary people had become too fragile. They were no different from ants. It was precisely because they were powerful that they became high and mighty and looked down on everything. It was precisely because they were powerful that they called themselves gods and controlled everything. If one didn't have a heart that could face oneself squarely, then one would only lose oneself and completely fall for it. At this moment, the majesty of the eternal dragon appeared, and Su Yan immediately felt that he was under a gaze. This gaze was extremely heavy and terrifying. It was as if everything in the world was constantly changing at this moment. All the majesty between the heavens and earth became violent and terrifying. He had experienced this feeling before. When the dragon god appeared last time, he felt that he had been completely suppressed, and there was no room for him to resist. At that time, if the great demonic dragon had not suddenly sent down his consciousness and defeated the dragon god, he would have been dead by now. However, he did not expect the dragon clan to be so powerful. The power of a dragon god was drawn in by the power of heaven and earth, and the power of another dragon god appeared. Damn it, is that the power of the new dragon god? The dragon clan was simply too terrifying. Their strength was almost limitless. Such a violent aura could almost crush everything. With one dragon god pinned down, another dragon god would appear. Su Yan sighed inwardly. Legend has it that there are 3 dragon gods in the dragon clan, the dragon of destruction, the dragon of eternity, and the dragon of time. The one that was resisted by the majesty of heaven and earth should be the dragon of destruction. When the great demonic dragon left, he left behind a bit of divine thought to tell me that the dragon of time was the most terrifying dragon god. However, it was also the most severely injured at that time. At this time, it had almost disappeared in the long river of history. Therefore, what appeared now should be the divine consciousness of the eternal dragon. In an instant, he made a judgment in his heart. Su Yan had always been a person with a sense of danger. Previously, he had already faced the powerful power of the dragon god. Although he had been defeated by the great demonic dragon's divine consciousness, he knew that the great demonic dragon would not appear by his side forever. If he were to encounter such a situation again, what should he do? His strength was indeed very strong, but it was absolutely impossible for him to be compared to a dragon god. Therefore, at that time, Su Yan had already begun to study it. At this time, the majesty of the eternal dragon appeared. The mighty dragon's might was simply unimaginable. It wanted to suppress his power, leaving him with no ability to struggle. However, he had already reached this stage. How could Su Yan possibly give up? Once he chose to give up, it would mean that his path would come to an end. It would mean that everything he had would be suppressed. To him, this was unacceptable. Failure on Su Yan's path meant death. Therefore, no matter what, he would not accept failure. Su Yan, under the majesty of the eternal dragon, you can't resist. Accept your fate and accept your death. The Dragon King Bugadier roared directly. That was the power he had obtained by sacrificing the true dragon's blood. With the Dragon King's true blood, even a terrifying Dragon King like him had a limit to his strength. It was impossible to consume the Dragon King's true blood without a limit. At this time, since the Dragon King's true blood had been used, no matter what, he could not give Su Yan a chance. He must kill Su Yan in one fell swoop. At this time, endless power suddenly burst out from Su Yan's body. The appearance of this power was simply unimaginable. The terrifying aura directly soared into the sky. In an instant, an extremely terrifying aura appeared. This aura definitely did not come from him, but from an additional power. What? How is this possible? Why is there such power in your body? The Dragon King Bugadier was completely shocked. When this power appeared, it actually blocked the dragon's might of the eternal dragon. However, the dragon of eternity was a mighty existence. His majesty was vast and boundless. However, Su Yan was able to block the attack head-on. Dragon King, you can't stop me. Su Yan's eyes shone brightly. That light was pitch black, yet bright. It was an extreme contradiction. The power of a demon. You're courting death. Demons were heaven-defying. They were not tolerated by the heavens. At this time, Su Yan actually used the power of a demon directly. This was heaven-defying. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was courting death. However, at this time, Su Yan did not care at all. It doesn't matter if you're a god or a demon. As long as you're in my hands, it's my power. Great demon heavenly lord, I know that you have a motive for living in my body. Since that's the case, I'll give you a chance now. At this time, Sword Qi appeared in Su Yan's right hand. Then, with a light stroke, he cut off his left hand directly. At the same time, his power was tainted. A terrifying aura rushed into the sky. Such a power was surging. It was unimaginable. After his left hand was cut off, it did not fall down. Instead, it floated in the sky. That power changed in the sky. It seemed sacred, but also extremely evil. Two completely different auras gathered in him. The finger bone floated directly and finally entered the demonic shadow. Whoa! The true demonic shadow suddenly began to howl. His roar shook the heavens and earth. Even the majesty of the eternal dragon was suppressed at this time. What? What's going on? Why is there such a strong power? What's going on? He could not believe it. The powerful dragon might of the dragon of destruction was suppressed by the majesty of the heavens and earth. This was something that could not be helped. The majesty of the heavens and earth could not be defied. Even the powerful dragon god could only temporarily offset it. However, the majesty of the eternal dragon was also suppressed at this time. This made him feel incredulous. In his mind, the dragon god was an absolutely invincible existence. But now, the majesty of the dragon god was directly suppressed. How could he accept this? At this time, the unforeseen event continued. At this time, the true demonic shadow suddenly expanded. The gaze of the true demonic shadow was directed at the Dragon King Bugadier. That was the most terrifying majesty. Even a powerful dragon king like him felt fear. Great Demon Heavenly Lord. Why is the Great Demon Heavenly Lord still alive in this world? His whole body was trembling. The Great Demon Heavenly Lord was an extremely terrifying existence. In the distant ancient times, his strength was so terrifying that he could almost become a god. He could stand side by side with the dragon god. But at that time, this one should have completely fallen. Later on, the demonic sect of the human race directly held a sacrifice to revive this one, but they did not succeed. In that case, he should have been completely obliterated. But at this time, he actually felt the aura of this one. Impossible. He can't be revived. This is just a remnant aura. How can it be a match for the eternal dragon? The Dragon King immediately calmed his mind. At this time, he could not afford to make any mistakes in the battle. Because even the slightest mistake could lead to his complete loss. The eternal dragon's gaze seemed to have finally fallen on the true demonic shadow. Then, the most terrifying majesty directly suppressed from the sky. That violent power was like a hurricane. The majesty of the majesty was unimaginable. The dragon's might changed and at this time, formed a terrifying dragon claw. The moment that powerful dragon claw slammed down, the true demonic shadow finally made his move. That finger bone disappeared at this time, turning into streaks of black light that filled up the true demonic shadow. In an instant, a demonic consciousness was born. Humph, eternal dragon, do you really think that you are eternal? As this voice was heard, that terrifying power exploded at this time. The power was so strong that it seemed to be able to destroy the world. These two powerful forces clashed directly, and at this time, Su Yan was in the center of these two terrifying existences. Brigadier, you want to borrow the power of the eternal dragon god to kill me? But I have a backup plan as well. Let's see who has the better means. At this time, Su Yan gathered his aura once again, wanting to break through to the next realm. To think that you would deal with the great demon Heavenly Lord. You are asking a tiger for its skin. But even if you invite this great demon here today, you will still die. In the battle between these two god-level experts, you are just a pitiful ant that will be crushed to death. The game between the man and the dragon continued. Chapter 1194. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Su Yan was like a god of war. No pop-up window. His powerful strength was fully displayed at this moment. His eyes were filled with an extremely intense emotion. There was a dark demonic light, as well as an intense white radiance. On his body, the power of God and devil appeared on Su Yan's body at the same time. Brigadier roared. His power of the Dragon King turned into the most terrifying dragon's breath and rushed down. He had paid such a huge price, so Su Yan must die. Otherwise, how could he be willing to accept it? At this very moment, his power was condensed, and the terrifying radiance had even reached its most blazing peak at this moment. The power revolved between heaven and earth, and the huge shadow of a dragon came pressing down. The wrath of the Dragon King caused the earth to crack. However, Su Yan was not afraid at all. Intense radiance flickered in his eyes, and he looked like a god of war. Come. After spitting out a single word, he threw out a punch. Following his punch, the shadow of the true demon also moved. In an instant, a terrifying power annihilated everything, as if forming a terrifying black hole of death. And at this moment, the most terrifying aura descended directly. It was the power of the eternal dragon god. The power of the two clashed across space. Su Yan was the real giant demon. His body was incomparably majestic. It seemed that his spine alone could touch the sky. The true demon was the great demon Heaven Lord that the demonic sect wanted to revive. At this moment, Ho-E used his finger bone to summon his remnant consciousness. The great demon Heaven Lord seemed to have been destroyed in the ancient war. However, a terrifying figure like him was definitely not simple even if he was completely destroyed. Terrifying power stretched across heaven and earth. In an instant, the light and shadow dimmed. Such power was like a miracle. The shadow of the eternal dragon also began to condense at this moment. Two extremely powerful existences appeared at this moment. At that moment, the laws of the world began to go into a frenzy. Endless thunderbolts seemed to be born from the depths of the void and fell directly, wanting to completely kill these two existences. Because these two existences had already gone against the laws of the world. Dudu 1, such majestic power was simply terrifying to the extreme at this moment. Between heaven and earth, endless radiance surged, wanting to directly descend. However, when these two heaven-defying existences roared at the sky at the same time, the mighty power of the heavenly courts was actually unable to descend. Good, as I expected, this is the best time for me to break through to Tao Master. Su Yan's heart skipped a beat. He had accumulated so much power that he could not imagine the heavenly tribulation he was about to face if he broke through to the Tao Master level under normal circumstances. However, it was different now. The might of the world was directly blocked by those two extremely terrifying existences, giving him an opening. It was still the same old saying. Cultivation was meant to go against the heavens. Since it was already going against the heavens, why should he care so much? His power surged at this moment, and the laws appeared at his side at the same time. The laws of decay, the laws of ice, and the laws of flame. These were the three laws that Su Yan had mastered at the beginning, but at this time, his power of the laws was not just that. The violent laws of hurricane, the mysterious laws of darkness, the overbearing laws of thunder, and the laws of space. These powers all hovered around Su Yan's body. It's really surprising that you can condense so many laws. Even the Dragon King was surprised. It was no wonder that Su Yan could be so powerful. At this time, Su Yan's achievements were almost impossible for others to achieve in their lifetime. Generally speaking, a Tao master could only choose one law and then refine it. However, Su Yan had at least the power of 7 laws. That's right, so Brigadier, if I achieve the Tao, the blood-winged dragon will die. He spoke very straightforwardly, not thinking of leaving any leeway for this guy. At this moment, his power rose directly, and divine brilliance fell one after another. The endless light of the long river fell into his head. This was Su Yan wanting to integrate all the laws into his divine soul. Then, he would completely integrate them. At this time, he could only control the laws and use them. However, if he could do this, it would be an unprecedented breakthrough. His realm and power would be completely different from what it was now, and all of his powers would directly undergo the most fundamental transformation. Brigadier's power suddenly pressed down, wanting to kill Su Yan directly at this time. However, this was the time when Su Yan activated his power and directly improved himself. At this time, he was so powerful that even the Dragon King could not do anything to him. Although Brigadier knew that if he persisted, the defensive power set up by Su Yan would be broken sooner or later. Due to, however, he was not sure if Su Yan would succeed in leveling up before he could break through this defense. Damn it, how can I let you succeed? At this time, the laws were displayed in his dragon horns. He only had one law, but the power in it was simply terrifying. Even the world around Su Yan had begun to change directly. In the name of the Dragon King, I ignite my blood, the wrath of heaven and earth. At this time, the Dragon King no longer cared about anything and directly used his most powerful attack. This attack fell directly, and a thick aura of destruction began to spread. This kind of strength was really terrifying to the extreme. At this time, the defensive power of the Eye Flame was about to shatter, but at this time, in an extremely distant place, a power suddenly descended. A vast and majestic aura appeared. As soon as this power was displayed, it directly blocked the terrifying wrath of heaven and earth. Who dares to go against the Dragon Island? His anger filled the sky. This was already the last moment to kill Su Yan, but at this time, such a power suddenly appeared. Dragon King, please quell your anger. An old voice sounded, and then Fu Qing appeared between heaven and earth. Fu Qing was also a top Tao master, but his strength should not be able to withstand the Dragon King, let alone the wrath of heaven and earth that the Dragon King had unleashed. However, there was an additional sword in his hand. Although this sword was in Fu Qing's hand, it had an extremely noble aura, high and mighty, and was full of endless majesty. Pagoda Sect, Heavenly Magic Sword. Dragon King Brigadier's eyes flashed with endless hatred, and his whole body was roaring continuously. Why did the people of Pagoda Sect interfere here? Could the true demon shadow that this kid condensed be the incarnation of the great demon Heaven Lord, the natural enemy of your Pagoda Sect's ancestral master Pagoda? He was furious. The attack just now had cost him a lot to break through Su Yan's defensive power, but he did not expect the Pagoda Sect to interfere at this time. The great demon Heaven Lord is the great demon Heaven Lord, and Su Yan is Su Yan. Do not confuse them. Fu Qing held the heavenly magic sword, and then continued, Su Yan is a good friend of my Pagoda Sect. I have received the instructions of the Supreme Elder, and I must not let little friend Su Yan be injured. He then said to Su Yan, little friend Su Yan, don't worry about breaking through. With the heavenly magic sword, although I am not a match for the Dragon King, I can still buy you time. His words were calm, but they showed his incomparable confidence. The heavenly magic sword and pagoda sect were two of the top divine weapons of the pagoda sect. Although they were not as powerful as the pagoda sect, they were still extremely powerful. Due 3, with the divine sword in hand, his strength was raised to a whole new level. It was true that it would be difficult for him to kill the Dragon King, but it would be extremely easy to delay the Dragon King. After all, he did not need to wait much longer. The power of the two dragon gods summoned by Bugadier's sacrifice would not last much longer. The prelude of the laws of heaven and earth was not strong. No matter how powerful the dragon gods were, it was still a power summoned by the sacrifice. It was impossible for them to go against the laws of heaven and earth. It was already very impressive that they could drag it out until now. "All right, thank you, Elder." Su Yan's voice was heard, but there was no joy or anger in his voice. All of his power was gathered in the most terrifying aura. The power that the radiance displayed at this time was even more unimaginable. It began to merge with Su Yan's body. This was an extremely dangerous process. Even if there was no heavenly tribulation, it was still the same. One careless mistake and Su Yan would die directly. His power changed at this time, and one by one, it began to circulate and impact. The terror of this power was unimaginable. Every time the power circulated, Su Yan's aura would become stronger. He was like a monster that never knew how to stop. His aura became more and more magnificent. Finally, even the shadows of the true demon and the eternal dragon were attracted by Su Yan's movements and looked straight at him. "Condense the body of Tao, descend the laws, and only I in heaven and earth." He shouted angrily and rushed into the sky. At this time, the battle was in full swing, but Su Yan said, "All of this farce should be over." As his power moved, everything around him seemed to be affected by it. Su Yan's gaze was fixed on the blood-winged dragon. Like him, the blood-winged dragon was also undergoing a transformation. And it was also at the final stage. Blood-winged dragon, come, let's go through the tribulation together." He directly rushed toward the blood-winged dragon. At this time, the blood-winged dragon raised its head, and an extremely terrifying dragon's might appeared. At this moment, its transformation was also at the final stage. If this continued, it would become a dragon king. But at this time, Su Yan came. Blood fire overflows the sky. In the eyes of the blood-winged dragon, Su Yan was a huge bomb. Becoming a dragon king was an extremely dangerous thing, and at this time, with such power descending, it was even more so. Announcement: this site recommends a free app. Goodbye to all advertising. Go to download and install Appid. Chapter 1195. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Of course, it was the same for Su Yan. No pop-up window. Sister-in-law Suakuer said that it was difficult to become the Dragon King, but how could it be easy for him to become a Tao Master? For Su Yan, the best choice would be to complete the breakthrough as soon as possible while Fu Qing was blocking the Dragon King Bugadier. However, Su Yan didn't do that. Instead, he came to cause trouble. Both of them carried extremely terrifying power. When these two powers met, it was even more terrifying. "Damn it, Su Yan, what are you trying to do?" the Dragon King roared. He didn't expect Su Yan to be so decisive and make such a decision. At this moment, he even wanted to go past Fu Qing and kill Su Yan. However, the Nine Heavens sword aura trembled and a Boundless sword aura appeared and stopped him. "I'm sorry, Lord Dragon King. I can't let you pass." The Nine Heavens divine sword was extremely terrifying. The Nine Heavens' old ancestor was able to preserve the inheritance of the Stupa sect because of this sword. The divine sword had a spirit and was extremely majestic. "Stupa sect, the dragon tribe, and you are irreconcilable." The Dragon King roared furiously. However, Fu Qing didn't take his words seriously. And at this moment, the blood-winged wyvern's monstrous blood-red flame attack finally struck Su Yan's body. However, when this power entered Su Yan's body, it didn't hurt him. Instead, it was devoured. You're not as good as me in terms of the law of fire. It's a pity that the Fire Dragon King's inheritance is only the fire of the Dragon King. There's no law experience. Su Yan rushed into the blood-winged dragon's territory as soon as he finished speaking. At this time, the blood-winged dragon's territory was immediately impacted by Su Yan's attack. Although Su Yan was only a Dao master at this time, he had too many laws and was too violent. When the laws fused together like this, the power that erupted was absolutely unimaginable. Even with the suppression of the heaven-defying dragon might, he was still unable to do anything to it. Long time no see. Su Yan smiled gently. Damn it! You lunatic! Do you want us to die together? The blood-winged wyvern roared. It was only at this moment that he truly felt fear towards his former master. This guy was actually so crazy that he didn't even care about his own life. Perish together? Huh, you're thinking too much. How could I make such a stupid choice? As he spoke, his power began to surge. Haven't you noticed? My law domain is growing stronger. As soon as Su Yan's words fell, the blood-winged dragon's expression immediately turned ugly. He knew that Su Yan was right. This damned guy, his law domain was indeed expanding. Dudu won, but how did this guy do it? You actually devoured my domain. The blood-winged wyvern trembled. Well, that's more or less what I mean. I need more power to make myself perfect. The Taiji divine sword suddenly appeared in Su Yan's hand. As soon as the sword appeared, yin and yang were directly smoothed out. At this time, ripples appeared to the extreme. How is this possible? This is impossible. At this time, the blood-winged wyvern still couldn't believe that such a thing could happen. In his domain, his law power was actually being devoured by Su Yan. This was something that was impossible to imagine, but at this moment, the impossible was happening right in front of him. A powerful and violent aura was constantly rising. Su Yan was devouring his power. Nothing is impossible. Blood-winged wyvern, I had the chance to kill you directly just now, but I didn't. Why do you think? At the beginning of the battle, Su Yan directly used the power of thunder. Even if it was only a quarter of Su Yan, he was confident that he could severely injure the blood-winged wyvern. He wouldn't have used the Dragon King's fire without doing anything. However, Su Yan didn't do that. He deliberately let the blood-winged wyvern evolve. He wanted to directly capture and suppress the blood-winged wyvern. A Dao Master level blood-winged wyvern wasn't enough. He needed a Dragon King level. What a crazy thing to do. With such a constantly changing power, Su Yan actually calculated it. Do you understand? From the beginning, you were no longer my opponent. Su Yan's body suddenly moved forward. In fact, his speed wasn't fast. It could even be said that he was moving slowly. He was just walking lightly, but in an instant, he seemed to be standing in front of the blood-winged wyvern. Back then, the Fire Dragon King was directly killed by the God-Slayer sword. His divine soul was destroyed, and only the poor Dragon King's fire was left. My strength naturally can't be compared to the God-Slayer sword, but it's not impossible to kill you. At this time, Su Yan finally made his move. His power swept down. That power was so powerful, terrifying, and even majestic. With a sweep of the power, he was directly wrapped in it. Dragon King's fire burned completely. When a Dragon King was achieved, the Dragon King's fire would be born. Just like the Fire Dragon King, even if his divine soul was destroyed, the Dragon King's fire could be passed down. Now, the blood-winged wyvern's other transformations had actually been completed. He only needed to ignite his own Dragon King's fire. Originally, if he was given some more time, he would definitely be able to do it. Dudu too, after all, he had the Fire Dragon King's fire, which could be very helpful to him. However, at this time, he couldn't care less. He had to take the risk and bring it forward. The Dragon King's power is not to be offended. Die. A sharp dragon claw appeared and directly attacked Su Yan. The dragon claw seemed simple and didn't have any nomological power. However, this was terrifying. It didn't have any nomological power, or it could be said that it ignored any nomological power. This was the power to break all laws. When this power was strong enough, all laws couldn't withstand a single blow from this power. This was the terrifying part of this claw. However, at this time, Su Yan didn't dodge and directly took the hit. Has your power become so weak? Or are you saying that at this time, you're already afraid? Su Yan's voice was so low, but in the blood-winged wyvern's ears, it was simply the whisper of a devil. In fact, it was now in the same dangerous situation as Su Yan. However, at this time, the madness displayed by Su Yan had already suppressed it to an unimaginable level. That powerful and frightening power was charging towards him bit by bit. The braver one would win in a battle at the bottom. This principle had been true since ancient times. Revered sword soul, devour the dragon soul. After taking this hit, Su Yan shouted angrily. Then, his power took advantage of this opportunity and directly entered the blood-winged wyvern's body. The revered sword soul flowed directly and swam through the blood-winged wyvern's entire body in an instant. In the next moment, it suddenly realized that a mysterious and unfathomable power had actually imprisoned it. It didn't even have the slightest chance to make a move. At this time, its world suddenly turned dark and endless shadows shrouded it. In my spiritual sea. The blood-winged wyvern immediately realized that something was wrong. At this time, it had actually entered the spiritual sea without any control. This meant that Su Yan had begun to invade its spiritual sea and was preparing to make a move on it. That's right, this is your spiritual sea. Suddenly, Su Yan's figure appeared. His aura was surging at this moment, and his terrifying power was raised to the extreme. How dare you enter my spiritual sea? You're trying to steal my soul. The blood-winged wyvern gritted its teeth. Su Yan said, I'm going to use your dragon body to become a Tao master. At this point, Su Yan didn't waste any more words and immediately summoned the revered sword soul. The revered sword soul was extremely mysterious. Even the Godslayer sword was careful around it. 3. When the Godslayer sword was in Su Yan's body, it didn't completely transform Su Yan into a scabbard. Instead, it gave him a lot of guidance. The revered sword soul's contribution couldn't be ignored. If it weren't for the revered sword soul's deterrence, the Godslayer sword wouldn't have been so polite. It would have probably taken over the body. At this time, Su Yan had brought the revered sword soul into the blood-winged wyvern's spiritual sea. This meant that he was determined to kill it. To outsiders, Su Yan seemed to have been swallowed by the blood-winged wyvern directly. However, the real experts could see the clues. Damn it, Fu Qing. If you stop me again, I'll use the Dragon King's World Destroyer curse and destroy your pagoda sect, Bugadier threatened. Unfortunately, Fu Qing didn't care at all. Just as the two of them were struggling, a ray of light suddenly appeared. The blood-winged wyvern shook violently. Then, a flawless flame appeared on its body. The Dragon King's fire has succeeded. At this time, he was very happy. The appearance of the Dragon King's fire meant that a new Dragon King had been born. In this case, the blood-winged wyvern had won the battle. However, before he could rejoice, the blood-winged dragon suddenly condensed an extremely terrifying force and directly charged towards him. Damn it, what are you doing? He never expected that the blood-winged wyvern would suddenly attack him at this time. Such an unforeseen event was really difficult for him to accept. What am I doing? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Almost at this time, a voice suddenly appeared behind him. It was Su Yan's voice. What? The Dragon King Bugadier roared in pain. Immediately, a long bloody wound appeared on his dragon wings. However, he randomly released a burst of dragon breath and immediately repelled Su Yan. Su Yan, you're still alive. You're still alive. How is this possible? He couldn't believe it. Su Yan laughed and said, why is it impossible? I've already refined the blood-winged wyvern into a puppet, and I've successfully become a Dao master. At this moment, Su Yan struck with the back of his hand. That powerful energy appeared once again. The appearance of such a strong force immediately turned into rolling waves and rushed toward the opponent. Announcement: App for Android, Apple only, goodbye to all advertisements and enter download and install Appid. Chapter 1196. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Damn it, that kid has really become a Dao Venerable, and the blood-winged dragon has become his puppet. Bugadier could not believe that Su Yan had done all this in such a short time. No pop-up window. However, after experiencing Su Yan's power, he was still afraid. That was because Su Yan's power had already hurt him. It was unheard of for a Dao Venerable to be able to hurt a venerable sovereign. Damn it, damn it. At this point, he knew that it was meaningless for him to persist. So, he finally retreated. The moment he left, the aura of the Eternal Dragon and the Dragon of Destruction also dissipated. He was the host of the sacrifice, and his power determined the power of the two dragon gods. Unless it was like the Holy Dragon last time, who completely sacrificed his life and let the dragon gods control his body. However, the descent of the dragon god's power and will were completely different. Once the will descended, even if he was the Dragon King, he would not be able to withstand it and could only dissipate. Therefore, at this time, he could only choose to retreat. As soon as Bugadier left, the dragon might disappeared, and the heavenly might that filled the sky fell. It seemed that because he could no longer find a target, this power bombarded the mountain rocks casually. Disperse. Su Yan waved his hand directly, and a hurricane blew directly into the sky. The terrifying thunder disappeared directly and completely disappeared. Such an action was simply like a miracle. Su Yan, are you okay? Yun Wanqing saw Su Yan come down and asked directly and intimately. Su Yan said, don't worry, it's nothing serious. It's just that you've worked hard. This time, these powerhouses were all here for Yun Wanqing. Yun Wanqing shook her head while using the cloud mist technique to help Su Yan baptize. Under the treatment of the cloud mist technique, the arm that had been in battle began to regenerate. Regenerating a severed arm was an incredible technique, but it appeared at this time today. Su Yan knew that Yun Wanqing was worrying about her arm. However, he did not mind at all. On the contrary, he was somewhat delighted. The great devil Heaven Lord was also a huge threat. It was hidden in the bones of his left hand. Back then, he had learned many battle skills of the devil sect from him. For example, the heaven-breaking 10 slashes were all extremely powerful techniques. But later on, Su Yan chose to forget about it. He was shocked to find that every time he used this powerful combat skill, the connection between him and the great devil Heaven Lord would deepen. It was just a strange feeling. If he did not have the regal sword soul, he would not have noticed it. Last time, when the great demonic dragon had told him to be careful of the ancestor Buter and the great demonic Heaven Lord, he finally understood this matter clearly. Therefore, the arrival of the Dragon King Bugadier was a good thing for Su Yan. Under such a critical situation, he directly cut off the finger bone and let it return to the Devil Shadow. The Devil Shadow was condensed by Su Yan and had a karmic connection with Su Yan, but at least it was no longer in his body. This was the best he could do for now. Otherwise, the power of the finger bone would make him unable to eat or sleep in peace. At this moment, the Devil Shadow began to dissipate. But before it disappeared, it seemed to cast its gaze over. Su Yan was not afraid and looked back. However, perhaps it was just Su Yan's illusion. In just a moment, the gaze had disappeared completely. How troublesome. However, these were all things for the future. There was no need to think about it now. The most important thing for him now was to think about the situation at hand. I am Ling Likong of the Heaven Saint sect. Greetings, Su Yan. Ling Likong walked over. Su Yan calmly returned the greeting, which could be considered a greeting. Wan Qing, after this time, there shouldn't be any more bad guys appearing. Follow them to the Heavenly Saint sect first. I will visit them personally in a few days. Wait for me there. After Su Yan explained the matter, he exchanged a few words with Fu Qing and left directly. Ling Likong looked at the departing Su Yan with a heavy heart. When Tianji Elder selected the 4 heavenly kings, he and Su Yan were both included. However, the gap between the two of them was so great. How could his combat strength be so terrifying? Even the Dragon King was injured by him. However, in front of the Dragon King, he was afraid that he would not be able to remain calm. The gap between them was simply too great. Su Yan, since Tianji Elder listed me as one of the 4 heavenly kings, then I will definitely catch up. He did not know how Su Yan cultivated to become so powerful. However, he knew that he could definitely reach this level. The Heaven Saint sect was the inheritance of the 5 great sovereigns. The 5 great sovereigns were the creators of this great continent. Yun Wanqing watched Su Yan leave in a hurry. Although she did not say anything, she was still somewhat worried. She knew Su Yan very well and knew Su Yan's personality very well. At this time, there was only one reason why he was in such a hurry. The current situation was extremely dangerous, to the point where he could not control it. This was also the only reason why such a powerful man would be in such a hurry. Moreover, when he used the cloudy mist technique to help Su Yan heal his injuries, he also noticed that Su Yan's condition did not seem normal. In fact, he was not wrong. Su Yan's current condition was not optimistic. Su Yan, you can't suppress me, you can't suppress me. The blood-winged flying dragon was temporarily refined into a puppet by Su Yan, but his soul was not so easily destroyed. Previously, he only relied on the power of the regal sword soul to suppress him. However, at this moment, the blood-winged flying dragon started to fight back with all its might, which brought great trouble to Su Yan. At the same time, the power of the Dragon King Bugadir's attack was not so easy to withstand. Although he had successfully become a Dao master, his condition was not good. He had to adjust his condition properly. More importantly, after he became a Dao master, he had forcibly merged the power of laws with his own body. Now was the time to familiarize himself with it. Su Yan returned to his place of seclusion, and Yun Wanqing finally arrived at the Heaven Saint sect safely. The Heaven Saint sect was originally located in a lonely mountain called the 10,000 Feet Mountain. In this forest, there were many powerful demonic beasts that wreaked havoc. However, one day, the space gate of this place was opened, and then the disciples of the Heaven Saint sect appeared. They immediately killed all the demons in this place. Not only that, but the experts of the Heaven Saint sect also used unimaginable magic power to excavate and build this place. Finally, the Heaven Saint Palace directly appeared in the 5 great continents. It's really extravagant. Yun Wanqing could not help but sigh with emotion when she felt this large array and the extremely luxurious furnishings inside. Hearing the praise, the people of the Heavenly Saint sect immediately felt a sense of pride. He said, "These are still considered ordinary. Miss Yun will know what is really extravagant when she enters our small world." Ling Likong said, "Take the guests to rest first. I'll make the arrangements." In fact, the most important thing at this time was to let Yun Wanqing directly check on Hanyu Daozuan's injuries. However, he really could not say this out loud. After all, Yun Wanqing and the others had just experienced a great battle not long ago. Even he himself felt extremely tired, let alone Yun Wanqing. However, Yun Wanqing had already spoken at this time. Let's go check on Hanyu Daozuan first. Saving people is more important. Yun Wanqing's words were the best. Although it was very awkward, he was still very happy to make the arrangements at this time. Yun Wanqing followed him all the way and finally saw Hanyu Daozuan. At this time, the room where Hanyu Daozuan was located had been densely set up with many arrays and chains that were obviously refined with supreme-grade materials. What happened? Ling Likong immediately became angry when he saw this scene. He grabbed a disciple next to him and brought him over. The disciple trembled with fear when he saw the Ling Likong fire. However, at this time, a voice sounded. Likong, this is my order. Ling Likong put down the disciple and looked in the direction of the voice. It was an old man. His figure was a little bleak and there was a worried look on his face. However, there was a vast aura with every step that he took, making it difficult for people to see him clearly. Eldest senior brother, why are you doing this? The 5 Tao Masters of the Heaven Saints sect were 5 fellow disciples. This was their eldest senior brother, Nye Kong. You don't know, but after you left, the poison in junior sister's body gathered and directly exploded to kill people. If we didn't find it in time, I'm afraid more disciples would have died in her hands. I had no choice but to use the demon suppression technique to intimidate her. How could this be? By the way, where are 2nd senior brother and 3rd senior brother? They went to track down that guy. Did they reply? Nye Kong said, there's no news at all. These 4 words were almost the worst news. Because even if they didn't find anything, they should have replied. In addition, the Xianin sect, the Heavenly Fire sect, and the Celestial Marshals sect have all sent people to the Central Region. The Central Region is really strange. Moreover, there's no news of the experts they sent. The current 5 counties and continents were divided by several major forces. The eastern region of the Righteous Path, the western wilderness of the Dragon Tribe, the northern underworld of the demonic beasts, and the southern sea of the Evil Path and the mysterious forces. However, in fact, there was still a land that no one went to, and that was the Central Region. This land was located in the center, but no one could enter it. However, according to legend, there were unimaginable divine treasures in the Central Region. The immortals of the Heaven Saints sect had deduced some clues, which was why Venerable Hanyu went to that place. As for the original words, they were just lies. However, the news of the divine treasures didn't appear, but the Water Moon Holy Woman became like this. At this time, the other sects more or less knew about this news, so they also sent experts to enter. This must be the leader of the Heaven and Earth organization, Yun Wanqing. I'm really ashamed that you came all the way here. Chapter 1197. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. Yun Wanqing heard the conversation between the two of them. Read the full text. However, she did not say anything. Since Nye Kong greeted her, she naturally responded politely. Then, she said, let me take a look at Sister Shui Yu's condition. That would be for the best. However, please be careful. Although junior sister is sealed in ice, she might suddenly go berserk. As he spoke, he began to remove the seal. At this moment, Zhang Daqian and the rest were fully alert. The moment the seal was removed, Master Shui Yu suddenly opened her eyes. Then, a lightning-like gaze shot towards the group. Junior sister, calm down. They are not enemies. At this moment, Nye Kong had already made his move. A wave of power spread out. Such a power was filled with a thick divine aura. It was extremely powerful and terrifying. Under his power, his junior sister finally stopped going berserk. However, it was obvious that Hanyu Daozuan was in great pain. Yun Wanqing did not waste any time. She activated the fog technique. The fog technique spread forward and enveloped Hanyu Daozuan's body. The moment the fog technique appeared, Yun Wanqing's expression turned serious. Just as the fog technique covered the area, a wave of power immediately attacked her through the fog technique. What a domineering power! However, she was already a Dao master. This wave of power was not a threat to her. She used her power to dissolve the evil aura that was attacking her. At the same time, her fog technique sank even deeper. Bit by bit, the fog seeped into Master Shui Yu's body. She suddenly realized that there were strands of hair that were as thick as a cow's hair in Master Shui Yu's body. Those strands of hair were dormant. This was due to the suppression of the ice power. However, from their weak movements, it could be seen that these things were eroding Hanyu Daozuan's body. Yun Wanqing felt her scalp go numb when she saw these things. At this time, he began to circulate his power. Wave after wave of power began to attack. Those strange things that looked like cow hair immediately dissipated when they were hit by the cloud mist technique. That's great, it's effective. She was overjoyed, and then her power sank even deeper. As time went by, the fog skill had almost covered Hanyu Daozuan's entire body. At this time, even though Yun Wanqing was a Tao master, she was extremely tired. Phew! She had just let out a sigh of relief when Ling Likong and Nia Kong had already walked over and asked with great concern. "Don't worry, the two of you. I've already exterminated those strange things in Hanyu Daozuan's body. However, exterminating those things consumed a lot of my strength. So I need to rest for a while before I can continue." Something strange. The two of them were shocked at the same time. Originally, they thought that Hanyu Daozuan was swollen with poison, but at this time, after listening to Yun Wanqing, they realized that the situation was definitely not so. My heaven and earth organization's fog skill can transform into fog. At this time, the change of the power can reach an extremely subtle level, so I can see more clearly. Yun Wanqing explained. This is something I've never seen before. It's as thick as cow hair, but it has countless tiny tentacles that can be firmly fastened in the body. If it weren't for the mystery of the fog skill, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything. Thinking of this, Yun Wanqing was also a little scared. Hanyu Daozuan had the body of a Tao master. Logically speaking, at this level, the strength of the body should have been extremely strong, and he should not be afraid of poisons, water and fire. However, at this time, he was invaded by these insects. Can it be cured completely? Nia Kong asked. It shouldn't be a big problem, but I still have to rest for a while before I see the specifics. Yun Wanqing said. Nia Kong also realized that he had been rude. After all, they had come from afar. He waved his hand, and immediately, a disciple came up to them and arranged for them. Knowing that Yun Wanqing had entered her room, her expression changed a little. How can this be? Why? Why do I feel a somewhat familiar aura from those strange insects? Although the aura is so weak that it almost doesn't exist, it can't be wrong. Yun Wanqing was puzzled. Those insects were controlled by a force, and that force was the core and key. Only by pulling out the core could Hanyu Daozuan truly recover. Otherwise, even if she got rid of these demon insects today, it would not be long before they came back from the dead. This was definitely not a good thing. Forget it, I'll rest well first. Tomorrow, I'll see what it is. She comforted herself, and then closed her eyes. In the small world of the square seal. I won't die, and I won't die. I'm the Dragon King. The soul of the blood-winged dragon was still stubbornly resisting, and Su Yan was guarding it at this time. At this time, what Su Yan wanted to do was to completely refine this dragon soul. Let him become one of the 4 symbols of the square seal. Although the blood-winged dragon was not the azure dragon, it had ignited the fire of the Dragon King and became the Dragon King. If Su Yan had not defeated it at the critical moment and then suppressed it with the power of the Grand Supreme, it would have been even more miserable. Su Yan's power was rolling, and his aura changed. Compared to the past, the Tao sovereign was far different. When he opened his mouth to breathe, the aura of the laws directly entered his body. In other words, even if it was just breathing, he was constantly cultivating. How terrifying was this? For a person to be able to reach this level, it was already an extremely terrifying and extraordinary matter. It's not up to you. After Su Yan finished speaking, a huge black tortoise appeared. If Kong Wuhan were here, he would be extremely depressed. This was because he was directly suppressed by this little tortoise. Of course, his real name was Black Tortoise. As soon as the black tortoise appeared, it was equivalent to a quarter of the power of the square seal. At the same time, in Su Yan's sea of consciousness, there was a change. The azure lotus and the bright moon flashed at the same time. You still want to resist at this time? Su Yan shouted again. Under the power of that power, the blood-winged dragon's dragon soul finally could not bear it and began to slowly sink. For symbols, dragon soul return. Su Yan suddenly shouted, and a mysterious power appeared, immediately obliterating the blood-winged dragon's dragon soul, and then it was reborn. The azure dragon soul finally appeared. There were already 2 souls in the 4 symbols. Su Yan was somewhat satisfied. At the same time, his heart suddenly relaxed, as if something had finally been solved. I've now become a Tao Lord, and my power is strong. I can sense the karma of fate. In other words, this feeling should be because of the change in karma. Su Yan's thoughts were very clear. In an instant, he had already figured out everything. He had originally signed a contract with the blood-winged dragon, but because of the obstruction of the powerful Dragon King on Dragon Island, the contract was forcibly cut off. Then, the God-Slayer sword directly attacked Dragon Island, but it was schemed against. These were all karma. Now that the blood-winged dragon was completely dead, the karma between him and the blood-winged dragon was directly cut off. A Tao Lord, the evolution of Tao Law, and the world was boundless. At this time, Hou-Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, it also meant that he had a clearer understanding of the world. I wonder how Wan Qing is doing. At this time, he thought, but at this time, a wave of anxiety came. It was impossible to be so anxious for no reason, so the most likely thing was that Yun Wanqing was in danger. No, I have to go and see. If he had not been seized by a whim and wanted to sense Yun Wanqing, he probably would not have made such a guess. However, since he already had a guess, he had to guard against it. He had to go and see. If Yun Wanqing was safe and sound, then he was naturally overthinking. He was just afraid that it was not him overthinking. Yun Wanqing once again sat in front of Hanyu Daozuan. At this moment, she directly operated her power and directed it toward the core of Hanyu Daozuan's injury. She had already experienced it once yesterday, so this time Yun Wanqing was not in a hurry. She just let her power penetrate bit by bit. Sure enough, when this power penetrated, that familiar feeling appeared again. However, she knew where her purpose was, so she did not pay attention to it. Instead, she controlled her power and went straight to the root of the problem. However, at this moment, a cloudy mist technique appeared in the core of the injury. It was the same cloudy mist technique as hers. However, in the next moment, the mist changed and turned into a poisonous mist. Father! Yun Wanqing was shocked. This was no small matter. Back then, Su Yan defeated Yun He and let Yun He leave. They then announced to the public that Yun He had been killed by the devil sect. After not seeing her father for so many years, it was impossible for her not to miss him. However, she never expected that the two of them would sense her father's aura under such circumstances. However, that aura was so evil that it almost made her heart turn cold. Just as she relaxed her mind, she suddenly realized that someone had grabbed her wrist. The person who grabbed her was none other than Hanyu Daozuan. Not good, junior sister is going to act up again. Nye Kong was shocked. After yesterday, Hanyu Daozuan was clearly much better. why would she act up at this time? His saint energy rushed out at this moment, trying to suppress this power. However, he did not expect that a shadow would suddenly appear beside Hanyu Daozuan. The shadow's hair was disheveled, like an evil spirit. Then, it struck out with its palm. The person's palm was clearly struck out later, but it arrived first and directly defeated Nie Kong's power. Go! His power shook directly, but it shattered all of Hanyu Daozuan's restraints. After breaking free of the restraints, Hanyu Daozuan carried Yun Wanqing and flew out. What's going on? At this moment, everyone was shocked. They could not understand why this happened. Chapter 1198. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Ling Likong made a move. A beam of fire shot towards the strange man. However, the strange man did not even look at it. Then, a force fell, and a terrifying aura directly suppressed the flame and extinguished it. How dare you! Zhang Daiqian and Yi Xingxing both made a move, but they could not stop the strange man at all. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan made a move. Junior sister, don't! Nie Kong shouted, but it was too late. As one of the 5 Dao masters of the Heavenly Sage sect, Hanyu Daozuan naturally had enough means to break the formation. The moment the formation was broken, the strange man directly grabbed Hanyu Daozuan, and then completely shattered and disappeared. Damn it, who the hell is that? They only felt that they were going crazy. What kind of existence was this guy? How could he have such a terrifying ability? When he left just now, he had directly shattered the space. This kind of strength was already terrifying and powerful. However, at this moment, the space fluctuated again. Wanqing. This time, it was Su Yan, but when he appeared, Yun Wanqing was gone. Zhang Daiqian, where is Wanqing? Su Yan frowned and asked directly. Zhang Daiqian said, you came to play a trick. She has been taken away by a strange man who tore the space. Zhang Daiqian really hated himself. He should have never agreed to let Yun Wanqing come here. Are you the sect master of the Heavenly Sage sect? Su Yan looked directly at Nie Kong. When Nie Kong met Su Yan's gaze, he actually felt a chill all over his body. At this moment, he immediately felt a huge pressure. He was the most powerful person in the Heavenly Sage sect. Except for the experts hidden in the depths of the small world, he was the most powerful person in the sect. However, at this moment, when facing Su Yan's gaze, he actually had a feeling of wanting to escape directly. This was really too exaggerated. However, he soon calmed himself down. The strange man just now was too decisive. In addition, there was Hanyu Daozuan, so the Heavenly Sage sect was caught off guard. However, if Su Yan really wanted to attack the Heavenly Sage sect, then the Heavenly Sage sect would let him know what the real foundation was. I'm Nie Kong, the temporary acting sect master of the Heavenly Sage sect, he said calmly. Su Yan's translation editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. At this moment, Ling Liakong's words, Nie Kong's face, Yun Wanqing. Ling Liakong's, Nie Kong's immediately, Nie's face immediately became embarrassed. Nie Kong. Ling Lik Keek Translation. He had come all the way here to invite his wife for help, but in the end, she had been kidnapped. How could he? How could he? Translation Ling. Com, translation. Com Yandazi translation how translation As translation English translation, he. However, in the past 10 years, no one knew Su Yan's whereabouts, so it was inevitable that he would be looked down upon. But now, this contempt had long since vanished into thin air. Such power made him feel like he couldn't break free. At this moment, in the sky, the power of space that had not yet dissipated showed how powerful Su Yan was. Well, what happened just now? Tell me the cause and effect in detail. Although Su Yan felt the fluctuation of space, he did not know where the other side of the space gate was, so he could not rashly go there at this time. He was obviously very upset, but he still had to calm his mind and not be disturbed by external forces. This was the control of the mind. If there was nothing to do, many people would be able to keep their mind at peace. However, if they could keep their mind as still as a mountain in the face of life and death, then it was really amazing. At this moment, after Su Yan became a Tao master, the cultivation of his mind had improved. At this time, he could still keep calm. Nia Kong could not put on airs at this time, so he told the cause and effect of the matter in full, including the matter of the divine treasure. Anyway, the divine treasure was no longer a secret. Several other sects, as well as those demonic beasts and other alien races, had sent experts there. In this case, Yun Wanqing was taken to the central region. Su Yan had already made a judgment in his heart. There must be a space mark in your Hanyu Daozuan's wound. To be able to do this person's cultivation is also terrifying. So, he could directly reach the heavenly sage sect silently. Su Yan analyzed the situation according to the situation. Even now, if he did not have a coordinate, it was impossible for him to directly tear the space to a certain place accurately. No matter how powerful that guy was, he could not do it. Then, there was only one possibility, that was, a space mark. After thinking about it, only in the depths of the wound could there be a space mark hidden. After all, the core of the wound was the most important thing. Before being sure, no one would touch it easily. Su Yan, what should we do? Zhang Daqian came up and asked. Su Yan said, it doesn't matter. In my opinion, they don't want Wanqing's life, so Wanqing will be fine in the short term. But I have to go to the central region, so I'll leave everything of the heaven and earth organization to you. His speculation was not unreasonable, but it was just speculation. If he could not see it, he would feel uneasy. So he decided to go there himself. After Su Yan finished speaking, he did not delay any further and directly rushed towards the central plains. The original continent of the 5 counties did not seem so vast and vast. But with the change of heaven and earth, the continent changed, as if the disappeared world had reappeared in the human world. For any life, this was a huge shock. Therefore, it led to 10 years of chaos in the 5 counties. Now, the eastern land, the western wilderness, the northern underworld and the southern sea all had their own territories. But it was different in the central region. This place seemed to have an extremely terrifying power. Now, in other places, the power of the laws of heaven and earth had begun to weaken, but the central region did not. Even a dragon realm cultivator, as long as they stepped into the central region, would not be able to make a leap. This was a terrifying pressure. If that was all, it would be fine. More importantly, this place seemed to be cursed. In the beginning, it was natural that some forces wanted to set their sights on this area. But almost everyone who entered this place died. Other than the venerables who survived, everyone else died without exception. Such a terrifying place was naturally regarded as a cursed place. While the other places were in a state of chaos, this place was the quietest. But now, there was a rumor in the central region that there were divine treasures. The so-called divine treasures referred to the treasures left behind after the fall of the gods. God, that was such a mighty word. In the history of the Boundless land, there were many people who became sacred venerables, but how many people could be called gods? For example, the 3 dragon gods were almost incomparably high existences. Why did the dragon race decline? It was also because of the fall of the 3 dragon gods. If not for the disappearance of the eternal dragon god, the destruction dragon god, and the time dragon god, the dragon race might still be the overlords of the world. This showed how terrifying the gods were. Thus, when this news came out, almost everyone was alarmed. All of them couldn't wait to seize the treasury. If they could seize the divine treasures, they might be able to reach the heavens in one step. Of course, in fact, everyone knew that this was definitely an extremely dangerous thing. How could something left behind by the gods be so easily obtained? But this did not matter. Under the temptation of huge benefits, there would always be people who would disregard their lives to seize the treasures. The inheritance of the heavenly sage sect was extremely powerful. After all, it was said that it was the inheritance of a sage. In fact, at this moment, even Su Yan was a little confused. Gods were extremely terrifying existences. Then what was a Lord of Heaven? Of course, this was not the time for him to think about this. He knew very well that he must not bite off more than he could chew and pursue things that were beyond his reach. What he had to do now was to find the whereabouts of Yun Wanqing. Fortunately, Yun Wanqing had the jade pendant he gave her. Although Su Yan could no longer sense the exact location because the distance was too far, at least he had a general direction to find. Su Yan's speed was extremely fast. His spatial divine ability was fully unleashed, and his speed had reached an unimaginable level. Finally, Su Yan stopped because there was a clear line in front of him. This line was not drawn, but it was the great power of nature. On this part of the line, the vegetation was exuberant and lush. But on the other end, it was gray and decadent. A line, one side was alive and the other was dead. It was that simple. Su Yan did not hesitate much and directly crossed the line. When he stepped over this line, he immediately felt another cold force enveloping him as if it was going to pull him into a bottomless abyss. Countless fantasies kept appearing at this time. All kinds of strange and bizarre scenes were present. No wonder those who stepped into this place suddenly died. Su Yan had already understood that the reason those people died was because they could not resist the murderous aura. It seemed that the legend that there was a divine treasure hidden here was very likely true. It seemed that only a god could make every inch of land contain such terrifying murderous aura. If it were not for him, Su Yan really could not think of anyone else who could do this. However, even a venerable one could not do anything to this murderous aura, let alone Su Yan. He walked forward step by step and then wanted to sense the aura from the jade pendant. However, what made him frown was that he could no longer sense the aura of the jade pendant. This place had a huge oppressive force for all kinds of power. There are actually people who can survive. At this moment, two people walked towards Su Yan in the distance. In fact, Su Yan had already noticed them, but he did not take any action because he knew that these two guys would definitely come for him. Chapter 1199. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation, this one, which sex elder or genius disciple do you belong to? Tell us. Perhaps we can take care of each other. Fengyun Reading Network, they immediately asked about Su Yan's background. Su Yan smiled faintly and said, "What about you guys? Which sect are you from?" Looking at Su Yan's calm appearance, the two of them didn't have any confidence in their hearts. They felt that Su Yan wasn't someone who could be easily bullied. However, since it had already come to this, they naturally wouldn't be afraid. "I am Elder Lu Wu from the Xianin sect, and he is Hewenza from the Celestial sect. How should I address you?" At this moment, Su Yan said, "I am Chang Wuxin, a disciple of the Heaven and Earth Organization." When the two of them heard Su Yan's words, they could not help but relax. The Heaven and Earth Organization? The Heaven and Earth Organization that specializes in healing. I really did not expect to meet people from the Heaven and Earth Organization here. His smile was bright, but his thoughts behind it were unknown. "I just arrived here today. I heard that everyone is rushing towards the god's treasury. Why haven't I seen anyone?" Su Yan asked. The man laughed and said, "Brother Chang, we are the same as you. We just arrived not long ago and missed the best opportunity to enter the Middle Earth. Legend has it that there is a powerful god's inheritance power. If I can obtain this power, I will definitely be able to reach the heavens in a single step and become a high and mighty immortal. But if it is so easy to become a god, why would this place be a dangerous place? At this moment, Wuxia interrupted him, "Old Lu, you are being long-winded again. I think this brother also wants to enter and take a look. Even if he can't obtain the inheritance, as long as he can obtain 1 or 2 inherited divine equipment, it is already an extremely amazing thing." Su Yan smiled and did not deny it. At this moment, he suddenly said, "By the way, the two of you, do you know if there are any other strange things in this place?" Lu Wu said, "You've already experienced the feeling of crossing the line between life and death. You've even experienced that, so why would you be afraid of that?" He continued, "Actually, there is nothing dangerous in this place. As long as you have reached the Master Realm, your mind will not be affected by this place, so there is no danger. Let's go. Anyway, it's fate. Let's go. The 3 of us." And he finished speaking, he walked. Su Yan did not try to explain. He had already seen that these 2 guys wanted to find a scapegoat in Earth, and Su Yan. The 2 were the 2 they were translation was? Translation. However, there was one thing that he was sure of. Those Tao masters who came here were not in danger. They were only unwilling to leave because of the attraction of the divine treasure. It as translation as translation as their translation as translation as. It at ho translation, that was ho translation. It. More importantly, he did want to familiarize himself with the environment here. Otherwise, he really wouldn't know where to go. He did not know the whereabouts of Yun Wanqing until now, which made him extremely worried. The strange old man finally stopped. The space gate was directly closed at this time. He stood at the side, panting heavily. Clearly, what happened just now was extremely stressful for him. Then, his eyes fell on Yun Wanqing. When Yun Wanqing's eyes met his, Yun Wanqing was dumbfounded. "Father." Yun Wanqing had already felt Yunhe's aura when she was clear about that power. But at that time, she still hoped that it was her illusion and not real. But at this time, she could no longer deceive herself. The person in front of her was really her father, Yunhe. But what did Yunhe look like at this time? His hair was disheveled, and he looked very sloppy. He looked like a beggar on the street, but he did not have an extremely strong power. Yunhe heard Yun Wanqing's call. His body suddenly stiffened, and his face immediately showed confusion. He seemed to be trying hard to remember where he had met this person. Those scenes appeared in his mind one after another. Little Wan, These 3 words seemed to take all his strength to say. Yun Wanqing was immediately pleasantly surprised. She stood up directly. "Father, it's me, father." Even Yun Wanqing could not help but feel this kind of reunion after such a long separation. But at this time, Yunhe's expression suddenly changed, and he directly pushed Yun Wanqing away. "Nonsense, my little Wan, is already dead. She doesn't want me anymore." At this time, he was making a fuss like a child. This scene made Wanqing's heart ache. She had never thought that such a strong person would end up like this today. However, she could also see that her father's aura had become extremely strong, and it was completely different from before. "Father, I didn't abandon you. How could I abandon you?" Yun Wanqing went up and put his arms around Yunhe's waist. Perhaps feeling the warmth, Yunhe finally calmed down at this time. For a moment, the father and daughter were silent. "Wanqing, are you my Wanqing?" Yunhe's emotions were very unstable, and he would call a few times from time to time. Yun Wanqing saw that Yunhe's mental state was abnormal, so he did not dare to say too much at this time. He just looked at Yunhe. After a long time, Yunhe's mental state finally stabilized. "Wanqing, I really didn't expect that you have already reached the Tao Master Realm. It seems that Su Yan treated you well," Yunhe said. Back then, he was defeated by Su Yan and had to give up everything at that time and leave. However, he was extremely unwilling to accept it in his heart. At that time, he felt that he had nothing left to live for. After all, his persistence was directly destroyed overnight, which meant that all his hopes were directly reduced to empty talk. However, later on, he regained his courage and entered the land of darkness. There were many forbidden areas in the Five Commanderies continent long ago, and the forbidden area he entered just happened to evolve into the central province later on. He did not know whether he was lucky or not, but he received the inheritance of a powerful saint in ancient times. After receiving the inheritance, he began to be brought into a deep sleep. Until now, he finally woke up. However, waking up was only the beginning. His spirit was already in disorder because when he received the inheritance, his spirit was sometimes himself, and sometimes it was the remnant thoughts of that ancient Almighty. Later on, when he was wandering in the outside world, he happened to meet Hanyu Daozuan. This was the scene at this time. Yunhe was very curious about the outside world, so when she was awake, she planted a space mark in Hanyu Daozuan's wound. This was also the reason why she could enter the Heaven Sage sect at once. Father, do you mean that there is another existence in your spiritual world? Even though Yun Wanqing had become a Tao master, she still found it hard to understand such a situation. That's right. You're right, my good daughter. At this time, his voice suddenly became extremely strange. Yun Wanqing immediately knew that it was definitely not her father who was controlling her body at this time. Thousand Clouds transformation. Her reaction was extremely fast, and in an instant, she had already displayed her power. A cloud of qi directly separated the two of them. However, his expression did not change, and he unexpectedly bumped into the Thousand Clouds transformation and grabbed Yun Wanqing. What? Yun Wanqing was shocked. This guy actually endured the damage of the Thousand Clouds transformation to attack her. Most importantly, this body was Yunhe's body. This remnant thoughts were simply extremely evil. This is so pleasant. Can you bear to see your father hurt? You'd better obediently come into my arms. He suddenly exerted force, and then directly grabbed Yun Wanqing. However, at this time, his palms suddenly stopped. Damn it, that's my daughter. At this critical moment, Yunhe directly woke up. At this time, Yunhe's will and the remnant thoughts immediately began to compete. I know that she's your daughter, but this is more interesting. That maniacal laughter was simply terrifying. Yunhe, you won't be able to suppress me. In the end, you'll be devoured by me and become a part of me. He laughed loudly. However, at this time, Yunhe suddenly moved his hand, and then a strange power directly shot into Hanyu Daozuan's body. Protect her. Yunhe knew that at this time, he was no longer able to suppress Yunhe. Thus, at this time, he directly took drastic measures, and directly released Hanyu Daozuan's restriction. At this time, Hanyu Daozuan opened her eyes. That wound caused her to be in extreme pain, and at this time, she finally woke up. Her first reaction was to take revenge. Seeing such a reaction, Yunhe laughed. Come and kill me. Although he was extremely ambitious, Yun Wanqing was still his daughter. How could he bear to see her get hurt? Furthermore, the person who hurt her was himself. He would rather die than see such an ending. At this time, he woke up Hanyu Daozuan. Hanyu Daozuan's strength was actually not bad. Back then, Yunhe was able to injure him because of the special state of his body, and also because this place was the Middle Earth, which had an extremely special geographical environment. Back then, Hanyu Daozuan had just entered this place, so naturally, he didn't know the mysteries of this place. And now, Hanyu Daozuan had already suffered once. This time, he wouldn't so easily suffer again. Furthermore, Yun Wanqing was by his side. He knew very well that his daughter had inherited his healing abilities. The two of them complemented each other, so their battle strength was definitely not inferior. The reason why his body could change like this was actually because of the mutation of his cloud mist technique, which formed an extremely terrifying self-healing technique. Chapter 1200. Translator, Endless Fantasy Translation Editor, Endless Fantasy Translation. This was one of the main reasons why Hanyu Daozuan had failed back then. He was able to defeat Yunhe every single time and even severely injure her. But in just a short while, this guy's state would automatically recover, and if this cycle continued, even she would not be able to withstand it. However, it was different now. With Yun Wanqing around, Hanyu Daozuan had no problems in this aspect. Be careful, Daoist Hanyu. At this moment, Yun Wanqing reminded her. In an instant, a ray of light flashed past. Hanyu Daozuan heard Yun Wanqing's reminder and immediately turned his body. As expected, only his hand was slightly injured. If she had been a little slower, her arm might have been cut off. Daoist friend, come to me, Yun Wanqing called out. Hanyu did not suspect anything and immediately went to Yun Wanqing's side. Yun Wanqing cast the cloud mist technique and spots of light filled her arm. Then, she was shocked to find that her arm had actually recovered to its original state. Not only that, Su Yan's power spread to her body and filled her up bit by bit. His injuries have actually completely healed. You're the sect leader of the Heaven and Earth Organization, Yun Wanqing? She had heard of Yun Wanqing's name before. After all, the Heaven and Earth Organization was ranked 6th among the sections. One must know that the top few sects were revived from the ancient times. She was in charge of the Heaven and Earth Organization. She was considered powerful to be able to squeeze out the other ancient sections. It's me, Hanyu Daozuan. Now is not the time to talk. Let's work together, Yun Wanqing said directly. What happened just now had a huge impact on her. After all, the person in front of her had suddenly turned from her father to a devil. If she had not become a Dao master and had a strong state of mind, she would not have been able to withstand such a change. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind. She only hoped that Hanyu Daozuan could subdue the monster, her original father. Then, she would think of a way to expel the evil soul from his body. Of course, at this moment, she also began to call for Su Yan. Although she did not want to cause trouble for Su Yan, she had no choice but to do so because she knew that Su Yan would not want to see her lose her. The jade pendant transmitted its thoughts to the outside world. However, as she was already a Dao master, she naturally knew how special this place was. She was not sure if Su Yan could sense her aura. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan immediately. He used the Ice Dao, and Ice Law. Was. With a flash of the Ice Law, an ice sword appeared in his hand. As soon as her sword light appeared, a cold light immediately shot out. Such a power was already very strong. If it had not been for the suppression of this special environment, the power of the sword light would have been even stronger. At this moment, Yunhe still laughed strangely. She did not dodge and rushed toward Hanyu Daozuan with her own power. This power was extremely terrifying, but also extremely violent. She did not use any rule power at all. She just used her own body to continuously hit him. After a while, Hanyu Daozuan's body flew backward. Of course, Yunhe did not have it easy either. Her body was directly frozen by the power of ice, and even her entire arm was broken. Huh, not bad, not bad. I like women like you the most. Amidst his wild laughter, his frozen body began to recover little by little. Fellow Daoist Hanyu. At this moment, Yun Wanqing also directly attacked. After a while, Hanyu Daozuan also directly returned to his original state. The cloudy mist technique is really heaven-defying. She could not help but sigh. It was no wonder that it could be ranked 6th in the Heaven and Earth Organization. However, she did not have time to sigh. The battle between them began again. However, at this moment, Yun Wanqing also began to attack. This was because she knew that in order to imprison the guy who had taken over her father's body, she had to first restrict his cloudy mist technique. Hanyu Daozuan, I will try my best to control the effect of the cloudy mist technique. Take the opportunity to attack. After Yun Wanqing finished speaking, she directly displayed her rule power. The rule power directly formed a small domain, enveloping Yun He within it. At this moment, Hanyu Daozuan directly attacked. A cold light suddenly appeared, and the powerful force directly turned into a terrifying cold light. Such a force was already extremely powerful at this moment. At this moment, Yun He laughed again. He did not care at all, and just like before, he directly charged forward. Just like last time, he directly sent Hanyu Daozuan flying. Then, he prepared to use his powerful recovery ability to return himself to his best state. After repeating this several times, he finally realized that something was wrong. This was because when he fought with Hanyu Daozuan, he was actually being pushed back more and more times. Something's wrong. My recovery ability is weakening. At this moment, he turned his gaze and directly landed on Yun Wanqing. You're the one who's causing trouble. At this moment, he finally understood the magical effect of the cloudy mist technique. Not only could it save people, but it could also limit his recovery ability. Since he already knew the reason, he naturally had to deal with the right problem. Hee, how long are you going to hide behind me? His power suddenly erupted, and an evil cloud suddenly appeared under his feet. Such power surged up and directly suppressed Yun Wanqing. He actually saw through Yun Wanqing's real body. Su Yan followed Lu Wu and He Wenza on the road. Along the way, these two people kept talking to Su Yan. Although these words seemed casual, they were trying to fish for clues and information. For example, how many people from the Heaven and Earth organization came this time, and who were the experts among them that he should pay special attention to? However, Su Yan was also very smart. He almost never directly answered the two people's questions. Even if he occasionally answered, he would just brush the edge. This made the two people very uncomfortable. At this moment, the two people suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Why have the two of you stopped? Su Yan asked the two of them. At this moment, Lu Wu suddenly said, Xiao Chang, the mist up ahead seems to be a little too dense. How about this? Go take a look and see if there's anything. If there's nothing, come and tell us. Su Yan's eyes twitched. He already knew what they were planning, but he remained calm on the surface. He said, You want me to scout ahead? He Wenza directly said with annoyance, Of course. We're already 3 origin venerables, while you've only just reached 1 origin. If there's any danger, we'll be able to save you in time. He spoke extremely naturally and smoothly. He did not feel any guilt at all. Hee, you've already done this many times, Su Yan directly sneered. At this moment, Lu Wu had already lost his patience. Xiao Chang, you better understand that we're only giving you this opportunity because you're a genius disciple of the Heaven and Earth organization. If you were a regular person, we wouldn't care at all. Alright, let's cut the crap. Go. Su Yan smiled, but this time, he did not say anything. Instead, he obediently made his way forward. He walked at a leisurely pace. Gradually, his figure disappeared from their sight. There's nothing else here. Come on over, Su Yan's voice rang out at this moment. Lu Wu gently frowned before saying, Nothing else? I clearly sensed danger earlier. That kid isn't lying to us, right? However, He Wenza soon added, You're overthinking it. What's his cultivation? If there was danger, would he still be able to speak so calmly? The old man thought about it and agreed. Thus, the two of them immediately moved forward. Since they had already explored the path, they naturally had nothing to worry about. Naturally, they sped up. At this moment, they found that Chang Wuxin was standing still at this moment. It was extremely strange. Xiao Chang, are you alright? They were still worried and asked. What's that? Is that the gate of God? Su Yan's voice rang out. At this moment, Su Yan was really shocked. In front of him was an incomparably huge gate. Su Yan had never seen such a magnificent gate before. Compared to the gate, they were really small. The gate was actually thousands of feet tall. More importantly, the material of the gate was very special. It seemed to contain an extremely dense and unpredictable power. The gate of God, it's really the gate of God. Those Tao sovereigns have all entered the gate of God. Those people who aren't Tao sovereigns can't enter. How hateful. At this moment, Lu Wu lamented. I see. I was wondering why I couldn't see any Tao sovereigns. So they've all entered the gate of God. Hearing his words, Su Yan sighed. Xiao Chang, what did you just say? He Wenza heard Su Yan's words clearly and asked in return. At this point, Su Yan didn't want to waste any more time with them. The two of you, please enter the gate of God first and help me explore the path. As soon as he said this, the two of them were surprised. They were three essences sovereigns, but they were being taught by a one essences sovereign. However, in the next moment, two powerful forces had already grabbed them. These forces were so strong that even people as strong as them couldn't struggle. So much nonsense. Just go in when I tell you to. After saying that, Su Yan directly threw the two of them. The two of them immediately entered the gate of God. Of course, when the two of them were thrown out, Su Yan's divine sense had already locked onto them. He wanted to see what was behind this gate of God. And was Yun Wanqing also behind this gate of God? The two of them directly passed through the gate of God, giving Su Yan the feeling that they had directly entered another world. However, the barrier of the world wasn't so strong, and there didn't seem to be the will of the world inside.